Our story begins in a busy school stadium, where student races were in full swing. While the others were struggling to run the last meters, our main hero David had already crossed the finish line. The coach checked the stopwatch and announced the result. David's time was 2 minutes 36 seconds and 79 hundredths, which was an impressive result. A group of girls in the stands began clapping, waving at him and shouting his name. Ignoring the noise, the protagonist took a bottle of water to cool down. At that moment, a shy student hesitantly stepped forward and, with trembling hands, handed him a pack of napkins. David was a little confused, but he accepted the napkins and thanked the girl, who hurried back to her friends, filled with delight. While the hero was wiping his face, an interface appeared in front of him, and David noticed that his glasses had increased slightly more than usual. He looked at the crowd of girls who were still shouting his name and said that this skill was leveling up too quickly. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air, and a tennis ball was flying towards David at great speed. But David didn't panic or even move. He simply followed the trajectory of the ball and caught it in one motion. Smoke rose slightly from the ball, showing how powerful the throw had been. The guy looked at him in bewilderment, and then turned his gaze to the man in the distance, who was clearly unhappy with this outcome. David's close friend, Matteo, ran up to him in a panic and asked who made the throw. Matteo narrowed his eyes, recognized the stranger, and turned pale. It was Peter, the infamous school tyrant. He asked David why he got involved with a man like Peter, and noted that it was probably because of the girls again. He then stated that David should have accepted someone's feelings a long time ago to stop constantly attracting trouble. However, the hero did not react in any way. He threw the smoking ball aside and simply walked away. Matteo ran after him, warning him not to provoke Peter, and then asked what David was planning to do next. David didn't even turn around and replied that he was going to work out, continuing to walk towards the gym. People told him that only martial arts could make a person truly strong. But he was different from the rest. David was not born into this world. He appeared here suddenly, a month ago, in a city that was similar to Earth, but very different from it. And he did not arrive empty-handed. A strange, translucent panel followed him everywhere. She worked by one rule. Effort always brought reward. If he practiced any action long enough, the system would improve it. David constantly reminded himself that hard work was never wasted, but growth came at a price. Daily training required a huge amount of energy, so he had to eat almost constantly. His body was well developed and toned, but he reminded himself that he had not worked for appearances. Later that night, David walked the streets of his neighborhood, the city's fifth belt. And since this is a belt, it means there is both an inner and an outer side. The city was designed as a target. The outer districts remained poor while the inner districts prospered. With only 6 months left until David's graduation, he knew he had to decide whether to compete for a spot in the inner circle. But now his system needed fuel, so he filled the basket with nutritious food. The cashier announced the final amount, 210, and then David froze in place. He began silently putting the products back. The boy then went home, muttering to himself about the cost of eggs as he went, convinced that the world had gone mad. Suddenly, a dark silhouette rushed past him. David flinched and clutched the shopping bag tighter. A small black cat was sitting on the sidewalk. And then David relaxed, deciding that it was an ordinary stray cat. However, the animal suddenly tensed up and then dramatically collapsed onto its side and lay motionless. The hero squatted down to check the cat's condition, but upon taking a closer look, his expression changed. The animal's fur was dirty and matted, and its entire body was covered in wounds, as if it had recently lost a serious fight. As David looked at it, he heard a weak voice complaining that the world of stray cats was very cruel. David jumped back in shock, not believing his eyes. The talking cat was clearly not what he expected to see. Then his gaze fell on a golden ring attached to the animal's tail. Noticing its unusual pattern, the guy carefully touched the metal, studying it. At the same moment, the ring flashed with golden light. The system sent a message that divine power had been detected. And then the hero thought. He lived on a planet called Dissen, and the world here was called Zeusia. 287 years ago, God died. On that day, All of Dissen's humanity witnessed this wondrous spectacle with their own eyes. God particles fell upon the world in millions of stars. After the disappearance of the gods, people accepted the fact that humanity was left alone. But in this event, our protagonist saw an opportunity. David thought that one day he would be able to achieve the level of a deity through his own efforts. Returning to his apartment, he decided to first feed the poor, wounded animal. David placed a bowl of dry food on the floor, but the cat looked at her and then demonstratively turned away, clearly expressing displeasure. The hero was clearly unhappy that an ordinary homeless cat was refusing food, although he should have pounced on it. However, David remembered hearing the cat speak and realized something. This creature could well have been something more than just an ordinary cat. If it had intelligence, dry food was clearly not suitable. Then David stood up and headed to the kitchen, while the cat watched him closely. Once inside, he began cooking, David quickly wielding a knife, chopping green onions. He then threw the ingredients into the wok. For him, cooking was just another way to level up. Soon, the apartment was filled with the aroma of a freshly cooked meal. David placed a bowl of rice with pork and green pepper in front of the cat. The animal's reaction was immediate. Its previous arrogance disappeared as soon as it smelled the food. The cat began to eat quickly, and David realized that his guess was correct. In front of him was a man who had turned into an animal. Then his gaze moved to the golden ring on the tail, and he assumed that it was the cause of what happened. Suddenly, the hero felt changes in his own body. He blinked, amazed at how quickly everything happened. The development continued, and the new ability was already ready for use. David immediately activated it. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by a golden light. The energy gathered into a small flame, after which it was absorbed into the skin. The hero felt a strange new power settle within him, an ability that gave a passive effect, an additional life. If he died, he could be resurrected within 7 days. The recovery time was 3 months. David was amazed at how useful this ability turned out to be. He then checked for an active skill, but it was still locked. To open it, it would have required a lot more divinity, which he did not have. His gaze fell on the black cat again, and for a moment the boy considered drawing even more divinity from it. However, after noticing numerous wounds and cuts on the animal's body, he abandoned this idea. David decided that taking any more power would be too much. His expression softened. He gently stroked the cat's head and decided to look for another way. The cat finished his portion and meowed softly, but David still couldn't stop thinking about the gold ring on his tail. Then he decided to go outside to find information about divinity, and at the same time see what this creature would do in his absence. Then the hero left the apartment and closed the door behind him, and the cat looked at the closed door for a long time. Gradually, the relaxed expression disappeared from his face, giving way to a wary look. At the same time, a camera installed by the hero under the ceiling in the corner filmed all the animal's actions. Meanwhile, David walked through the streets of the outer ring. The area was mired in poverty, and entry into the inner ring required a nearly impossible price to pay. Nevertheless, many continued to try in the hope of a better life. However, David himself was not bothered by this. He knew that there was another way. Once a person became a martial arts master, all barriers disappeared. The hero continued to walk forward until a rough voice called out to him, and a bald man with a baseball bat stepped forward. Then David asked with displeasure what they wanted. The bandits blocked his way and said that he had insulted a certain Peter. However, David remained completely indifferent. Before they could continue their conversation, he moved, his kick sending the bald bandit flying. The other man froze in place, not understanding what had happened. However, before he could react, the hero hit him too, instantly knocking him to the ground. After that, he incapacitated the third bandit. Then David picked up some stones. His left eye glowed faintly as he activated his aiming skill, causing rocks to fly towards the enemies on the ground. At that moment, a lower voice came from the depths of the alley. A huge blue aura in the shape of a dragon formed in the air. It was that same Peter, the guy from David's school. He immediately attacked, but David dodged it without difficulty. Instead of fear, the boy felt curiosity. These were exactly the kind of martial arts he was looking for. Realizing that Peter was indeed skilled in martial arts, the protagonist stepped forward. Now he no longer perceived this man as a threat, but saw him as a source of useful information. David demanded that he tell him everything he knew. The hero warned the bandit that he would not stand on ceremony with him. In the end, the fight ended very quickly. Peter crashed into the wall with such force that cracks appeared on it. The boy slowly slid to the ground, leaned against the rubble, clutching his bruised chest, and began desperately begging for mercy. David stood in front of him, looking down at him. This fight had not made an impression on him. He expected more, but his opponent had only one predictable move, and the fight itself turned out to be extremely simple. Peter's attack looked powerful, but followed an obvious pattern, and the hero dodged it without difficulty. David felt a change in his fists, the new ability linking his previously improved aiming skill to the accuracy of his punches. Peter pressed himself against the wall and, still shaking with fear, begged David not to hit him anymore. However, the hero ignored the apology, leaned forward and asked about the blow he had used earlier. Peter explained that it was not a technique but an internal strength, and David then asked how to train internal strength. He admitted that he only knew the basics and could not explain everything in sufficient detail. The protagonist watched him for a while, then grabbed him by the collar, unimpressed by his attempts to look helpless. He then listed the rumors Peter had spread about himself and pointed out how much the reality differed from these stories. However, David didn't buy this idea and struck again to make sure the lesson was remembered. After this, he turned around to leave, but not before ordering him to write an apology and read it in front of the whole class. David also demanded that one of his friends record it on video so that he could watch it later. Panicked, Peter quickly agreed to all the demands. The hero glanced at the screen, remembered the address of the hall the villain had spoken of, and left, leaving the school tyrant in complete shock. Following the navigation on his phone, the guy walked along clean and brightly lit streets. Meanwhile, notifications began to appear before his eyes again, counting the experience gained during the recent fight. After comparing the results with his training, David realized that one short fight brought him more progress than several hours of training. Soon, the hero reached a large building with a golden sign. The phone announced his arrival at his destination, and he went inside. David greeted the administrator, but the girl asked him to speak more quietly, as the teacher was conducting a lesson. Then David peeked into the hall. Inside, an elderly man was teaching a group of students breathing techniques and the basics of circulating internal force. David stopped at the back of the room and began to listen with interest. This was exactly the information he needed. Then he asked the administrator if he could join the class. The girl was a little embarrassed but agreed. At that moment, a notification appeared about gaining experience in charm, after which David sat down on the free training mat. The master told the students to tense their core muscles, take a deep breath and hold it, and the hero followed the instructions. The master's assistant was worried, since there had been no truly promising candidates among the students for a long time. Soon, most of the students reached their limit. Their faces began to turn purple, and many began to cough. Even the most promising student could not cope with the exercise. The master looked disappointed. Then the assistant apologized and asked to give her a little more time to find a suitable student. But then he suddenly stopped her and pointed towards the back row. David was still holding his breath and had no difficulty. The breathing method turned out to be more difficult than it sounded, requiring lung capacity that most people simply did not have. The sensations inside David's body were intense, yet his expression remained completely calm. When the assistant announced that the time was up, the hero exhaled calmly, and at that moment the inner strength skill was activated. Maste approached him and asked if he felt any discomfort. David looked at his palms and noticed a light steam, as well as an extraordinary lightness throughout his body. The master's face immediately lit up, and the manager took David by the hand, asked his name, and invited him to join the dojo. However, before the guy could answer, the front door suddenly swung open with a deafening crash. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the attacker was a huge insect-like creature with glowing red eyes. The monster pinned one of the students to the floor. Then its mandibles closed with a sickening crunch, tearing through the victim's chest. David froze, looking at this scene, his pupils trembling with shock. He had no idea what kind of creature it was. Chaos reigned everywhere. The master turned to his assistant and ordered the manager to maintain order. However, the monster turned its many red eyes to the crowd, and with a piercing screech released another wave. The attack headed straight for the manager. The girl froze in horror and was unable to dodge, but David reacted instantly. He rushed forward and pulled her out from under the blow. Together, they collapsed to the floor, the energy carving a deep furrow into the wall behind them. The manager looked up, her face flushed, and she quietly thanked her savior. However, David completely ignored him, all his attention focused on the raging monster. At that moment, he remembered Peter, who had told him that inner strength was energy collected from the entire body. David decided that now was the perfect opportunity to conduct an experiment. With a squeal, the creature rushed at him, but the hero met the attack head-on. His fist, shrouded in golden light, slammed into the monster's body with tremendous force. The impact felt like it was hitting a concrete wall. David thought that the creature was similar to a cockroach, capable of withstanding a load many times greater than its own weight. Then the guy realized that ordinary brute force might not work. Realizing this, he decided to concentrate all his power on one single point. Then the hero struck, and the creature's shell instantly split. Green blood sprayed in all directions, and the monster was thrown back. At that very moment, the skill activated, and a notification about an 80-inch strike out of 200 appeared before David's eyes. When the dust began to settle, the hero said that the enemy turned out to be much weaker than he appeared at first glance. The master looked at David with both fear and admiration, realizing that the young man had just mastered the power of an inch. Meanwhile, the creature rose to its feet again. Then David asked if the monster really wanted to continue the fight. He then took a stance, saying that this would be a great workout for him. The guy watched as golden lines began to spread across his skin. He was sure that the result would remain the same. However, before the hero could attack, a fountain of blood suddenly shot into the air, and David froze in surprise. The next moment, a crimson flash flashed through the room, and the monster was already rushing to attack the hero. And then David realized that he had been too self-confident. However, this was followed by a blinding slash of blue energy. The blow instantly cut the monster into pieces before it had time to react. The boy blinked, looking at the chopped-up remains. But then the protagonist realized that the blue energy did not belong to him at all. Amidst the rubble stood a woman with silver hair, dressed in a tight-fitting tactical suit. She introduced herself as Lauren of the White Raven Squad and announced that all uninvolved persons were to leave the area immediately. David took a good look at the stranger. Defeating such a creature with one blow was truly an impressive achievement. The woman was clearly surprised by the destruction the boy was able to cause with his bare hands. A slight blush even flashed across her face. Almost immediately, she decided that she had to recruit such a person. Taking a step forward, the girl handed him a note. She said that he should come to the specified address on Sunday at 5 o'clock in the evening and promised to tell him everything that interested him. Then David unfolded the paper. It had an address written on it. City Library, 7th floor. Outside, the manager was literally circling around David with excitement. She was worried about him and felt obvious sympathy. The girl offered to take him to the hospital, but David assured her that he was fine and then thanked the dojo staff. The master watched the young man and sighed heavily. He understood that such an outstanding talent could not remain in the small dojo for long. Walking through the illuminated streets of the city, David checked the system notifications. The system reported that the conditions were met and the inch strength skill was successfully activated. The hero studied the new technique and came to the conclusion that it was concentrated chi, accelerated over a short distance. After that, he tried to gather energy again. However, tension instantly appeared inside the body, so the guy immediately dissipated it, remembering the danger of internal damage. In the end, he decided to take a rest and try again the next day. The events of that night kept running through his head. The White Raven, the Cockroach Man, the inner strength. All of this made him think. This world hid many more secrets than it seemed at first glance, and David decided to check out the given address over the weekend. When he returned to the apartment, the first thing he did was check the surveillance camera footage. On the screen, a black cat was sitting right on his chair and typing something on the keyboard. Then the hero abruptly opened the door and demanded an explanation, wanting to know what exactly the cat was doing on his computer. In response, the animal only blinked innocently and meowed, after which a silent confrontation hung between them. However, in response, David only sighed wearily. Without even changing his clothes, he simply collapsed onto the bed. The cat approached him cautiously out of curiosity, but suddenly caught the metallic scent of blood. The expression on his face instantly changed, and he began to wonder who dared to harm his man. The cat was clearly unhappy that David was wounded, and was already preparing to avenge him. Then suddenly the animal jumped right onto the hero's stomach and demanded to know what had happened. The cat introduced herself as Vanessa, the leader of the dragon sect, and demanded an explanation of what had happened in order to restore justice. However, David was already half asleep. He only said that they could discuss everything after he got some sleep. Vanessa instantly panicked. She started shaking him and demanding that he not fall asleep until he explained the situation. The next morning, sunlight entered the apartment. David sat at the table completely rested, the complete restoration of health having finally eliminated all fatigue. Sitting across from him, Vanessa clarified whether she had understood correctly that David had not been beaten, but instead had defeated the monster himself. The protagonist continued eating and confirmed that this is exactly how it happened. The cat admitted that she had never heard of such creatures appearing in the urban area before, and this thought greatly disturbed her. Then the guy reached out and gently stroked her head. With a warm smile, he thanked Vanessa for worrying about him so much. The cat instantly froze. Her face turned red, and she began to stutter in surprise. Vanessa then quickly pushed his hand away and declared that from now on he was to call her only mistress. However, before the cat could get indignant, the hero picked up the phone and asked what she was doing on his computer. The cat immediately tensed up and froze, suddenly realizing that she had trapped herself. David said that the item in his hands was called a cattail ring and was a type of divine artifact. He admitted that he had been looking for information about the item and had come to the conclusion that the ring was indeed a divine artifact. 287 years ago, God died, and the gold particles that fell to the earth then turned out to be fragments of divine power, artifacts. He had only heard about them before, but now he had finally seen one with his own eyes. Now it became clear to him why this object could absorb divinity. Completely immersed in studying the artifact, David even forgot that he was still holding the cat. He then asked if she was really looking for instructions on how to use the ring. Vanessa admitted that she wasn't looking for instructions on how to use the ring. In fact, she wanted to find a way to remove it. She said the Dragon Clan not only controlled entertainment venues, but also collaborated with martial arts halls and drug trafficking. Then Vanessa thought back to the night that changed her life. She said she was attacked right in her own villa. Someone put this thing on her, causing her to turn into a cat. However, by the time she managed to escape, her organization had already been captured. Vanessa explained that she could only return to her human form when she removed the ring. She then added, with obvious intent, that she was then going to kill all these people. Then the hero asked what she planned to do next. If the information couldn't be found on the internet, then the library was unlikely to be of any help. Vanessa's expression turned thoughtful. Then she chuckled and stated that she already had a plan. The cat said that first he should take up martial arts and become stronger. When he becomes stronger, organizations themselves will begin to look for him. Perhaps among them there will be those who possess divine relics. Then he can investigate and find a way to remove the cattail ring. Then the cat announced that she was going to introduce him to the best dojo. David raised an eyebrow. Vanessa smirked and asked if he had heard of the Hidden Dragon Dojo. He replied that, of course, he had heard. Then the guy turned to the computer and quickly opened the required page. David explained that back when he wanted to take up martial arts, the Hidden Dragon Dojo turned out to be the most expensive. After that, he scrolled down to the list of reviews and noted that he remembered this place not because of the high price. Vanessa snorted contemptuously. She stated that these people couldn't even stand hardships. They didn't need to study martial arts. Vanessa then announced that the way to proceed was by street rules, namely by storming the dojo. She then explained that the storming of the dojo was merely a kind of interview, and explained the hierarchy. At the bottom were those who simply paid money, and at the middle level were the talented students. At the top were those who had already proven their strength, but those with talent still had to rely on their abilities. Vanessa noted that it didn't matter if it took a person 10 or 8 years to become truly capable. As David headed for the door, I reminded him that he had to go to the dojo tomorrow. The next morning, David arrived at the Hidden Dragon Dojo. One of the students at the entrance approached him and greeted him in a friendly manner with a smile. David extended his hand to shake, but the moment their palms touched, he felt a sudden, intense pressure. The student squeezed his hand tightly, the veins on his forearm standing out, although a polite smile remained on his face. David assumed it was a test, so he decided to take it seriously. He gathered golden energy in his palm and squeezed the hand back. The student screamed and quickly pulled his hand away in pain. And David said that it was just a friendly competition. The other students giggled, and the losing student began to complain about David's strength. And realizing his mistake, the hero let him go. The noise that arose attracted the attention of those around, and someone warned that the master and his direct disciples were approaching. Soon, a group of people appeared in the hall. These were the strongest students, and in the center was Master Theodore, sitting in a wheelchair. A black cat, Vanessa, was lying on his lap, and this greatly surprised the hero. The lower-ranking disciples began to whisper among themselves, surprised by such a gathering. Then the master rode forward and asked if David had come to storm the dojo. The black cat on his lap raised its head and looked intently at the hero. Having heard a positive answer, the master noted that it had been a very long time since anyone had dared to storm his dojo. Afterwards, he asked if David really thought he was qualified enough. David glanced at the system and silently became concerned. His combat-related levels remained quite low. Then the master announced that he would first ask a few questions. David gave his name and age, but then the questions became too personal. He was asked about his place of residence, his parents' occupations, and whether he had brothers or sisters. The guy stood there, confused and sweating profusely, because what was happening was increasingly reminiscent of a pre-wedding interview. In response, Theodore laughed and explained that he had to ask additional questions for his future son-in-law. David himself, like Vanessa, had absolutely no idea what was happening. After this, Jenny stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. She declared that the outcome should have been decided in a duel. At the same time, the girl promised that she would be gentler with him. Then David threw off his confusion, concentrated, and raised his fists. When Jenny came to the center, the other students started whispering that he might be in serious trouble. Vanessa watched from the sidelines, irritated by the very idea of such a marriage interview. Then Jenny attacked a hero without the slightest hesitation. Her movements were sharp and perfectly controlled. But thanks to his aiming skill, David saw her actions as if they were broken down into separate, precise frames. He didn't retreat when the girl attacked him again. Instead, the protagonist entered her protective zone and grabbed the girl by the wrist. Using her own momentum against her, he twisted her arm and knocked her off balance. Jenny flew to the side, spun around, and fell staggering onto the hard floor. The students' expressions changed, and one of them, Lucas, noted that David's vision and positioning were exceptionally accurate. Master Theodore also joined in the general merriment and laughed warmly, stroking the black cat lying on his lap. David asked the dojo master if his assault had been successful, at which point notifications with rewards for the battle appeared before his eyes. Theodore, with a satisfied expression on his face, confirmed that David was indeed worthy of becoming a direct disciple. After this, he reminded that now the time had come to change the form of address to everyone present. The protagonist responded to these words with respect and greeted the master, as well as his older brothers and sisters in training. Lucas laughed out loud and declared that from now on, David was their 7th little brother. Meanwhile, Jenny introduced herself as his 6th older sister and warned him not to get too proud of one victory. The boy thanked her and noted that before his arrival, she was the youngest among the direct students. Soon, a student approached him and politely offered to help the young gentleman with all the formalities. Theodore explained that personal students should not be treated with disdain. The hero asked if this title could be changed, since he found the address young master awkward. However, in the end, he decided to leave things as they were and agreed to let others call him that. Later, while in the dojo's relaxation area, David was finally able to relax on the couch. He noted that the assault on the dojo was not as difficult as he had been told earlier, and the fight ended with just one move. However, Vanessa immediately corrected him, explaining that Jenny was actually much stronger. Martial arts relied on more than just numbers, decisions, intelligence, and even luck played a significant role. So, if Jenny had been more careful and waited until David took action, things would have ended differently. David acknowledged this point and agreed that he was indeed lucky and still had a lot to learn. After that, Vanessa said that she spent the whole night in the hall because she needed to warn Grandpa Lee. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about, and the cat explained that Grandpa Lee had once almost stolen her grandmother from her grandfather. Meanwhile, the student handed him an ID card that allowed him to freely visit the dojo in the future. The next morning, the dojo was unusually lively. The students whispered among themselves as they watched David practice diligently right in the center of the room. The protagonist felt like he was just one step away from a breakthrough, so he categorically refused to stop. Finally, after a mighty effort, a golden glow enveloped his body, signaling his transition to the third level of internal strength. Completely exhausted, he collapsed to the floor. Master Theodore looked at him and noted that David was the strongest student he had ever accepted. Moreover, the old man added that very soon the boy would be able to begin studying the hidden dragon technique. Despite being very tired, David immediately became interested and asked about the teaching method. Then the master asked him to stretch out his hand. When their palms touched, the hero's expression changed. Theodore carefully examined the young man's inner state and discovered golden energy, as well as signs of enormous potential. After this, the master asked what sports David usually did. The hero tried to downplay his achievements, saying that he just jogs in the mornings. However, the old man shook his head and stated that this was not so, because what he saw said the opposite. According to him, David's body was incredibly harmonious and balanced, as if it had been created perfectly. The master then called him a true martial arts genius. David understood perfectly well that the system was the cause, but he chose to remain silent. After this, he asked again if he could immediately begin learning the technique. However, the master stopped him and reminded him that he had been training all night long. His body was covered in numerous injuries, so it would be dangerous to begin developing the technique in such a state. Hearing this, David lost his previous enthusiasm and asked what he should do next. Then Theodore told him to go to the restroom and said that he would soon send the sleeping dragon ointment. A few minutes later, David was already waiting for him in the break room. When there was a knock on the door, he immediately rose to his feet. However, instead of the servant, Jenny came inside and said that she had come to treat his injuries. David immediately felt uneasy. He was afraid that she might still be angry about the defeat. Jenny told him to take off his shirt, and the hero hesitated for a moment, but finally obeyed. The girl looked closely at his trained body, after which her face turned even redder. She then pointed to the massage table and told him to lie down. David lay face down. Then Jenny warned him not to move and began to prepare the ointment. But the guy himself continued to be nervous. Soon the girl applied cream to his back and began to massage it with noticeable effort, causing David to wince slightly. She then put even more weight on him and asked why he was so unresponsive. David couldn't help but notice that this girl was clearly putting a lot of effort into pressing her fingers into him. The hero replied that everything was fine with him as long as she was comfortable. Hearing these words, the girl fell silent for a moment. She then admitted that she had acted out of irritation after her defeat and had deliberately tried to tease him a little. After this, Jenny timidly asked if he was angry with her, but David calmed her down and assured her that he was not angry at all. Then he suggested that she continue the treatment. Having finished working on his upper body, the girl jokingly suggested that he take off his pants. David instantly panicked and quickly refused, which made her laugh. Then Jenny admitted that she was just joking. She said that she did not intend to disturb him anymore, and then left the room with a smile. Left alone, David exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just escaped serious trouble. After resting for a while, he left the dojo, stretching along the way and feeling much more relaxed. After checking the time, David decided to go to the library for his scheduled meeting. On the way, he remembered the white-haired woman from the White Raven Squad and wondered about the name of their organization. He thought it sounded rather pompous, although in reality it was just a special police unit. He soon reached the building, entered the elevator, and went up to the 7th floor of the Ching Cheng Library. There was complete emptiness all around, and the hero was already beginning to suspect that everything that was happening was someone's ridiculous joke. However, the silence was suddenly broken by a voice that announced that he had finally arrived, and the protagonist instinctively turned around. From behind, he saw a girl named Ellen walking towards him, after which he immediately asked where Lauren was. Ellen then explained that she was her informant, and she couldn't bring someone directly to the Special Forces headquarters. Moreover, the girl admitted that at first she was quite skeptical about this, but after a personal meeting, she changed her mind. When the hero sat down opposite her, she immediately invited him to join her team. However, the hero calmly asked why he should do this. Then Ellen opened the book and suddenly asked if he wanted to know the truth about the divine relics. Hearing this, David became noticeably wary. The girl was surprised that the guy already knew about such things. However, he refused to explain the source of his knowledge. Then she just smiled and poured him a glass of water. The girl noted that if he didn't want to talk, she wouldn't force him. After this, Ellen offered him to try the drink. The protagonist drank the water without hesitation. He noted with surprise that it tasted like ordinary water. However, the girl took the bottle in her hand again and poured more liquid. Then Ellen asked him to try again. Although the boy did not understand her purpose, he obeyed, confident that the water would again turn out to be normal. However, David took a sip and immediately froze in shock. To his great shock, the water turned out to be sweet. After this, the girl began to tell the real history of their world. According to her, 287 years ago, God died. The particles of light that scattered after the death of the deity and later became known as the blood of God fell to the ground. They have entered into various objects, living beings, and even elements of human fantasies. Objects that contained this divine substance were called divine relics. Ellen then showed the teapot and explained that the item was a divine relic of God 1567 called the Sweet Jug. David touched the teapot, suspecting that Ellen had simply added sugar to the jug in advance. At that moment, the system informed him that the substance immediately began to be absorbed, turning into divinity points. Continuing to examine the jug, David tried to understand its properties. At first, he assumed that it simply made the water sweet. However, I soon noticed a much more surprising feature. The water level inside did not decrease at all. Ellen confirmed his guess. The water in the vessel was endless. And while the boy held the relic, his indicators continued to grow. Seeing this, the girl smiled. The required amount of energy had already accumulated, so the hero could use his skill again. She then reminded that the best student must understand the consequences of the existence of such objects. David coldly remarked that such relics completely violated the fundamental laws of the world. The infinite source of energy was a perpetual motion machine that could refute ideas about the universe. However, Ellen advised against trying to explain the relics with logic. Their very existence was already an absolute absurdity. Then the girl handed him a business card and reminded him that just 3 days ago, he was an ordinary person. And then he managed to defeat the monster. David showed no fear of the creature and was psychologically superior to most humans. After this, Ellen invited him to join an elite relic collection agency. The guy immediately agreed. He shook her hand enthusiastically and declared that he was ready to carry out any orders. Working for an organization that dealt with divine relics seemed like a real dream to him. In his mind, the hero was already imagining how many powerful artifacts he would encounter in the future. Even his passive skill was incredibly powerful, and his active one was supposed to be even more dangerous. Excited by the prospects, David imagined the wealth and power that could await him. Seeing his reaction, Ellen only sighed heavily, realizing that the guy had been idealizing reality too much. Then she took the documents out of her bag and handed him the contract. The hero quickly glanced at the papers and noted that it was an employment contract with an additional clause on strict confidentiality. The girl then explained that all divine relics were divided into ranks A, B, C, and D, depending on the level of threat. Since David had just joined the organization, he was only going to be assigned D-rank missions. However, he could not understand why the choice fell on him. Thinking about this, the guy came to the conclusion that the girl knew nothing about his system or training. So an invitation based solely on Lauren's recommendation seemed extremely suspicious. Then Ellen revealed the real reason. She explained that the divine relics had a will of their own. In fact, it was not people who found the relics, but the relics themselves that were drawn to certain people. Among humanity, there were extremely rare individuals who were naturally attracted to divine relics. According to the girl, she herself was one of those people, and David had exactly the same trait. Ellen also noted that salary alone is enough to demonstrate the sincerity of a company's intentions. When David looked at the salary section, his thoughts changed again. The pay was quite impressive, but salary played only a secondary role for David. What was truly important was access to divine relics. He was completely confident in the decision and agreed to cooperate without the slightest hesitation. After completing all the formalities, The protagonist prepared to leave the building. The hero understood perfectly well that these activities alone would take up almost all of his time. The boy then sent a message to his friend and asked him to help him arrange a day off from the teacher on his behalf. At the moment, the most important thing was to increase his own strength. Only by becoming stronger could he return back. David walked down the street, his attention focused on the active skill. He wanted to fully understand its capabilities. The active ability was already available, but another function remained blocked due to insufficient requirements. For each level, one characteristic could be selected, after which its effect would be doubled while using the skill. However, before making a final decision, David decided to conduct a control comparison. His gaze fixed on a distant street lamp, located about 100 meters away. The hero ran as fast as he could to measure his baseline result. The timer showed a little over 10 seconds, and this figure seemed quite acceptable to him. The hero then activated the double and repeated the run. This time, his speed increased so much that the distance was covered in about twice the time. The result pleased him. He gained incredible speed, although he ended up completely exhausted. Now the hero realized that the increase in speed really did have exactly a twofold effect. As David caught his breath, his thoughts deepened. For someone who wanted to improve his 100-meter dash time from 20 to 12 seconds, the task was relatively simple. However, further reduction of time by even 1/10 of a second required hundreds of times more effort. Without exceptional talent and the right resources, achieving this would have been virtually impossible. As David thought about this, he imagined the worst possible scenarios. For example, if he had to fight a very strong opponent in close combat, where any mistake could cost him his life, he understood that after activating the skill, no one would be able to predict such an incredible jump in speed. The double's skill turned out to be a divine power that violated not only the laws of physics, but also the limitations of the human body. Then the guy opened the system panel and decided to run a few more checks. However, he suddenly noticed something unpleasant. The ability had a cooldown. The skill lasted about 20 seconds during its entire use, so now he had to carefully calculate each battle. Disappointed, the hero went home. It was already evening. His whole body was aching from training, and his eyes were literally closing from fatigue. He decided to take a hot bath first, and then get a good night's sleep before his martial arts class tomorrow. The next morning, he was awakened by the loud sound of his stomach growling. The guy grabbed the phone and was very surprised. David discovered that he had slept for a whole 6 hours. Only then did he realize that he had fallen asleep right in the entryway. At that moment, an angry message from Jenny came on the phone. The girl was wondering why her younger brother hadn't shown up for training yet. Seeing this, the hero panicked and immediately ran out of the house. Soon he burst into the dojo. The hero opened the door, already preparing himself for the moral scolding that was about to be given to him. Inside, Jenny was helping one of the students when she noticed David and immediately approached him. The girl said that he arrived just in time. She then suggested holding a training sparring session to demonstrate the correct use of force. The other students immediately began discussing the outcome of the duel. Most believed that the newcomer would not be able to win. The hero himself understood perfectly well the true reason for the call. Under the pretext of a demonstration, Jenny simply wanted to regain her lost pride. However, the guy was completely satisfied with this, because he also wanted to test her true capabilities. The fight began instantly. The girl was the first to attack, but the main character took advantage of the moment. Thanks to his incredible speed, he caught his opponent off guard. David immediately grabbed her hand and threw it on the floor without hesitation. He slammed his opponent's head into the stone floor with great force. Jenny collapsed to the ground and froze in shock. She couldn't understand how she lost, although she fought with all her strength. Meanwhile, David calmly adjusted his clothes and thanked her for the fight, immediately after which the system began issuing rewards. The hero received points for combat experience, physical fitness, accuracy, force control, and other characteristics. While those around him silently watched him go, the guy headed for the exit, studying the new indicators. Then he realized that the system no longer considered him an outsider. After activating the double skill, he was no longer inferior to Jenny. Reflecting on the past battle, David came to the conclusion that his new ability was much more powerful than he had imagined. Suddenly, Lucas called out to him, the fifth elder brother offering to practice the sleeping dragon technique together. The hero immediately agreed and asked for guidance. However, a moment later, Lucas admitted that he had previously considered his younger brother's stories to be mere bragging. But now he realized that David was indeed close to fully mastering the technique and had almost reached the dragon aura stage. Lucas then decided to tell the boy about a legendary sphere that was rumored in the martial arts world. The talk was about the mythical precious body, the highest state of development, in which a person turned his body into a treasure. The elder brother explained that this path consisted of 5 stages. At the first stage, the practitioner's muscles reached the level of a dragon, and it was as if a water dragon had awakened inside the body. Then came the stage of strengthening the tendons, which became as strong as the roots of an iron tree. After this, the skin was transformed and became flawless, resembling colored glass. The next stage was jade bones, when the entire skeleton was transformed into a virtually indestructible structure. The final stage was the golden blood stage, where the blood began to boil like hot lava and the body emitted enormous power. After finishing the story, Lucas noted that all this was considered just a beautiful legend. No one could reach such a level. However, David was determined that the failures of others did not mean that success was impossible for him. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a deafening roar. The window shattered with a crash, and a man literally flew into the room. The protagonist stared at what was happening, stunned. Even Lucas turned noticeably pale and immediately called the new arrival his older brother. Glass shards immediately fell to the floor, and Marvin stood calmly in the middle of the room, as if nothing unusual had happened. Then Lucas rushed to introduce them. He explained that in front of David stood the strongest fighter in the dojo, Marvin. He was incredibly strong, extremely taciturn, had no patience, and hated using ordinary doors. While Lucas continued talking about his older brother, the hero walked up to the broken window and looked down. What he saw caused him to experience real shock. Apparently, Marvin really did jump here straight from the ground. Then David couldn't help but wonder how monstrous his legs must have been. Then Lucas asked why his older brother was looking for him. After a short exchange of gestures, he understood the answer and was about to leave. Before leaving, the guy suddenly became serious. He explained to David that the essence of the hidden dragon technique was not only the accumulation of energy, but also its proper control. Having said this, both masters quickly left, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts. David thought about their words. Until now, he had focused solely on increasing the volume of his energy, completely ignoring its form and direction. Then the guy decided to try to combine energy management with his outstanding precision. After this, he sat down in meditation and began to train. 3 hours later, a thick golden aura gathered around the hero. It became denser and gradually enveloped his entire body. Particularly strong changes occurred in the arm. The muscles swelled, and tense veins appeared on the skin. Suddenly, David opened his eyes and stretched his hand forward. The next moment, he released a powerful stream of energy. The impact was so powerful that the ground in front of it exploded and shattered into many pieces. The protagonist looked with delight at the results of the training. The new technique turned out to be much more effective than an ordinary stone. At that moment, applause was heard from the side. Master Theodore and Dory were watching the training. The teacher had already known about his outstanding abilities, but now he realized that David's talent for energy management was also at an incredible level. Pleased with the results, the master took out a special pill and handed it to his disciple. Without further ado, David accepted the gift. Then the hero swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Immediately after this, the mentor opened his heavenly eye and told the boy to look closely into his eyes. As soon as David fulfilled the request, everything around him changed. His body froze, and he suddenly found himself in a completely different space. The guy was confused and didn't understand what had happened or where he had ended up. Then that same pill appeared from the mysterious lake. Soon, a golden dragon began to emerge from it. Its body covered in numerous wounds, and its former glory noticeably faded. When he fully appeared before the hero, their gazes met. Pain and suffering were visible in the dragon's eyes. David's eyes gradually changed color, and his body began to merge with the huge golden dragon. Soon, the hero's skin became covered with thick golden scales. Then the guy grabbed his head in severe pain. The energy inside him raged with incredible force, as if trying to break out. It was the power transmitted by the golden dragon through the pill. The protagonist took a deep breath and tried to calm his rebellious aura. He assumed a meditative stance and began to gradually bring his energy into order. But the enormous pressure only made the task more difficult. The guy's face turned red from the tension, but he continued to concentrate on controlling the internal flows of power. Soon, David plunged into his inner space. All extraneous thoughts disappeared, and his consciousness became unusually clear. The golden dragon itself had already completely healed and no longer bore traces of its previous wounds. The creature calmly watched the hero. As the boy continued cultivating, a bright golden light began to emanate from the dragon's claws. Gradually, it gathered into a shining sphere of energy, at which point the consciousness of David and the dragon were completely synchronized. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, and the hero received the visualization skill of the first level. When the main character opened his eyes again, they were already his usual color. He looked around. Meanwhile, Theodore laughed loudly and admitted that he was worried about his student, fearing that his energy would be completely exhausted. Then the old man praised the boy. He managed to master dragon energy on the first try, and such talent was extremely rare. David asked about the nature of this power, and Theodore explained that dragon energy was a special form of emotion. Rage can greatly increase the impact of a blow, and the desire to survive gave a person almost limitless strength. Using emotions to enhance power was called dynamic chi, and complete control over them was called static chi. After listening to the explanation, the hero thought about it and came up with the idea of combining both states at the same time. Inspired by the discovery, the guy asked to tell him more about the training. However, Theodore only smiled and hinted that the student had almost understood the essence of the technique. Instead of a direct answer, he suggested that he figure out its basis on his own. So David closed his eyes and began to think. After some time, it dawned on him that the essence of the technique was the complete absence of interference and absolute concentration. Having immersed himself in this state, the hero suddenly realized that he perfectly remembered everything he had ever seen or studied. Even complex tasks from his past life, which had previously seemed insurmountable to him, were now solved without difficulty. Having realized this, the boy happily told the master that he had become much smarter. But he soon noticed other changes. Ordinary situations could no longer shake his emotional state, and his imagination became much stronger. Now he could imagine the enormous dragon in great detail, down to every scale and hair on its mane. Then the protagonist finally realized that this was the true essence of the visualization technique. Theodore nodded approvingly, confirming his guess, after which the mentor called Dory, who was standing nearby. He explained that talk alone is not enough, and that the power of new technology can only be felt in real combat. Dory quickly finished her bread and stepped forward, while Theodore continued to praise her, calling her the best student in the dojo. Watching her, the hero immediately realized that, despite her outward fragility and calm, the girl possessed amazing power. Then the boy involuntarily wondered who was stronger, Dory or the sixth sister, and soon they both took up fighting stances. Without wasting any time, David rushed forward and was the first to attack. However, the result was unexpected. One blow from Dory threw him far back. Watching this, Theodore noted with satisfaction that the student's attacks were too predictable. Meanwhile, the protagonist quickly began to analyze the situation, while Dory herself only calmly brushed the dust off her hands. Then the guy's look became serious. He decided to no longer rely on brute force and use all available techniques. Immediately after this, David rushed into battle again. This time, both fighters exchanged a series of rapid attacks. The hero understood perfectly well that in a real fight, only the result mattered. The winner was the one who remained on his feet. However, just one mistake cost David dearly. A powerful kick sent him across the court. Despite this, the protagonist quickly rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his lip. The fight continued with incredible intensity. From early morning until dawn the next day, both fighters exchanged blows and techniques. Eventually, David managed to land a heavy blow. It hit Dory right in the chest. The girl staggered and stepped back, experiencing severe pain. The hero himself looked at his own fist, trying to understand what exactly he felt at the moment of impact. Luckily, Master Theodore came to Dory's aid in time and stopped the training. After examining both students, he announced that classes were over for the day. The girl looked extremely dissatisfied, but the mentor noted that further fighting would no longer be beneficial. After Dory left, David wondered why the fourth sister hardly ever spoke. In response, the master sighed heavily and explained that she had experienced difficult events in the past. The mentor then asked the student how he was feeling and how effective the training was. The hero honestly admitted that he had never experienced such fatigue before, but at the same time, he was incredibly pleased with the results. Later, the main character slowly walked home along a deserted street. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he immediately called Vanessa and said that he had brought fried chicken. But there was no answer. Instantly alert, David began to examine the apartment. Soon, his attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from the bathroom. Coming closer, he noticed only one pair of shoes at the entrance and became completely confused. Remembering that Vanessa had previously mentioned her enemies, the hero imagined the worst-case scenario. Panicking, he swung the door open. It turned out that the cat was just taking a bath. Seeing the guy burst in, she screamed and immediately splashed water at him, trying to drive him away. However, the protagonist quickly realized his mistake. Then he only reminded that he brought fried chicken and that the food would soon get cold. As soon as Vanessa heard about the chicken, her mood instantly changed, and the cat immediately became interested in the treat. After a while, they were sitting quietly in the bathroom. Vanessa looked embarrassed, and David was helping her wash her hair. All this time, her thoughts were occupied with food and a strange excitement. At that moment, the system recorded an increase in sympathy for the hero. Suddenly, the ring on the cat's tail began to glow brightly. Instinctively, she touched David's chest, and the flash of light became so bright that he had to close his eyes. When the light disappeared, the boy opened his eyes and froze in surprise. Instead of the usual cat's paw, a human hand lay on his chest. Stunned by what he saw, the hero realized that Vanessa had turned into a human. Vanessa herself was also clearly shocked by such a rapid transformation. Realizing that he was looking at her, the girl immediately covered his eyes with her tail and embarrassedly demanded that he not look. The protagonist hastened to calm her down and explained that he hadn't seen anything anyway. Having come to her senses a little, Vanessa asked if he was telling the truth. The guy confirmed his words and suggested that they first calmly sort out the situation. However, suddenly the girl gasped quietly. Hearing this, David worriedly asked if everything was okay, but she hastened to assure him that nothing had happened. The hero then assumed that the girl had accidentally fulfilled the special condition for activating the divine relic. Hearing these words, Vanessa suddenly froze. Then her gaze slowly dropped to David's bare chest, and a recent moment came back to the girl's memory. Not long before the transformation, she accidentally pressed herself against him. Moreover, then Vanessa felt a slight sympathy for the hero for the first time. She couldn't believe that just one little flash of sympathy and some fried chicken led to her transformation into a human. Finally coming to her senses, Vanessa hastened to warn David that what had happened was just an accident. However, at that very moment, the situation became even more awkward. The girl suddenly noticed something that made her completely confused. The protagonist tried to justify himself and assured her that what was happening was beyond his control. Vanessa demanded that the guy keep his eyes closed while she tried to tidy herself up. However, in the confusion, the girl slipped and almost fell, which made the atmosphere even more tense. Unable to hold on, the girl fell back into the water. David felt extremely awkward and tried to somehow get out of the situation. Vanessa immediately looked away and declared that it was a ridiculous accident. However, suddenly she felt that strange sensation again. The girl gasped sharply and jumped up. The protagonist asked her to move more carefully, as he was clearly feeling uncomfortable about all of this. He then admitted that she should leave the bathroom before things got completely out of control. David said that if she didn't leave now, she wouldn't be able to get out in a minute. Hearing this, the girl instantly froze and then ran outside in panic. Vanessa stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind her with a loud slam. Finally left alone, the hero was able to come to his senses. About an hour later, David approached Vanessa and noticed that she had already returned to her normal appearance. The cat admitted that she herself did not understand the reason for the reverse transformation. As soon as she calmed down, she became a cat again. When the hero tried to get closer, Vanessa immediately jumped aside. The guy just sighed heavily and decided that after everything that had happened, Such a reaction was completely natural. Then David told her that he had recently met a girl who was well-versed in ancient divine relics. He was going to meet her the next day, and maybe she could help Vanessa regain her human form. However, Vanessa herself was thinking about something completely different at that moment. She couldn't help but imagine what would happen if she managed to turn back into a human. These thoughts embarrassed her so much that she preferred to say nothing. The protagonist quickly realized that Vanessa had once again plunged into strange fantasies and only sighed wearily. Thus ended another extremely chaotic evening. The next morning, David was awakened by a system signal. The system noted his correct sleep pattern and awarded him additional points for the corresponding skill. Having finally woken up, the hero noticed Vanessa sleeping peacefully next to him. Then he picked up his phone and found a new message from Ellen. The girl said that a job had become available for him and asked him to come to the place immediately. Delighted at the opportunity to finally get down to real business, the guy immediately went to the city library. When David arrived there, he looked around for Ellen for a while without success. The girl demanded to hurry, but she was nowhere to be seen. Only a stranger wearing glasses sat at the large table. At first, the main character didn't pay attention to her, but then he felt that something didn't add up. Looking more closely, he noticed that the girl was looking straight at him and waved her hand in a welcoming manner. Only then did the boy realize that Ellen was standing in front of him. Taking off her glasses, she noticed with a smile that his powers of observation were quite keen. David looked confused for a moment, then looked away and tried to keep a straight face. Meanwhile, the girl got straight to the point. They decided not to dwell on her appearance as they were both very embarrassed. She showed him a pair of glasses that looked completely ordinary on the outside. A divine relic numbered 1280. The artifact suppressed the sense of its owner's presence so strongly that those around him practically stopped noticing him. According to Ellen's explanation, after the artifact was removed, the person's hidden presence was released like a bright flash. Hearing this, the hero sighed with relief. Now he realized that his strange behavior was caused by the influence of the relic. Then the guy remembered the work for which he was called. But the girl immediately asked to first look at the documents. It turned out that the mission related to a special operation to retrieve a Class C artifact. The item in question was relic number 105, known as the Crown of Vice, an item that amplified its owner's darkest desires. The crown was used by Lucretia. If she noticed an attractive man, her desire to possess him became uncontrollable. Then David guessed that the glasses were prepared especially for him, and Ellen confirmed his guess. She noted that his appearance made a strong impression, and after removing the glasses, the effect should have been greatly enhanced. The girl hinted that at that moment, the hero could easily rip the crown off the target's head. Realizing the whole plan, the protagonist only grinned. In fact, he was required to use his own appearance as a weapon. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that the task was perfect for him. He could simultaneously receive power from two relics at once. The hero even imagined that if he wore such glasses for a year and a half and then took them off, his presence would become overwhelming. Noticing his thoughtfulness, Ellen called out to him and brought him back to reality. David asked if the glasses belonged to her, and the girl explained that she had simply borrowed the artifact from another company. This news surprised the guy. He admitted that he had previously considered their organization to be the only one in the country. However, Ellen explained that there were many such companies, and she compared their activities to the work of janitors. Hearing such a description, the hero was surprised, but the girl explained her thought. Thousands of divine relics have already been discovered in the world. They were found by a wide variety of people, and the artifacts themselves could appear anywhere. One organization could not physically cope with such a number of threats. And besides, the work remained extremely dangerous. Then the protagonist asked whether the various companies cooperated with each other. Ellen answered that not really. Formally, they carried out government orders, but many organizations pursued solely financial gain. The girl warned him that he should be careful when meeting with employees of other companies. The guy nodded understandingly, and then decided to test the glasses' effectiveness in practice. He took them off, and at that very moment, his presence seemed to explode in a powerful, invisible wave. At the same time, the system reported further absorption of divine energy. The effect was so strong that Ellen froze. Her heart suddenly began to beat faster, and the system recorded an increase in sympathy. Nodding in satisfaction, the guy came to the conclusion that the artifact worked exactly as intended. Later, he went to the place of the assignment, sitting on the bus, David carefully studied the materials on Lucretia. The file revealed that the woman was 45 years old and led a gang called the Purple Rose. Under her control were bars, karaoke rooms, and underground clubs of the southern region. The protagonist quickly realized that a real criminal figure stood before him. Thanks to the crown, Lucretia received a huge boost in her abilities and was able to build her own criminal organization. Moreover, the woman regularly used men for her own interests, and the crown continuously strengthened her desires and thirst for power. The stronger her dark desires became, the more the artifact's power grew. This information made David uneasy. He understood that if no one stopped Lucretius, the power of the crown would grow infinitely. Therefore, the hero focused on the task at hand. He needed to find a way to get to the woman and rip the crown of vice from her. After that, all her artificially acquired power would disappear, and the mission would be accomplished. Just as David finished thinking, the bus's loudspeakers announced their arrival in the Southern District. Meanwhile, in the Southern District itself, an unpleasant scene was unfolding. A young man was being brutally beaten with a baton. The woman who was doing the hitting looked completely crazy and was enjoying what was happening. She loudly declared that she was going to do whatever she wanted, and anyone who tried to stop her would regret it. Watching what was happening from the side, the main character only shook his head. The woman's behavior seemed childish to him. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a shining crown on her head and immediately realized that Lucretia was standing in front of him. Nearby, a middle-aged man was trembling with fear. He tried to please the woman and offered to bring any of his sons. However, Lucretia said irritably that she wanted to see both of them at once. The hero sighed heavily. The thought that he had to seduce such a woman did not please him at all. Soon, a group of people approached the scene. One of them loudly announced that this time Lucretia was in for defeat. Intrigued, David decided to stay back and watch. A large man named Archer, the leader of the Razor Gang, stepped forward and declared that Lucretia had been acting arrogantly for too long. However, the woman reacted to the threats completely calmly and did not even immediately remember who was standing in front of her. Meanwhile, several beaten members of the Purple Rose Gang informed her that it was Archer's men who had dealt with them. Then Lucretia carefully examined her opponent and suddenly began to openly flirt with him. This behavior only made Archer even more angry. He called her a disgusting old woman and demanded that she return the territory she had taken from him. However, the woman easily dodged all his attacks. Gradually, the protagonist pieced together the complete picture of what was happening. This area once belonged to the Razor Gang. However, then Lucretia and her people captured it, which is why a real war broke out between the factions. Soon, both groups rushed into battle. One of the bandits hit the young man on the head with a brick. Seeing this, Lucretia instantly became furious. It turned out that the victim was important to her. Then the woman demanded that what was happening stop immediately. Archer realized that he had finally pissed off his opponent and immediately took advantage of the moment. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow. Even David was impressed by this attack. The blow threw Lucretia back, but she did not receive any serious harm. Moreover, an even crazier smile appeared on her face. She declared that so be it. She would play with Archer. After this, the woman launched a counterattack, and both leaders engaged in a fast-paced duel. Their speed was so high that the resulting dust and smoke almost completely obscured what was happening. Watching the fight, the hero noted that Archer was a dangerous opponent, using his palm like a blade. However, Lucretia only received a small scratch. Although Archer was superior to her in pure strength, the owner of the Crown of Vice was distinguished by incredible vitality. The fight continued for some time until Archer finally received a heavy blow, although the fight could have dragged on for a long time. But it was at this moment that the system reported that the absorption of divine energy was 100% complete. The system immediately offered several enhancement options. Without hesitation, the hero chose to increase his physical strength. Last time he relied on speed, and now he decided to combine it with brute force. At that very second, his eyes flashed blue. Then the boy picked up the stone and threw it forward with monstrous force. The unfortunate target was Archer, the rock hitting him squarely in the leg, shattering the bones instantly. Seeing the aftermath of the attack, Lucretia looked around in confusion and demanded that the unknown attacker show himself. Meanwhile, Archer, who had suffered a severe leg injury, could barely stand on his feet. He cursed loudly, accusing his opponent of a vile attack. His subordinates quickly helped him retreat, promising that their gang would return. When the enemies disappeared, Lucretia spat blood on the ground and admitted that the blow had been quite painful. It was then that David emerged from the shadows. The surprised woman immediately asked if he was behind the recent attack. The protagonist calmly confirmed this. And then Lucretia became wary and assumed that the guy was armed. In response, he evasively said that he did indeed have a trump card, but he had no intention of using it against her yet. Observing his opponent, the hero quickly realized that she relied solely on the power of the artifact, so he decided to beat her in a fair fight, without resorting to his backup plan with glasses. But the woman clearly didn't believe that such a young opponent could pose a serious threat. However, David ignored her taunts, taking a deep breath and focusing his energy. Seeing this, Lucretia instantly lost all confidence. At that moment, a powerful aura flared up around his body, reminiscent of the silhouette of a huge dragon. Now Lucretia seriously wondered how dangerous this guy could be. When the woman demanded to know his name, the hero thought for a moment. He then introduced himself with a fictitious nickname, Set. At that moment, the system activated a special state, and a golden light flashed in the protagonist's eyes. Afterwards, he took off at incredible speed. The first kick sent Lucretia flying backwards, causing her to spit out blood. The woman crashed into a stone wall. However, David did not give her time to come to her senses. He immediately rushed forward and unleashed a hail of heavy blows on his opponent. The attack was so swift that Lucretia was practically unable to resist. Finally, a final powerful blow brought down part of the wall. As a result, the woman ended up buried under the rubble. And only then did the protagonist allow himself to catch his breath. Looking at his swollen hand, he admitted that the fight had been much harder than expected. Lucretia's subordinates watched the scene in complete horror. They could not believe that someone had managed to defeat their leader so easily. However, it didn't end there. Suddenly, a hand appeared from under a pile of stones. Lucretia was still alive. Clutching a wooden club, she rose to her feet and glared at her opponent. At that moment, the crown of ice flared with an ominous purple light, the artifact filling her body with new strength. The woman's eyes turned red, and she stated that the guy had really managed to make her angry. Despite this, David remained absolutely calm. On the contrary, what was happening only further fueled his fighting spirit. Without wasting any time, Lucretia rushed forward, swinging her club. She vowed to destroy the enemy. However, the main character easily dodged the blow. Instead, David prepared to counterattack. The guy then suddenly closed the distance and delivered a powerful knee strike straight to her face. The woman screamed in pain and flew back, blood gushing from her broken nose. However, even after this, a strange smile appeared on her face. While David was distracted by the attack, she managed to grab his hand and decided to take advantage of the moment. However, her plan failed. The hero instantly reacted and put his fingers to her forehead to give her a flick. At that moment, his eyes glowed blue again. David delivered another sharp blow, causing his opponent to release her weapon and stagger back. Lucretia grabbed her face and screamed in pain, but the protagonist only grinned. He remembered his mentor's rule very well. In a real fight, only the result mattered. While the woman was still trying to come to her senses, David continued the attack, leaving her no chance to seize the initiative. Seeing that Lucretia had completely lost the ability to resist, David slowly approached her. The hero then clasped his hands together, raised them above his head, and brought down a powerful blow from above. From this blow, her precious crown flew off her head and to the side. The woman herself instantly lost consciousness and collapsed into a huge crater, remaining motionless. The crown rolled off her head right under the feet of the main character. Lucretia's subordinates, standing nearby, were so frightened that they could not even move. However, the main character did not pay any attention to them. He calmly picked up the glowing artifact. After this, the system reported that divine item number 1105, the crown of the villainous, had been discovered. The guy immediately took a photo of the crown and sent it to Ellen as proof. After that, he thought for a moment and decided that all that remained was to hope that Lucretia would not suffocate under the rubble. David came to the conclusion that she deserved punishment for abusing the artifact's power and all the suffering she caused people. Meanwhile, the system continued to absorb divine energy, the indicators rapidly increasing, reaching 42%. He tried to take a closer look at the evidence, but at that moment, an unknown man approached him. The stranger called out to him and demanded that he immediately hand over the item he was holding in his hands. Upon hearing the voice, the guy immediately turned around. The white-haired man stated that David had no right to touch the artifact. Meanwhile, the absorption process had already reached 73%. The hero clutched the crown tighter and asked what would happen if he refused to give it up. The stranger's face instantly changed, and he himself said that such a refusal could cost his life. At the same time, the built-in analysis system assessed David. His physical strength level was approximately between 1.7 and 1.9. Despite this, the man quickly came to the conclusion that his opponent was still not strong enough. He stepped forward and said that he was giving him one last chance. But what happened next took him by surprise. David suddenly struck him in the groin, but to the hero's surprise, his opponent didn't even wince. Moreover, he only laughed and noted that such dirty tricks were too obvious, and he had long been prepared for something like this. The guy immediately turned around and started running. Normal people usually don't prepare specifically for such attacks. David concluded that the man was most likely an employee of some other artifact collecting organization. Moreover, his body seemed incredibly strong, as if it were made of metal parts. Before David had time to fully understand what was happening, the pursuer literally broke through the concrete wall and continued the chase. He almost grabbed the hero, but he managed to jump back at the last moment. After this, the guy continued to run, his anxiety only increasing with each passing second. The enemy's strength seemed bottomless, and any protracted battle practically guaranteed defeat. The system soon showed a new absorption level of 81%. As the hero looked at the screen, he was overcome by a bad feeling. He instinctively raised his hands and only miraculously blocked the sudden blow. The force of the attack was so great that he was thrown through several stone walls in a row. Gritting his teeth in pain, David realized that he could no longer escape in the usual way. It seemed the situation had become hopeless. However, at this point, the system reported the readiness of a new skill, Shadow Flame, which required 500 units of divine energy to activate. Meanwhile, the man continued to threaten, stating that if he voluntarily surrendered the artifact, he would only suffer a broken arm. But before he could finish his threat, a hand suddenly emerged from the clouds of dust and clamped a tight grip over his mouth. The man's eyes instantly filled with genuine horror, his body trembling as he realized that he was in the presence of a gifted person. Then, the main character slowly rose from under a pile of broken stone and asked if they were talking about him. The frightened enemies suddenly broke free and jumped back. Then he began to frantically look around. His gaze fell on the black flames that completely engulfed David's body. Watching this picture, the white-haired man could not believe his own eyes. He had foolishly gotten involved with the gifted one. The system informed David that the Shadow Flame skill had reached level 1, and that more divine energy was required for the next upgrade. Hearing the white-haired man's words about some gifted person, the hero wondered why he, upon seeing the black flame, immediately associated him with this organization. While the guy was trying to figure out the situation, his opponent decided to take advantage of the moment and quietly escape. However, the hero immediately noticed this. As soon as he thought about attacking, the Shadow Flame rushed forward and rushed straight towards the man. David himself was also amazed by what was happening. He only thought about the attack, and the ability already carried out the order on its own. Meanwhile, the enemy continued to run away, but the flames relentlessly pursued him. At some point, the hero's eyes widened in surprise. The black flames suddenly rushed forward and penetrated straight through the man's nose into his body. Then something truly creepy began. The white-haired man's body gradually began to deform. His eyes rolled back and his bones began to crack and break one after another. The main character froze in place, watching this terrible picture. A few seconds later, the enemy was already lying motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. At that moment, the system began to issue rewards one after another. David received a huge amount of combat experience. When the stream of notifications ended, only 2 words remained on the screen: Shadow Flame. After this, David came closer and carefully examined the body of the defeated enemy. What he saw surprised him. The man's entire body was covered in expensive, extremely durable artificial leather. If the flames had not destroyed the enemy from within, it would have been almost impossible to defeat him using conventional methods. To test his guess, the hero carefully studied the properties of the ability. To his surprise, the ordinary stone, which seemed much stronger than human skin, instantly turned into nothing. Soon, the first rays of the morning sun illuminated the street. At the same moment, the black flame noticeably weakened. Raising his head, the boy remembered the skill description. The ability directly used the surrounding darkness. Therefore, the more shadows there were around, the stronger the flame became, and the more of it could be created. However, it was not possible to enjoy the new power for long. After a few moments, it completely disappeared. The system didn't even warn him about the end of the ability, so David didn't understand the principle of its recharge. Realizing that he wouldn't find out anything now anyway, David took out his phone and took a photo of the white-haired man's body. Meanwhile, the action moved to the southern district of the city, where something terrifying was happening in the depths of a hidden underground laboratory. There was a strange monster there, mutating and gradually increasing in size. A mysterious man stood next to the creature and watched the process closely. He then calmly reached out and stroked the monster, after which he turned to a certain Pin-Pin. Pin-Pin himself was covered in wounds and bandages. Kneeling, he admitted that he remembered his superior's warnings not to cause trouble. He began to justify himself, but did not have time to finish. The next moment, the mysterious man disappeared from the scene. Pin-Pin didn't even understand what happened, and then a huge hand suddenly grabbed his head. Only then did he realize that the boss was already standing right behind him, and he demanded to know why he had violated the order. The man said that such behavior looked like an attempt to voluntarily part with life. Pin-Pin immediately lowered his head to the floor and began to beg for forgiveness, admitting his guilt and hoping to avoid punishment. Meanwhile, the owner of the laboratory sighed heavily and allowed Pin-Pin to get up. The man then returned to the creature and asked if there was any news about the two monsters they had dispatched earlier. Pin-Pin, that both creatures had apparently been destroyed. Upon hearing this, his superior instantly became gloomy. Then the subordinate hastened to explain that, according to available data, one of the monsters was wounded by an ordinary teenager named David. Moreover, his entire biography seemed completely ordinary, and these words finally drove the man crazy. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person could handle one of their experiments. Their test subjects might not yet be perfect, but they shouldn't have lost to mere mortals. He then turned his gaze to the creature next to him and ordered that David be captured. The man was going to personally feed him to the Great Mother. After this, the villain declared that she would be able to give birth to even more perfect children, and then he would one day take over the whole world. Meanwhile, in the Qingcheng library, the hero stood in the elevator with his eyes closed and thought about the consequences of the recent mission. The situation had become so serious that he couldn't imagine how Ellen was going to handle it all. However, the main character soon decided to stop worrying and simply accept the consequences. When the elevator stopped on the 7th floor, a surprise awaited him. Contrary to expectations, Ellen was not at all angry. On the contrary, the girl apologized and admitted that she had made a serious mistake by leaving him alone in the face of such danger. Moreover, she announced that she was raising the quest's rank to C+, and was going to issue an additional reward. The guy was so surprised that he immediately agreed. Then the girl visibly relaxed and thanked him for his understanding. As they walked to the table, Ellen explained that the white-haired opponent's identity had already been established. His name was Corliss, and he was a Class C agent from the Sushi Containment Corporation. She has already contacted the company, and they stated that this was solely his personal initiative, not connected with management. However, David was suspicious when the conversation turned to the Crown, asking why the agent needed this artifact at all. In response, the girl handed him the documents and pointed to several marked places that caused her the greatest doubts. She explained that Shushi worked in the inner circle, so sending an employee so far away was highly illogical. At first glance, their explanation seemed flawless, but the girl was sure that there was some other purpose behind it. Then David handed her the artifact and glasses, reminding her that he was going to return them. However, Ellen refused to take the glasses back, as she believed they could be useful to him in future missions. After this, the girl told another important detail. According to the autopsy results of Corliss, All of his internal organs had disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately remembered the power of the shadow flame, but he decided to keep it a secret for now. Then the guy just put on his glasses and, with the most innocent look, said that he didn't want to discuss this topic. Ellen looked at him, blushed, and declared that everyone has their secrets. After that, she asked him to wear glasses again, and David was inwardly rejoicing. These glasses turned out to be an incredibly useful artifact. As he was about to leave, the hero remembered one more question. Then he showed the black card he had received earlier. The girl explained that it was his official collector's ID. Thanks to him, the execution of future missions should become much easier. The guy immediately perked up and realized that he had now officially become a full-fledged employee of the organization. Then Ellen confirmed it. And at that moment, a secret door opened behind her. The girl added that in addition to standard privileges, he received access to all of the library's closed archive. Soon, the girl left on urgent business and suggested that he inspect the storage facility himself. After waiting until she was out of sight, the protagonist became noticeably inspired. He hoped to find information about the ring on Vanessa's tail here. After some time, David was already studying the library. What he saw amazed him. This place looked more like a separate world, and glass display cases contained many ancient relics, each with its own characteristics. David walked over to one of the display cases and pulled out a container containing an artifact called God 018, a relic known as the Goddess of Death. He then applied his black card, but the system immediately reported insufficient access level. Not wanting to give up, the hero switched to another container, but the result was the same. After that, he began checking one artifact after another, but each time he received the same notification about insufficient rights. He was irritated that he had been promised full access to the archives, but in reality, most of the data remained closed. Then he wondered if the ring with the cat's tail was a particularly secret relic. However, luck soon smiled upon him, and among the many records, David finally discovered the required artifact number 1391. With some trepidation, he placed the card on the terminal, and this time the system reported that the document had been successfully unlocked. The guy almost screamed with joy as data about the artifact immediately appeared in front of him. His danger level was designated as Class B, which was significantly higher than his own security clearance. According to the description, the ring merely allowed a person to transform into a cat. David couldn't understand why such a harmless object was considered as dangerous as relics capable of destroying entire neighborhoods. It turned out that after a month of use, the owner of the ring could freely change appearance between a human and a cat. The documents mentioned that many years ago, a doctor, upon seeing the ring, became very excited. He subsequently created the cult of the external god, and this name immediately attracted the hero's attention. Wanting to understand the matter in more detail, he began to search for additional information. The archives revealed that after the death of the ancient gods, giant rifts appeared all over the world. While exploring them, people found artifacts capable of communicating with the so-called outer gods. Gradually, sects began to form around these creatures, whose members sought to obtain power and blessings. People who were awarded such gifts were called gifted. And now the protagonist finally understood the meaning of this term. As he continued reading, he learned a story from 200 years ago. Then, the cult of the Holy Lion tried to establish contact with the ancient goddess Bastet, but for a long time did not receive an answer. Everything changed when one of the followers received artifact number 1391 and turned into a cat. But the most unexpected thing was something else. It was not the sect or even the person who received the blessing, but the ring itself, after which the artifact acquired even more mysterious properties. As the synchronization increased, the owner began to gain the power of Bastet, and in the later stages could gradually transform into her incarnation. David learned that the cult of the Holy Lion was ready to kill any owner of the ring to return the relic. Realizing this, the guy felt a chill run down his spine. This meant that Vanessa was in mortal danger. The hero immediately remembered her persistent requests to train hard. Now everything became clear. The girl understood the threat perfectly well and tried to make him stronger as quickly as possible, since otherwise they both could die. Lost in thought, the protagonist unexpectedly discovered another important section of the document. It contained the conditions for merging with the ring, according to the report. The first stage required a powerful emotional outburst. After this, the owner needed to regularly experience the same feeling in order to continue the synchronization process. Then David began to remember the moment when Vanessa first took on human form. The scene in the bathroom and the image of a girl with cat ears and a tail immediately came to mind. Realizing what emotions were being discussed, the guy instantly blushed and quickly threw these thoughts out of his head. If that was what was required for the transformation, then he and Vanessa would have to continue to fulfill that requirement regularly. The more the hero thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to imagine a future conversation with the girl. Luckily, he soon got to the section on side effects, which clearly stated that the artifact had no negative consequences. On the contrary, the ring only endowed its owner with enormous power and divine abilities. A few moments later, David's phone vibrated with a new notification. The bank reported that 231,511 yuan had been deposited into its account, leaving a total balance of over 235,000. At first, he thought he had been unexpectedly paid early, but then he realized it was compensation from Ellen. The sum turned out to be so large that the hero immediately imagined mountains of delicious food. Now, he no longer had to save. 5 days later, the protagonist's house had changed noticeably. The dining table was filled with expensive seafood and delicacies. The cat devoured the treats with great pleasure and asked why they had been living so luxuriously lately. The hero admitted that he had indeed recently received a large sum of money, but most of it had already disappeared. He then said that he had been studying the combat armor technique with the master for the last few days, and the preparation required enormous expenditures. During training, I had to take expensive medications and take therapeutic baths after classes. One training cycle cost at least 40,000 yuan, and I completed 5 training cycles in a few days. As a result, 20 expensive prescriptions practically emptied his wallet. Vanessa was surprised and reminded him that he should still have more than 30,000 yuan left. Then the guy silently pointed to the table piled high with expensive food. The girl immediately understood everything and did not ask any more questions, but warned him that the money should be spent carefully. In addition to medicine, he also had to buy weapons, hidden blades, and expensive clothes for visiting elite establishments. Vanessa pointed to the lavish dinner and said that such an expense should be allowed at most once a month. David agreed, but immediately realized that he had almost no money left, and the next payment was still a long way off. Ellen would hardly be able to quickly find a new task for him. If he didn't urgently find a part-time job, the situation would become unpleasant. Then the guy opened a correspondence and wrote to his older brother Lucas that he was completely broke and looking for any job. The answer came very quickly. Lucas said that he had come to the right place and suggested meeting the next day at school. While the hero was texting, suspiciously active sounds were suddenly heard from the table. Looking up, he discovered that Vanessa had already eaten all the food and had not left him a single piece. The next morning, David arrived at Hidden Dragon School for another training session. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Then he suddenly delivered a powerful blow with his palm. At this moment, the system reported the opening of a new skill, Soft Power Level 1. Lucas watched the proceedings closely and noted that in just 5 days, his student had made incredible progress. Soon, a girl ran up to David and asked him to take part in a test of strength and show his skills to the other students. Before the boy could answer, Lucas rushed to intervene. He stated that this was a great opportunity to test the results of his training, and at the same time, demonstrate them to others. Then the hero agreed and stepped forward. He greeted those present and said that he would try his hand. However, his students greeted him with ridicule, some claiming that the newcomer had not yet learned to control his own strength. Not wanting to drag out the performance, the protagonist walked up to the punching bag and delivered a direct blow. But nothing happened. The crowd immediately burst into another fit of laughter, and the students began asking why the blow was so quiet. However, before the scoffers could finish their sentence, the seams on the training bag suddenly came apart and the filling burst out. At the same moment, the device showed the maximum value, 9,999 points. Everyone who had been laughing at the main character just a second ago instantly fell silent, and the students looked at the result in stunned silence. David just smiled slightly and calmly explained that he had used the soft power technique. The essence of the technique was to concentrate all the force into one point and then release it in the form of an internal explosion. Nellie's admiration grew even stronger, and the girl noted with gratitude that she had learned a lot thanks to her younger brother. The hero then turned to one of the students and asked him to bring a protective cover for the strength meter from the storage room. Soon, Lucas approached David and admitted that after what he saw, he was no longer worried about his student's abilities. He then said that recently a very influential person started looking for a bodyguard, although the situation seemed complicated. The photo Lucas gave him showed a luxury hotel, with the address and room number listed below. However, what caught his attention most was the amount of the payment, 800,000 yuan. Seeing that kind of money, the guy immediately agreed to the job, and all other thoughts immediately disappeared from his head. Sometime later, David arrived at the luxurious Ruiju Hotel. An expensive car pulled up to the main entrance, and a hero in an elegant black suit emerged from it. As soon as he entered the hall, many guests immediately noticed him and people began whispering among themselves. Listening to these conversations, the guy smiled. He remembered the words of his sisters that people always judge others by their appearance. Before the trip, Jenny tried to convince him to change his clothes. The girl explained that if you wear cheap clothes, people will immediately start looking down on you. She then showed off a bright red suit designed by a famous designer and suggested that he wear it. However, the main character refused. He found the outfit too flashy. Suddenly, Dory appeared nearby. The girl held another suit in her hands, a strict black set with patterns in the form of bamboo leaves. In the end, David chose Dory's clothes, and judging by the reactions of those around him, the decision turned out to be a good one. Several girls nearby were admiringly discussing his appearance and even thought about getting to know him. Meanwhile, one of the men stated that he had never seen this guy among the core students of Hidden Dragon School before. He recalled that Master Theodore had promised to accept only 7 students, and the last one was supposed to become a real genius. The man mockingly remarked that the new student looked more like a scientist than a fighter. However, his interlocutor did not agree. He observed the hero's gait and noted that each of his steps was perfectly calculated. In his opinion, such control over the body indicated an extremely high level of skill. However, the blonde did not want to listen to the explanation and continued to doubt the abilities of the young fighter. Meanwhile, David was already standing at the reception desk. The hotel employee clarified whether David was indeed the security specialist invited for the evening. The protagonist introduced himself as a student at Hidden Dragon School and greeted the staff member. After this, the worker unfolded a detailed plan of the building and began to explain the details of the task. He reported that 6 security guards were invited to guard the event, each of whom was assigned their own area. The guy was assigned an area near the main stage. An employee specifically warned him that the lighting there was quite weak. The hero assured him that there would be no problems. With so many strong masters, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to cause trouble. Observing the employee's nervousness, David immediately realized that something was wrong with this event. The call for reinforcements seemed like a normal thing in itself, but hiring 6 craftsmen at once seemed like a warning sign. The hero carefully examined the hall and noticed not only professional security guards, but also an excessive number of surveillance cameras. All of this clearly went beyond the scope of standard hotel security. The more the boy thought about it, the less he understood what could require such extensive protective measures. At that moment, a man approached him and asked if he really was a student of the Hidden Dragon School. The protagonist turned around and asked who the man was. The stranger introduced himself as Axel from the Amber School and explained that he had no intention of causing trouble. He just wanted to test the strength of his fellow master a little. David never turned down a challenge, so he immediately agreed. Then Lee suggested conducting a traditional test through a handshake between masters, which allows one to assess the hidden strength of an opponent. The hero quickly realized that his interlocutor simply doubted his abilities due to his young age. However, this suited him perfectly, since he himself wanted to understand the limits of his own capabilities. Peter was watching what was happening nearby, and was surprised when he noticed what was happening. At that moment, a girl approached him and asked if he knew that handsome guy and who, in his opinion, would win. Before the man could answer, a young man with purple hair appeared next to him and said that he would bet on the newcomer. The girl was surprised and reminded him that Axel was very strong, and that Peter himself had once lost a similar test to him. Meanwhile, spectators had already gathered around the participants. One of them noticed that the handsome guy had not moved at all. However, the purple-haired man explained that ordinary people simply could not see what was happening. The young man's body had undergone countless training, and his energy was unusually pure and stable. Then he looked at Peter and said that after the fight he would like to meet this talented young master. Peter himself never ceased to be amazed at the student's progress. It seemed incredible to him that he had managed to grow so much in just a few days. At this time, Axel remained absolutely confident in himself. He decided that in front of him stood an ordinary newbie without any inner energy. However, David, having sensed his opponent's strength, quickly realized that he had indeed trained long and hard. Nevertheless, the hero was confident of his victory, and with a slight smile he said that the enemies still lacked a lot. Almost immediately, Axel felt terrible pain. The protagonist's grip strength began to rapidly increase, as if his hand was gradually being squeezed by a giant vice. The man could not understand where this young man got such power from. Cold sweat ran down his palms. He began to tremble and realized that he could not stand it for much longer. However, he was not going to give up and strained all his strength to the limit. The next moment, the bones in his hand and fingers could not withstand the load and cracked. Hearing an unpleasant crunch, David immediately let go of his opponent's hand. He asked worriedly if he had broken anything. Axel forced a laugh and assured her that everything was fine. Then he admitted that the young man had proven to be an extremely dangerous opponent. Now he realized that David truly deserved the title of a disciple of the legendary Hidden Dragon School. However, almost immediately the man said that he was in a hurry, suggested meeting for tea sometime, and headed for the emergency exit. Left alone, Axel finally grabbed his swollen arm, his face contorted in pain and tears welling up in his eyes. Having fallen to the floor, the man finally admitted that this guy was a real monster. Meanwhile, David was still standing at the door, wondering if Axel was really okay. At that moment, Peter approached him and called out to the hero. The protagonist shuddered and turned around. The guy greeted him in a friendly manner and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A little later, while chatting near the stage, David learned that he was at this event because he was the heir to a wealthy family. Then the hero got straight to the point and asked why he wanted to see him. Peter explained that he was impressed by his recent fight with Axel, and that Peter's older brother wanted to meet David in person. Then the protagonist looked at the stage and saw a man with purple hair who raised his glass in greeting. Peter explained that among the guests were rich heiresses and wealthy ladies who wanted to get to know him better. He asked the guy if he would have any free time later, but the hero replied that he was too busy today. He also clarified that if someone really wanted to become friends, they should have taken the initiative themselves. After these words, David got ready to leave, declaring that he still had things to do, and Peter watched him go with an admiring gaze. However, before the main character had even taken a few steps, the girls unanimously supported his words. One blonde plucked up her courage and handed over her phone, wanting his contact information. The others immediately began asking for the same thing. While a real struggle for the guy's attention was raging around him, he noticed a suspicious man off to the side. The stranger was acting too strangely and was heading towards the service area, and the hero already wanted to stop him. However, the blonde grabbed his hand tightly and continued to persuade him to exchange numbers. Eventually, David gave in and asked for her phone number. Meanwhile, a suspicious person quietly activated some device using a remote control. Almost immediately, the main character felt a strange electrical impulse. At first, he thought that the phone was faulty. However, he quickly realized that the problem was much more serious. The next moment, the entire hall was plunged into pitch darkness, and the guests began to discuss what was happening in confusion. Many tried to turn on phones or flashlights, but none of the devices worked. David quickly realized that his smartphone had recently been fully charged. If absolutely all the phones, lights, and equipment did not work, then something unusual happened. After analyzing the situation, the hero suggested that an electromagnetic pulse could have been used. While the guy was thinking, there was a deafening roar, and a row of glass windows simultaneously shattered into pieces. The frightened blonde pressed herself against him, and panic began around her. People tried to reassure each other, suggesting that the cause could have been the wind or an accidental fall of furniture. Luckily, Peter still had a lighter, which became the only source of light. His older brother Tyler assessed the situation and ordered everyone not to disperse but to gather together and stand with their backs to each other. The guests immediately obeyed him. But the peace did not last long. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream was heard nearby. While the people were distracted by the sound, the man standing at the very end of the group suddenly disappeared. A few seconds later, those present saw blood on the floor. Realizing this, the guests completely panicked, and someone shouted that it was real blood. After this, the crowd rushed in terror in different directions. Seeing the chaos starting, Tyler loudly tried to stop people and ordered no one to run away. Before the young master could finish speaking, a swift blow flashed through the air. A thin, bloody scratch appeared on his cheek, and then suddenly the unknown creature rushed forward again, straight at him, with frightening speed. Frightened, the boy gathered all his strength and delivered a heavy blow. The hit was accurate, and the monster was thrown back. However, the creature had no intention of retreating. It instantly turned around and attacked again. Luckily, Peter lunged forward in time, pushing his brother away, but the man standing behind them took the blow. His body literally cut in half. At that moment, everyone was finally able to see the monster. It resembled a giant insect. Realizing the full danger, the guy ordered everyone to run away immediately. But the monster moved too fast, and ordinary people could not even follow its movements. Then, at the most dangerous moment, David calmly stepped forward. The hero, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature flying, and the monster crashed into the wall with a roar. The protagonist looked closely at the enemy, trying to understand what kind of creature it was. After his blow, the monster was deeply imprinted into the stone, and green blood gushed from its mouth. Then the guy remembered that he had encountered a similar creature before. Moreover, he realized that his recent training had been of great benefit. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult to deal with such an enemy. Those around froze in amazement. With one blow, the hero sent the monster into a concrete wall. Peter hastened to thank his savior. However, David stopped him and warned him to stay away, as the creature was not yet dead. As he expected, the monster soon rose, its eyes bloodshot, and then it charged again. The guy noticed that the enemy's survivability had become significantly higher. It even seemed to him that the monster had managed to evolve. The hero prepared for battle. But in case of failure, he was going to retreat, since risking his life for a small profit was not worth it. He then used the 1-inch punch technique and struck his opponent's neck with great force. The monster was thrown far back again. David's eyes lit up with a fighting spirit, and he immediately rushed forward, determined to take advantage. At that moment, the entire surrounding environment became clearer before him, and the system reported that he had acquired the night vision skill. The guy was surprised that the ability had such a useful effect that the system had never even mentioned before. A fight broke out between him and the monster. They continuously exchanged blows, moving around the hall at incredible speed. Those watching the fight were shocked. At first, it seemed to them that David was only barely dodging. However, young Master Peter noticed that from the very beginning, the hero did not retreat a single step. Moreover, he realized that the guy was actually protecting everyone present. Realizing this, Axel pointed the people to the emergency exit and ordered them to leave immediately. Seeing this, the hero breathed a sigh of relief, because their presence only hindered him from fighting at full strength. When everyone finally got out of the building, David smirked and gestured for the monster to come closer, as if provoking it. The enraged creature spread its wings and soared into the air. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The creature rushed past the hero. Only then did he notice the deep wound on his chest. It turned out that the monster was still hiding a trump card. Its speed increased sharply. After a successful attack, the monster stopped and turned its head almost 180 degrees, revealing a creepy grin. The next moment, David felt an invisible force that pressed him to the ground. He could not move. For a moment, it even seemed to him that he had died at the hands of some monster. But the guy immediately rejected this thought. He had spent too much effort and resources on his development to lose to such an opponent. As the hero's consciousness gradually sank into darkness, he suddenly came across a huge clawed paw. Then the boy suddenly looked up and saw in front of him a majestic golden dragon, radiating incredible power. Moreover, it seemed to him that he had already met this creature before. Meanwhile, in reality, the monster noticed that David had frozen motionless and decided to finish him off. But before the creature could strike, its body suddenly froze. A blinding stream of golden energy burst from the protagonist's chest, illuminating everything around. Immediately after this, David opened his eyes, His body became unusually light, and strength filled every cell. Then the boy pulled his hand back and realized that the time for retribution had come. The hidden dragon strike was finally ready to fall on the enemy. After that, David delivered another crushing blow straight to the monster's head, using the wind and cloud tail technique. Finally, the chaotic battle came to an end. The monster's head shattered into pieces. However, his huge, headless body still continued to stand, staggering before falling. Even the hero himself was amazed by the power of his new technique. It seemed to him that he had mastered something incredibly powerful. However, almost immediately a strange sound came from below, and to his surprise, the monster began to slowly restore its destroyed head. The protagonist frowned. Now everything became clear. Despite the mutations, at its core, this creature was still a cockroach. Such creatures are capable of surviving even without a head for several days. And of course, the guy was not going to give him that chance. Then David destroyed the lower part of the monster's body. He noticed that the weak spot was in the area of the nerve node under the esophagus. When the monster's insides fell out, the hero was finally convinced that he had found a vulnerable spot. Meanwhile, the people hiding under the tables noticed the silence that had fallen and cautiously looked out. Having confirmed that the monster had indeed died, they could not believe that the young fighter had single-handedly dealt with such a creature. Some even spoke of large donations and asked the second young master to introduce them to the savior. The man in the red hat noted with a grin that he now respected Axel even more for his courage in challenging such a man. Axel himself, breaking out in a cold sweat, admitted that David probably didn't use even 1% of his strength back then. However, the hero ordered people to leave the building immediately. He had a bad feeling that the danger had not yet passed. At this point, the banquet organizer Joseph stepped forward and asked what exactly David meant. The protagonist looked at him and explained that what had happened was clearly not a normal power outage. He believed that someone had intentionally used an electromagnetic pulse and then released the monster inside. The attacker's goal was probably to destroy everyone present. Hearing this, Joseph promised to involve his influential father in the investigation. But the hero immediately suspected something was wrong. He recalled that the organizers had installed a huge number of surveillance cameras in advance, as if they were expecting trouble. Moreover, among the guests there were far from ordinary people, so the reason for the attack must have been much more serious. However, he said that the most important thing now is to evacuate people. When most of the guests had left, Joseph cautiously asked the hero if he knew what exactly the monster was. However, David responded evasively. He reminded that he was only a bodyguard and was only responsible for the safety of people. The guy noted to himself that he had been too active in trying to find out information, which meant he was hiding much more than he was saying. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, panic reigned. Guests called their relatives and asked them to take them home immediately. The hero himself was finally able to relax a little. After such a difficult battle, David became much stronger than he was before. At that moment, the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. The bleeding stopped completely, and after a few seconds there was no trace left of the severe injury. Feeling a surge of strength, the hero rose to his feet and immediately noticed news system messages. The system reported that all conditions were met, and the basic internal energy could be transformed into a special state. In the end, David chose the special energy without hesitation, as it was clearly superior to the normal one. In the next moment, all the accumulated energy was converted into fourth-level hidden dragon energy. David immediately felt the changes. His entire body seemed to be freed from invisible restrictions, and the flow of power became incredibly smooth. Realizing the value of the moment, the boy sat down in a meditation pose and began to perfect his techniques. Despite the panic around him, he focused entirely on training. Meanwhile, paramedics finally arrived at the hotel. Tyler rushed to explain the situation to them, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. A huge, ghostly golden dragon appeared around the seated David and wrapped itself around his body, a sight that shocked everyone. That same evening, the hero returned to the martial arts school, where Jenny carefully treated his wounds with medicine. The guy thanked the girl for her help, but she just waved it off and noted that it was just her usual concern for her friend. Theodore joined the conversation and noted that completing tasks was always associated with risk, and such incidents happened frequently. The old man admitted that he himself did not know all the details, but assumed that the creature was connected to the border zone. The protagonist remembered the notes he had read earlier and couldn't help but wonder what exactly was hidden inside those cracks. However, the master advised him not to bother his head with unnecessary thoughts. The guy should already be glad that he remained alive. Then David admitted that it wasn't just a matter of new technique. He felt like he was beginning to understand the very essence of the hidden dragon style. Hearing this, the master suddenly jumped up from his wheelchair and hurried to check his condition. The old man grabbed the student by the hand. However, the next moment, a powerful force threw him back. The shocked master exclaimed that it was as if a real dragon had appeared inside the student. The boy himself did not understand anything. Theodore explained that in order for a true dragon to be born, it is necessary to grow what is called a dragon pillar inside the body. This was not an illusion, but a real Tao dragon, the spiritual embodiment of inner strength. In other words, the student was no longer simply training, but was literally growing a dragon inside his own body. The mentor then declared that the boy had received the key to overcoming human limits. These words surprised not only David, but also Shelley. Then the master explained that the human body has a natural limit to development. When the skin, muscles, bones, tendons, and blood reach perfection, further growth becomes impossible by normal means. After this, it is necessary to make a breakthrough and raise the quality of life itself to a new level. This transformation was only the first step. Outwardly, the person remained the same, but his essence had already ceased to be human. The Taoists called such beings immortal sages of the mortal world, while other people called them living gods. Listening to the story, David couldn't help but think that the master's leg injury was probably that very accident. Noticing his mood, the old man calmed the student. He stated that he had already taken the most important step and significantly reduced the risk of failure. At this point, Jenny wondered why, despite having such enormous power, Theodore had still aged so much. The master's face distorted with hatred. Then he confessed that the dragon he had been raising for many years had been killed. After a short pause, Theodore decided not to hide anything. Then he said that in his youth he lived in the northern city and considered himself invincible thanks to martial arts. Together with Marvin, they constantly challenged others. But their overconfidence earned them many enemies. Since their rivals couldn't beat them fairly, they targeted Marvin's wife and children. Upon learning of this, the master became enraged and began a bloody revenge. Anyone who tried to stop him was defeated. For a whole month, it seemed to him that he was truly invincible. But soon, fate dealt a counterattack. One fateful day, the strongest master seriously wounded Theodore, depriving him of both legs. Then his inner dragon died, and with it, his faith in his own strength collapsed. The once great fighter became a cripple. To escape their pursuers and protect their daughter, they left the northern city, moved here and opened a school. After listening to the story, David asked if the teacher had thought about revenge. However, the master shook his head and explained that his opponents were two influential people. He asked the hero not to dwell on the past, but if David entered the inner circle, then the issue could be raised again. Late in the evening, the guy was returning home after a hard day. Suddenly, he received a notification from the bank that 800,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, and the total balance was approaching 880,000. The hero was surprised at how quickly the payment for the work at the hotel was transferred. Returning home, David immediately noticed that the apartment was dark and suspiciously quiet. Vanessa, just like last time, was nowhere to be found. Then he used his visualization ability and saw recent events. The cat walked around the apartment for a while and then climbed out through the window. Now David was curious where this restless cat was headed. Then the hero decided to look outside. Approaching the window, the main character noticed several suspicious figures in the distance. Vanessa stood in the center, and two strangers clearly had her cornered. Realizing this, the guy immediately became alarmed. Meanwhile, the cat sat on the ruined brick wall and asked the uninvited guests why they had returned. In response, the masked man stated that the infinite dragon had finally answered their prayers. He stated that Vanessa had an outstanding talent, and therefore could receive his blessing. Then, he said, they would be able to restore their sect. However, before he could finish speaking, David suddenly appeared and interrupted him, saying that the cat clearly did not want to take part in this. Vanessa was surprised by the hero's appearance, and he assumed that these people were members of her sect. Hearing this, the masked man looked at the cat with irritation and reminded her that the Kant Corporation might have found out about David. These words visibly alarmed Vanessa, and the protagonist also became wary and stated that he had no intention of ignoring such hints. Then the stranger hastened to explain that he had spoken only hypothetically. If the cult leader continues to live with David and the Cant Company finds out about it, then he himself will have problems. Vanessa tried to answer something, but she visibly hesitated. Seeing her indecision, the guy felt uneasy and even wondered if the cat was going to leave. The reason for her concern was serious. After the death of the gods, the world plunged into chaos and governments lost control of the situation. At that time, many powers were transferred to private security organizations. Among them, the Cant Company grew particularly quickly, becoming a powerful structure with enormous influence. Realizing this, David became even more worried about Vanessa's safety. Previously, her transformation into a cat had helped her hide, but the emergence of the dragon sect had significantly increased the risk of exposure. Nevertheless, the hero decided that even if the Cant Corporation really did appear, he was not going to be afraid of it. After some thought, David made a decision and firmly stated that Vanessa would not return anywhere. Hearing this, the girl literally melted. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked at the hero with gratitude. However, one of the envoys sharply objected and demanded not to interfere, hinting that the guy would not be able to protect the leader of the sect. The stranger warned that David had no idea how dangerous the Cant Security Corporation was. However, Vanessa suddenly declared that she had had enough. She reminded that all the problems began precisely after these people appeared. She never wanted to become the leader of the dragon sect, and the previous leader himself appointed her as the heir. Moreover, she refused to accept the imposed responsibilities and demanded to be left alone. Meanwhile, Vanessa added that no matter what happens next, David will definitely protect her. The hero just smiled warmly and nodded. After this, they returned home, leaving the envoys in complete confusion. They remained standing in place, unable to do anything at the moment. Meanwhile, in a secret mutant detention center, an elderly man discussed the latest events. He noted with surprise that creature number 1 died at the hands of a 17-year-old schoolboy. Archer, who was standing nearby, guessed that the young man was the Hidden Dragon School's secret trump card, which would surprise the entire world. However, the leader said the results were still beneficial because the deaths were meant to scare the ruling council. The conversation then turned to creature number 9. Archer reported that during the night it had absorbed sample number 7. Despite being only 10 days old, the mutant developed incredibly quickly. Hearing this, the old man was extremely pleased and called the 9th sample ideal. He ordered it to be used as a basis. After this, the man decided to give the creature a public appearance. Having learned that the same student studied at the Qingchen City School, he decided to direct his attack there. According to his calculations, a major tragedy could sharply increase support for the necessary bill. The next morning, David was already training in the gym. He understood perfectly well that true mastery took time. The boy again summoned the image of the golden dragon and decided that any conspiracies could be destroyed with the force of his own fists. Now he was mastering the dragon spark, a technique that allowed him to direct energy directly into the enemy's body, destroying their defenses from within. Soon, Lucas looked into the room and with a smile announced the unexpected news. David was surprised and asked what he meant. He explained that after the rescue of the heirs of wealthy families at the hotel, the school received a huge amount of donations. Then the guy showed the transfer details and said that the master had ordered the entire reward to be transferred to the savior. The total amount was 22 million credits. And upon hearing this, the hero was sincerely amazed by the generosity of the rich people. However, the surprises didn't end there. Lucas handed him a notebook with a new training plan. At first, the expenses seemed quite reasonable, about 280,000. David even decided that with his condition, such expenses were a trifle. But then he turned the page and his face darkened sharply. Weekly energy-thickening pills cost 800,000. Next came 2-week courses of deep muscle therapy for 1.8 million, and monthly training costing 2 million. Peter's words literally left the hero speechless. It turned out that the path of a martial arts master required colossal expenses. Then he patted David on the shoulder and said with a grin that it was now time to say goodbye to his 20 million. However, the news didn't end there. Lucas took out his phone and showed the screen. Among the most discussed news items, the face of the main character, who destroyed the monster with his bare hands, was already featured. The older brother explained that someone had leaked information about what had happened at the hotel to journalists. At that moment, David's phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he was surprised but still answered. But as soon as he heard the voice of his interlocutor, his face immediately changed. It was his teacher calling. He reminded him with extreme displeasure that the student had been missing classes for too long and seemed to have decided to do anything but study. The protagonist hastened to explain that he had recently had a lot of family and personal matters to attend to. However, the teacher announced that the school sports festival would soon begin, so David had already been signed up for the races. At that moment, Jenny's sixth eldest sister appeared nearby and motioned for him to come over. The hero quickly informed the teacher that he urgently needed to take care of some business, and then ended the conversation. After ending the call, David asked what had happened, and Jenny explained that a new job had come up for him. Upon hearing about the reward, the guy immediately perked up and asked for details. Then Jenny explained that the client was looking for a sparring partner. Moreover, this man was also involved in martial arts and wanted to meet him after the recent news. They promised to pay 500,000 credits for one training fight, and the main character was sincerely amazed. Sometime later, he arrived in the Northern District, the inner part of the city, where the most influential officials lived. Rumor had it that local residents earned more in a few minutes than ordinary families on the outskirts earned in a whole year. As the car pulled up to the huge, luxurious mansion, David was involuntarily amazed by its size. Everything around looked so expensive and majestic that even he was briefly speechless. Getting out of the car, the guy thought again about how easily rich people part with their money. However, another surprise was soon in store for him. The familiar brothers, Peter and Tyler, were standing near the entrance. Upon seeing them, the hero immediately became wary. Coming closer, he asked if they were the ones who hired the Hidden Dragon School to carry out this order. Young Master Tyler hastened to explain that there had been a mistake. Someone had simply asked them to arrange this meeting. After these words, David's face darkened, and Peter began to justify himself and stated that he had nothing to do with what was happening. Tyler nervously explained that someone had approached his father for help in arranging a meeting. They then headed inside the mansion, and on the way, Tyler told them that the man waiting for them was connected to one of the government agencies. However, he does not know the specific department, and his father also ordered the family to comply with any of David's demands. Hearing this, the guy became completely confused. He did not understand who could be looking for him through such influential people. They soon reached the door leading to the hall. Before entering, Tyler warned the guest not to let his guard down. The man inside was far stronger than most of the opponents he had faced before. When the door opened, David immediately saw a man sitting in the center of the room. It was a large man named Polo. The stranger greeted the guest with an arrogant smile and declared that he had long wanted to meet him in person. The hero carefully examined his interlocutor and immediately realized that he was facing an extremely dangerous person. His arms were covered with numerous scars, and there were bullet holes on his shoulders and hands, and his knuckles were battered. Having put all the details together, the guy came to the conclusion that in front of him stood a real fighter, accustomed to killing. The next second, Polo declared that he saw no point in wasting time on empty talk and suddenly rushed forward, beginning the attack. Without wasting a second, David immediately counterattacked, delivering a powerful counterpunch. The opponent's fists collided head-on, and the blow sent a powerful shockwave in all directions. Polo grinned smugly, confident that his young opponent's arm was already shattered. However, the hero remained unharmed, and then the guy calmly declared that it was now his turn. Hearing this, Polo froze in shock. But before he could do anything, David delivered a crushing blow to the back. The man's huge body flew into the air and crashed into the earthen embankment with a roar. The brothers, who were watching this, instantly turned pale. They understood that one blow from Polo would have been enough to crush their hand. However, the hero not only withstood the attack, but also sent the enemy flying. Meanwhile, Polo lay on the ground for a while, and then, with difficulty, rose to his feet. His whole body was shaking from the blow he had received. But instead of fear, an excited smile appeared on his face. The man said he hadn't experienced anything like this for a long time. After this, he demanded to continue the fight. However, this behavior made David wary. He clearly saw that his blow had left serious damage, but his opponent seemed not to feel any pain. It reminded him of another opponent he had faced before, and David asked if Polo had used implants. He was visibly surprised and admitted that there really was a Class B military implant under his skin. This is a special protective layer that can absorb shock loads and significantly reduce the impact of internal energy. After this, the man asked if David would like to have a similar enhancement installed on himself, but the hero immediately refused. Polo just sighed and noted that all the masters responded the same way. They stubbornly refused to accept the new reality. Immediately after these words, he rushed forward. The man then clapped his hands together, creating a powerful sound wave. Even one such blow was enough to make David's ears ring. And Polo explained that his hands had also been modified. When the palms collided, they created special sound vibrations that caused dizziness and impaired hearing. Moreover, the closer the enemy was, the stronger the effect became. The man then rushed into the attack, confident of his victory. However, the next moment the protagonist's palm pressed against his chest. Polo felt like he had hit a stone wall. He couldn't move an inch. David then released a powerful pulse, throwing the man back and causing serious damage to his chest. The hero noted that since it was difficult to break through the external defense, it was enough to direct the energy directly into the body. This time, the move worked perfectly. The Polo rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, unconscious. The guy sighed heavily and noted that it usually didn't take much force to knock someone out. Then he crouched down next to the enemy to examine him. And that's when a new surprise awaited him. Under the damaged clothing was not human flesh at all, but a metal plate. And what's more, a voice came from it. The unknown person reported that Polo's consciousness was switched off and that he was not strong enough to win. Then the hero demanded an explanation, and the mysterious interlocutor replied that he would soon arrive in person. Soon, his brothers ran up to him and said that all this resembled a test of a candidate for some secret organization. Then their attention turned to Polo, who had come to his senses. Seeing that he was still conscious, the hero immediately ordered him to get up. The man sat up with difficulty and asked how David had managed to neutralize his sonic attack. The protagonist explained that he imagined the technique's effect using visualization and then used a more powerful force. Hearing this, Polo finally realized that the young fighter had not demonstrated even a fraction of his true strength from the very beginning. After this, the man ordered the brothers to go for a walk somewhere. They immediately obeyed and left. Polo then revealed that he was a member of a secret organization and had come here to invite David to join its ranks. David declined the offer, stating that he was not initially interested in any secret structures. Moreover, the guy was completely satisfied with his current life. He was calmly engaged in martial arts. However, Polo did not give up. He admitted that he had acted too unusually and began to list the advantages of joining. The man then showed off his protective membrane and explained that they were provided free of charge to new members. He explained that the human body had a limit to its development, and that at some point, every master would encounter an insurmountable wall. However, David remained adamant, preferring to defeat opponents with his body rather than with modifications. Polo was completely out of his mind, but at that moment a new voice was heard, which ordered him to be silent. As they both raised their heads, a girl suddenly descended from the sky. On closer inspection, David immediately recognized Lauren. She landed next to him and reminded him with a smile that they had met before. The girl then introduced herself as the captain of the White Raven Squad 838 and jokingly called Polo a gorilla, which caused his displeasure. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero approached her and asked why she had tried to introduce him to Ellen earlier. Lauren explained that this time she was acting on direct orders from her superiors, and that she had been given another secret mission. After this, the girl turned the conversation to the monster that David had destroyed a few days ago. She asked if he knew its true origin, and the guy suggested that the creature came from the border zone. Lauren then showed the research data and explained that the creatures from the borderlands always had a special core. As long as this core remained intact, the monster could be reborn again and again. And upon hearing this, the protagonist rejoiced at his good fortune. However, something else confused him. If the monster had such a core, why didn't the girl consider him a full-fledged creature from the borderland? Lauren then brought up an image of another creature, the queen centipede of Rotten Lake. She explained that the creature was coded F056 and rated high, But David didn't understand the rating system. The girl was surprised that this was not taught in martial arts schools, after which she ordered Polo to give her his combat skills. After reviewing the information, she unexpectedly reported that David's own danger level had already reached approximately 2.9 to 3.1. For comparison, the queen centipede's level reached approximately 65,000. The maximum danger only manifested itself after the creature awakened. The queen's main ability was reproduction. She consumed living creatures, extracted their genetic information, and then created new species of insects based on it. About a month ago, smugglers managed to smuggle one such queen centipede out of the border zone. The organization pursued the criminals for a long time, but finally lost track of them in the city's southern district. Lauren then explained that it was thanks to David that the investigation finally got a new lead. Shocked by what he heard, the hero asked if this meant that the cockroach monster was created by that very queen of centipedes. The girl confirmed his guess, and the more details the guy learned, the more his anxiety grew. Suddenly, he remembered one detail. His eyes opened wide and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. David suggested that this monster could be the result of a forced fusion of a human and a cockroach into a single organism. Lauren explained that the cockroach people's power continued to grow, and whoever controlled the centipede queen was strengthening their creations. Moreover, the main character has already ruined the plans of this group more than once, so now he has officially become their main target. Hearing this, the boy asked if the invitation to the organization was simply a way to provide him with protection. However, the girl replied that this was not the case at all. The hero possessed outstanding talent and rare courage. In addition, the White Raven squad had a professional training system and access to the most modern technologies. The protagonist thought about it. Joining the organization really did promise serious advantages and support from an influential structure. However, his own development system already gave him much more opportunities, so David politely declined. Lauren didn't insist, instead offering to grant him the status of an external contractor for the White Raven Special Forces unit. In this case, he would be involved in contract missions, and for each completed mission, he would receive a reward. The guy himself also hesitated, since the conditions looked too favorable. He then asked if the agency had any divine relics, and for a moment, Lauren was surprised. She said that the agency included a special research institute for divine relics. Hearing this, David immediately changed his mind. His eyes lit up, and he agreed to cooperate without hesitation. The guy even joked that he had been a fan of White Raven for 15 years and always dreamed of becoming an external contractor for the organization. After this, Lauren shook his hand and, with a smile, expressed hope for a successful collaboration. When the conversation ended, the hero left. Then Polo asked the captain if all this was really necessary. In his opinion, talented fighters were rare, but still not a unique phenomenon. But the girl objected. She stated that David was a much more unusual person than he seemed at first glance. Then Lauren reminded him of his meeting with Ellen. The girl's attitude towards him went far beyond the usual interest. Ellen had long been looking for a way to get rid of her gift and declared that only a true god is capable of resisting another god. In her opinion, this is why Ellen's attention was completely focused on David. The girl suggested that the guy was hiding some important secret that they had not yet been able to uncover. However, regardless of its nature, the organization had to keep him on its side. That same evening, the hero was driving through the city and reflecting on the events of the day. At some point, his phone received a new message. It turned out to be from Ellen, who suggested meeting him at the library when he had some free time. David immediately agreed and asked the driver to take him to the library. After some time, he went up to the 7th floor, where the girl was already waiting for him. She immediately invited him to sit down. Having barely settled into place, the guy drank a glass of water in one gulp, after which he grimaced with displeasure. He clearly didn't like the taste of the drink and was surprised by his interlocutor's strange preferences. Ellen just smiled and explained that the tea was made from water created by that very divine relic. Ellen then turned the conversation to White Raven and suggested that her representatives had already tried to recruit him. The hero did not hide anything and told about his meeting with Lauren, as well as his initial refusal. Hearing this, Ellen remarked that he had done the right thing, that in this world, crows were traditionally considered a bad omen. However, the White Raven, on the contrary, was perceived as a symbol of rebirth and hope, which is why the organization chose this name. However, behind the beautiful image lurked a harsh reality. The mortality rate in the White Raven units was monstrously high. Hearing this, the protagonist involuntarily froze. Now he understood how dangerous it was to work for this structure. Remembering something important, the hero inquired about the agency's true origins. Ellen explained that after the start of the new era, the organization was created to combat unusual threats. His powers were so great that even serious crimes committed by members of the organization were practically not subject to trial. David was surprised and wondered if the government was afraid that such a structure would get out of control. However, his interlocutor assured him that the agency was run by only 13 people, and almost all of them were in the palace. Then the protagonist realized that the agency was actually the embodiment of state power. After that, Ellen took the phone away and only reminded him to be careful. When the guy was surprised by the lack of a new task and asked about the divine artifact, the girl refused. Then she irritably suggested that he take on the task of cleaning the library. Hearing this, the hero immediately declared that he had urgent business to attend to and hurried away. However, at that moment the phone rang and the teacher's name appeared on the screen. David instantly remembered his promise and hurried to the meeting. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in the southern city. There, in the dark emergency stairwell, a gray-haired old man sat motionless. His subordinate reported that all the test subjects had already been taken away. The old man's face darkened, and he admitted that the White Raven's men had been too perceptive and had managed to track them down. He then asked Archer, who said that he, following orders, had taken the object to an area connected to the school. Then the old man ordered to use number 9 as bait to distract the White Raven and take out the queen. The creature was too large and noticeable, and the subordinate complained that the Kant Corporation was not helping them at all. In response, the old man irritably noted that large corporations always preferred to make a profit without risking themselves. However, the old man assured his subordinate that he had foreseen this possibility in advance and had prepared a backup plan. Meanwhile, crowds of school children had already gathered at the stadium, completely unaware of the danger. The unknown man watching them thought that capturing so many people would be a great service to the mother of the swarm. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the screams of girls from the balcony, who were enthusiastically shouting David's name. Then he turned his gaze to the path and noticed the hero. He was surprised that an ordinary-looking teenager was able to defeat the sample. However, the man then just grinned and decided that a much more interesting spectacle awaited everyone very soon. At this time, Mateo noticed the cleaner. It seemed to him that he was in too good physical shape. Meanwhile, the competition continued, and the main character easily took first place. While the audience loudly congratulated the winners, Mateo handed the boy a bottle of water. He jokingly asked if David was interested in girls even today. He replied indifferently that there were still several disciplines left to run: the 400 and 2,000-meter races, as well as the relay. The hero was surprised when he heard about the relay race. Then the friend explained that the teacher simply registered him in all the running competitions. However, before the conversation could continue, David suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. There was an aura of death nearby, and the school building ahead seemed to smell of fresh blood. The boy immediately activated his special ability to find out the source of the threat. He soon saw the reason. A disgusting monster appeared inside the school, resembling a mixture of a human and a cockroach. The hero then quickly asked Mateo to immediately call the police and report the appearance of a giant cockroach-like monster. David himself threw a bottle of water and ordered those around him to run as far as possible. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the main academic building, a real nightmare reigned. Mutilated bodies and parts of human remains lay everywhere. However, the monster had no intention of stopping. Sensing the scent of prey, it slowly moved towards the frightened girl huddled in the corner. The monster was already preparing to attack, and the student was preparing to meet her fate. However, suddenly the main character appeared in the monster's path. He kicked the monster away with a powerful kick. With an incredibly powerful blow, he threw him straight into the wall. The rescued student recognized David and thanked him in a panic. The guy ordered her to leave immediately, and he himself prepared for battle. At this moment, the system activated the double strength and double speed abilities. Taking advantage of the boost, the hero dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The monster was thrown by the force of the blow through several walls in a row. The monster flew very far, but it seemed that even this was not enough. Suddenly, a seriously wounded man covered in blood crawled to the scene of the fight. It turned out to be Archer. He asked for help, saying that this creature was completely out of control. Recognizing him, David was surprised by his appearance. The wounded man only managed to say that he was from the Golden Wind School and asked for help in finding his master. However, he didn't have time to finish the sentence. The monster returned to the battle with lightning speed. The main character managed to dodge the lightning attack in time. However, Archer was much less fortunate. The creature abruptly changed the direction of its attack and literally tore him to pieces. Watching this, David realized that without the system's enhancement, the same fate would have awaited him. But what worried him most was something else. Even the most powerful attacks did not inflict decisive damage on the monster. Moreover, the huge wound on the monster's chest had already completely healed, and the speed of regeneration was simply incredible. Soon, the monster rushed forward again. The hero dodged, and the monster's claws flew right over his head. The monster itself immediately jumped back to regroup, and then David noticed that he had ended up getting a slight cut from the claws. Then, he was finally convinced that this specimen was very different from the one he had defeated at the hotel. The new monster was noticeably larger, faster, and stronger. Its limbs covered in long spikes, and its antennae turned into weapons. It seemed like someone had deliberately enhanced him genetically. Realizing that there would be no easy victory, David grabbed a fire extinguisher and threw it at his opponent. The blow itself did no harm, but the monster cut the cylinder. After this, the room was filled with a thick white cloud of chemicals. Taking advantage of this moment, the protagonist rushed forward and delivered a series of powerful blows to the monster's body. He then pulled a long metal rod from the wall and threw it straight at the enemy's head. The projectile hit its target, knocking the monster back and leaving a deep wound from which green blood spurted. However, even this did not stop the monster. The next moment, wings opened behind his back, and hearing their buzzing, the guy took a step back. Then the monster suddenly disappeared from sight and began to circle around him at great speed. Then the hero realized that the enemy was trying to confuse him and wait for the right moment for a deadly attack. Moreover, the insect turned out to be much smarter than one might expect. Instead of following his movements, David focused on the sensations and began to anticipate the flight path. After a few seconds, he figured out the monster's target. The monster was going to attack from a blind spot behind his back. At that moment, the guy turned sharply and directed all his strength towards him. Energy flared up his arm, and then it was covered in golden dragon scales. Activating the hidden dragon technique, the protagonist launched a strike. But even this powerful attack only partially stopped the enemy. David knew that the loud explosions had probably attracted the attention of the White Raven squad, so his task now was to hold out. As the fighting continued, the building's windows began to burst one after another, and the walls literally fell apart. At that moment, Lauren activated her anti-gravity gear and the legendary dragon wings. Quickly assessing the situation, the girl came to the conclusion that in less than 5 minutes, the school had practically been reduced to ruins. According to her calculations, David's situation was becoming critical. At that moment, a powerful whirlwind of energy erupted from below. The crew then worriedly asked whether it was worth landing at all after the building collapsed. However, the captain remained calm. She activated her enhanced vision, quickly located the target, and ordered the landing to begin. The girl then reported that all the necessary data had already been downloaded into their equipment. She herself was the first to jump down, declaring that she would save David, and instructed the others to capture the spawn of the swarm mother alive. Polo was surprised that the captain used such powerful equipment made from dragon bone. Meanwhile, Lauren landed softly among the debris. She theorized that the recent energy explosion was caused by a giant mutant cockroach. Coming closer, the girl touched the hero's shoulder. The protagonist turned sharply and tried to attack her, but she easily stopped the blow and called him by name. Hearing a familiar voice, the guy immediately came to his senses, and he noted with relief that reinforcements had finally arrived. Immediately after this, David lost consciousness. However, Lauren managed to catch him. She laid him down carefully and gave him a fast-acting military painkiller. Despite his severe wounds, the hero warned her that the monster should not be underestimated. Red traces of infection were already spreading across his body, and the monster turned out to be extremely dangerous. However, the girl assured him that this time she did not come alone. Soon, Polo and Marvin surrounded the cockroach from both sides, and seeing this, the captain noticeably calmed down. Now the entire White Raven detachment was on site. However, another girl ordered them to stop talking as the monster was already preparing to attack. The monster immediately attacked, flapping its wings and making a sharp hissing sound. Polo met the attack with his sword, thanking the girl for the warning. Then he dealt a powerful blow to the monster. At the same moment, Marvin struck from behind. Meanwhile, Lauren reminded her partners that they needed to attack precisely at weak points. To demonstrate this, the girl prepared to attack. The next moment, she released a rain of small blades. The blades sank into the monster's vulnerable spots. Glowing lines flashed across his body, followed by deep cracks. The next second, the monster's body was literally torn to pieces. Watching this from hiding, the protagonist couldn't help but admire the girl's skill. Each of her blows hit the target precisely, like the work of an experienced butcher, cutting up a carcass perfectly. However, soon a hissing sound came from the remains of the monster. Lauren ordered to stop the bleeding and not let the creature die. In her opinion, through it, one could get on the trail of the Queen of Centipedes herself. She then instructed Marissa to prepare a mission report and request a tracking device from her superiors. While the others were running errands, Polo approached David and made fun of his shabby appearance. The fighter said that after the captain's emergency message, the entire detachment immediately flew here from the southern city. Moreover, he hinted that Lauren's attitude towards David was far from ordinary. Then the guy asked if they had managed to find out anything in the southern region. Polo admitted that they had only surveyed a small part of the area and had not yet found any serious leads. After that, the main character talked about Archer. In his opinion, he looked suspicious. The local gang leader had somehow ended up at the school and even dressed up as a janitor. Lauren agreed that this information could be very important and decided to pass it on to management. But suddenly the girl noticed the danger and screamed for Marissa and Marvin to retreat immediately. It turned out that the mutant's body was rapidly recovering. At that moment, the squad members froze in shock. Within a few seconds, a completely renewed monster appeared in front of them. Polo decided that this was an incredible regeneration. However, the captain explained that the creature had simply shed its old shell, like a snake shedding its skin. When the monster tried to fly away, the fighters became alarmed, but Lauren stated that it would not be able to escape. At that moment, David suddenly pulled a knife out of her kit and asked to borrow it for a while. The hero then activated the double awakening ability. Using the increased speed, he threw the blade forward. The knife plunged with astonishing precision straight into the monster's chest, and a thick green liquid immediately gushed out of the wound. Lauren couldn't help but wince in disgust at the sight. Polo wondered if the guy had just thrown an armor-piercing shell with his bare hands. The hero modestly replied that everything worked out only thanks to Captain Lauren's excellent knife. The protagonist immediately remembered that he had recently used a similar attack, but back then it had done almost no harm to the monster. Then Lauren noticed his arm, covered in dark purple bruises. Such a throw could not have happened without consequences. Then she patted the young man on the shoulder and told him to get ready for departure. The guy sighed heavily, examining his hand. He understood that internal energy alone would not be enough for recovery. Meanwhile, the helicopter gained altitude and left the destroyed school. Along the way, David listened to Polo's report, which informed the captain that the squad had lost another fighter and suggested requesting reinforcements. However, Lauren refused, explaining that further losses would only worsen her unit's performance. As they flew, the system issued a series of notifications. After a tough battle, the hidden potential of his body was revealed even more. Despite the pain, the hero was satisfied with the result. The battle turned out to be extremely dangerous, but the reward fully justified the risk. Soon the guy decided to test his improved aiming skills. He looked down on the city from above and was amazed by the result. Now his vision surpassed even a powerful telescope. The hero clearly saw traffic, people in restaurants, and many details that were previously inaccessible. Moreover, he realized that when combined with the power of the hidden dragon, he would be able to hit targets at a great distance. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted by Lauren, who reported the results of the investigation in the South City. An elite reconnaissance team discovered that pollution levels there had already exceeded 10%. She compared the ordinary world and the other world to two different sides. When they touched or intersected, pollution arose. In low contact, its level ranged from 1 to 5%. However, in the case of a serious collision of dimensions, the indicator could reach 10 or even 30%. In such places, the usual laws of physics were violated, and creatures from another world could penetrate reality. The guy suggested that this is how overlapping zones of worlds arise. But Lauren explained that this is not entirely true. After reaching the 100% level, the territory was completely separated from both worlds. It was turning into a special space, which was called a subworld. The southern city was very close to a similar state. Therefore, the girls strongly advised him not to go there unless necessary. When David returned to school, Jenny scolded him sharply for coming back all injured again. Even Dory's usually calm older sister looked extremely irritated. Then the girl began to work on him and warned that if something like this happened again, they would stop helping him. David only winced in pain and tried to justify himself, explaining that the situation left him no choice. The hero repeatedly asked his sisters to be more careful, but Jenny stated that he should remember the consequences of his recklessness. She pointed to his blackened hand and noted that such damage would take a very long time to heal. After this, Jenny directed the energy into her palms and continued massaging the damaged muscles, forcing the medicine to penetrate deeper into the body. David just gritted his teeth and endured the painful procedure, knowing it was necessary for his recovery. When Jenny's body was pressed directly into his face, David pursed his lips and fell silent for a moment. Then he turned away and thought. Compared to his other older sister, Dory's energy control was much better and more precise. The medicine penetrated gently under the skin, causing almost no pain, but on the contrary, providing a pleasant feeling of relaxation. However, at that moment, the door opened and Master Theodore entered the room. The protagonist greeted the mentor, and both girls immediately stopped their treatment and became visibly embarrassed. The old man came closer and checked the student's condition. He was surprised to learn that the boy had managed to form golden scales. Then David asked if the mentor knew about the Golden Wind sect. Theodore said that he had already encountered its leader, Olsen. Representatives of this school possessed a special technique that allowed them to transform their arms and legs into something like deadly weapons. Curiosity prompted the master to test this, and as a result, he had to fight not only with the head of the sect, but also with his disciples. However, their strength was not enough. They were unable to break through the Golden Scales' defense, and Theodore himself easily knocked out all of his opponents. However, the old man warned the student that the fighters of this school should not be underestimated. However, he added that the Hidden Dragon School's Golden Scales technique was a counterweight to the Golden Wind's White Rainbow style. David nodded, but his thoughts had already gone elsewhere. He remembered past events and artifacts that he had recently learned about. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Jenny, who reminded him that his back had already been treated, and that now it was necessary to apply the medicine to his chest. Realizing where this was all heading, Theodore quickly left the room, citing fatigue. The hero smiled awkwardly and offered to finish the treatment himself. However, the older sister objected, saying that now all he needed was to relax and trust them. These words immediately made the boy feel a sense of danger. Despite all his recent experiences, he was still just an ordinary teenager. Then the protagonist closed his eyes tightly and began to repeat the basics of the Hidden Dragon technique. The girls noticed his embarrassment and began to tease him as they applied the ointment, the young man's face becoming increasingly red. However, the girls' hands then ended up too close to areas that clearly did not need treatment. After this, David completely panicked. Dory increased the pressure, continuing to rub the ointment in, and the situation quickly got out of control. Soon, the older sisters noticed the boy's reaction and were no less embarrassed themselves. After a brief moment of confusion, the girls decided to leave the further treatment of the wounds to him and quickly left the room. Left alone, David sighed heavily. He involuntarily wondered if one of the sisters had done all this on purpose. After about an hour, the hero's condition noticeably improved. However, after the energy circulation, the body still hurt. The injuries he sustained were severe. But now the boy finally began to better understand the secret of the Golden Scales technique. He realized that its principle was to distribute the force of the blow over the entire surface of the body. The internal energy bound the skin into a single protective layer, causing the pressure to dissipate and weaken significantly. This is why the technique was so effective against the White Rainbow style, which was based on concentrated, pinpoint attacks. Then the main character finally understood why the mentor valued this technique so highly. Any technique of the Hidden Dragon School hid complex principles behind it, and was not simple at first glance. However, there were still two abilities that he hadn't mastered yet: dragon essence, and piercing gaze style. Having decided to take his time for now, the guy focused on recovery. Later, he went home, however. Upon entering the apartment, the hero suddenly froze in place. Vanessa was sitting quietly in the living room. Hearing the noise, the girl turned around. She stood up and, as if nothing had happened, asked why he had returned so late and whether he had brought anything tasty. David stared at her in shock, realizing that Vanessa was standing before him in human form. Vanessa replied that around noon she suddenly realized that she could again independently assume human form. The protagonist sat down next to her and asked why she wanted to leave this place and whether she really felt uncomfortable here. Embarrassed, Vanessa admitted that her very presence put him in great danger. Then the girl took his hand and told him that the days spent with him had become truly happy for her. All this time, she lived like a carefree cat, eating, playing, and relaxing, not thinking about the complex affairs of the sect. However, she was still the leader of the dragon sect, so it was time to leave. When she said this, tears came to her eyes. Then David immediately hugged her and declared that if he left her alone for his own safety, he would become a pathetic person. The hero invited her to stay and face any dangers together. Hearing this, Vanessa hopefully asked if she could really stay with him, and the guy confirmed his words. After that, she joyfully threw herself on his neck. At that moment, the system began to give him notifications. The number of sympathy points has increased sharply, and the charisma skill has risen to level 7. The protagonist was surprised, because usually the attention of girls brought only small increases. Then he gently sat Vanessa down and said that he wanted to discuss a serious matter. After the explanations, it finally dawned on the girl that strong emotions were accelerating her fusion with the ring and bringing the transformation closer. Then the hero clarified that not just any feelings were suitable. She needs exactly those emotions that arose during their first union in the bathroom. Realizing this, Vanessa became embarrassed and wary. She immediately asked the hero what he was planning. David was quick to explain that the decision was entirely up to her. Then he suggested trying to speed up the process in order to gain additional strength. The girl asked why this was necessary. Then the guy reminded them that against an organization like Kant, they needed every advantage they could get. Moreover, all previous holders of similar powers received only a boost without any side effects. After some thought, Vanessa agreed, but first asked if the ring's information could be trusted. The hero replied that he saw no reason to deceive. Then the girl resolutely grabbed him by the collar and declared that it was worth checking everything right now. The protagonist was confused, and she hastened to clarify that she was thinking only about the strength needed to defeat enemies. However, Vanessa still didn't understand what exactly they needed to do. Then David suggested that she recreate that very scene in the bathroom. Although Vanessa was extremely embarrassed, she still agreed. Soon they filled the bathtub with water again. The guys then tried to recreate the circumstances of the previous merger. Overwhelmed with emotion, Vanessa grabbed the protagonist's hand with her claws. He winced in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Little by little, the girl calmed down. And then David thought that it was all over. After some time, the cattail ring began to emit powerful energy. David's eyes lit up, and the system immediately reported the detection of divine matter and the beginning of its absorption. The guy was amazed because the artifact actually contained divine energy. However, this was logical, since the ring drew power from the otherworldly god Buster. The system gradually absorbed the energy, and Vanessa soon happily reported that she had become a little stronger. The hero himself noticed the changes. His body had become significantly stronger, and it would now be extremely difficult to injure him with ordinary weapons. Then the protagonist asked if only her physical defense had increased, or if other abilities had appeared as well. Vanessa soon remembered something else, and told about a technique called the Serpent Slashing Spear. The legendary warrior Bastet held the title of Snake Slayer after she destroyed the chaotic serpent Apophis. Thanks to this, she gained a power that was excellent against creatures associated with snakes. The girl explained that dragons and snakes were similar, and therefore, hidden dragon techniques were also affected by this ability. After these words, she touched his skin, and a small ice crystal instantly appeared on it. However, David tried to argue that what was happening was illogical. He was only a practitioner of the hidden dragon style and was not a dragon, so he did not understand why her power affected him. However, The girl only smiled smugly and explained that divine power was not subject to ordinary laws. She then stated that anything related to dragons would automatically fall under the effect of her suppression ability. The protagonist just sighed, considering it unfair. But then an interesting thought came to his mind. The hero asked if this meant that Vanessa could now ignore the dragon sect and do as she wished. Hearing this, the girl noticeably perked up and confirmed that she was no longer obliged to obey them. Noticing the dangerous glint in her eyes, the guy immediately pinched the girl on the cheeks, forcing her to stop making plans for revenge. After this, he suggested returning to this issue later, and Vanessa obediently agreed. When night fell, the hero lay on the bed, and Vanessa, who had once again taken the form of a cat, was resting next to it. He then opened the system panel and found that his divinity stat had risen to 309. Just using the ring's power was enough to gain a huge amount of divine energy. If divinity was the source of the artifact's power, then after its absorption, the relic should have lost its properties. However, this had not happened before, and the guy decided not to waste time thinking and focused on developing his abilities. The system suggested strengthening one of the characteristics: defense, reaction, computational abilities, concentration, or memory. After much deliberation, the guy chose physical protection. 3 days later, the hero was training hard at the Hidden Dragon School. He worked so hard that the veins appeared on his face. His arms were also in a state of extreme tension, and now the muscles in them were swollen to the limit. During the next blow, a stream of inner power burst out and rumbled, shattering the ground in front of him. David was pleased with the result. Although reaction speed seemed like a more attractive option, most of the school's techniques were directly dependent on the strength of the body. Then the guy decided to test a new combination of skills. He combined the Hidden Dragon style with the stat doubling effect. He concentrated the power in his hand to deliver another crushing blow. The result exceeded expectations. One impact left a huge crater on the ground. After increasing the defense and the double effect, the main character felt much stronger. Soon, Jenny appeared in the hall and said that someone was looking for him. To the hero's surprise, the visitor turned out to be Lauren. The girl immediately stated that she wanted to talk to him alone. The sixth eldest sister tried to find out the reason for the visit. However, Lauren refused to explain anything, saying that her time was very valuable. This only made Jenny even more angry, and she stated that she didn't like Lauren keeping secrets, but Lauren merely shut her mouth with her finger, smiling and saying that her information was only intended for David. Jenny was furious, but she couldn't do anything. Seeing her reaction, the protagonist realized that he could not avoid trouble and followed the guest into a separate room. Once they were alone, the guy asked what was so important that she had to come in person. Lauren calmly replied that she was only passing on someone else's message then. David immediately thought of Ellen. Lauren then activated her high-tech bracelet, causing a hologram to appear in front of them. The girl introduced Otogi Suzuka, the third heir of the Mikado clan, one of the 6 largest magnates of the Far East. She then revealed the item in his hand, the true divine relic, number 519, known as the Unbreakable Blade. The artifact's main ability was indestructibility. The hero was amazed. Such an ability seemed too ideal. However, Lauren explained that there was no shield known to the world that could withstand this weapon. Moreover, the blade was once exposed to temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees. However, there wasn't even a scratch on it. Then the guy decided that it was about a new mission to contain a dangerous artifact. However, the girl shook her head and clarified that relic number 519 had not gotten out of control and did not need isolation. David was speechless, trying to understand why exactly he had been called. Lauren explained that the question wasn't what was required of him, but whether he was willing to accept the offer. Then the hero quickly realized that Ellen was behind this, who wanted him to get one specific artifact. The girl said that Otogi Suzuka entered a no-holds-barred fighting tournament for participants under 19 years of age. Under normal circumstances, an attack on such a man would have caused a serious diplomatic scandal. But this was a different situation. Artifact number 519 chose its owner independently. If its owner lost, ownership passed to the winner. Since David adored divine relics, he was offered to simply defeat his opponent in the tournament and take the artifact for himself. The hero realized that if he won, the artifact would choose him. Meanwhile, in Southport, a man named Bernard was reporting to his master. The guy said that their junior disciple had already made a lot of noise in Fengcheng. He had easily won all 12 preliminary matches. However, Olsen merely noted that several victories had made the young man overconfident and made a laughingstock of the school. Nevertheless, Bernard stood up for his younger comrade. In his opinion, the talented genius was allowed a little arrogance. Then the conversation turned to the White Raven. The student reported that all the people in the know had already been eliminated. The only regret was the loss of Archer. The master acknowledged this loss as unpleasant, but called it only a small obstacle on the way to the goal. After this, the man asked about the younger student. Olsen replied that this young man's path was different from their own. Then he strictly ordered not to tell the student any details, since an important duel awaited him. Meanwhile, David was preparing to participate in a major tournament. After telling the master about the junior competition, he discovered that both senior students had decided to go with him. Jenny explained that it was dangerous for the boy to travel alone, so the older sisters were obliged to protect their younger brother. The protagonist found this funny and looked at Vanessa, who was sitting on his shoulder. She sheepishly stated that they still needed to strengthen the fusion level, so she needed to be nearby. These words surprised the young man, and he suspected that the girl had become too carried away by the process, but she hastened to deny everything. Then Jenny noticed that the relationship between them had become suspiciously close, since David even took her to the tournament. Vanessa responded by saying that she just wanted to stay close to him. The older sister suggested leaving the cat at a hotel, but she immediately threatened to run away from home. In the end, the guy just sighed heavily. They left him no choice, so David allowed everyone to accompany him. Later, they reached the competition venue. Jenny immediately began to explain the situation. She warned that at his current level of strength, David would not be able to defeat the genius Otogi Suzuka. Then the hero asked what level he had reached. The girl guessed that it was around the third. When he asked if such a ranking system existed in Fengcheng, Jenny proudly admitted that she had come up with it herself. She cited the example of the famous child prodigy Otogi, who began training at the age of 10 and became a top student by the age of 15. By the age of 18, he had received a legendary title, and 3 years later, he had conquered the entire world of martial arts. David was well aware that there was still a huge difference between him and the older student. If they fought now, the outcome would be obvious. But Jenny noted that the main thing was not the enemy himself. The upcoming world tournament was the only competition of this scale where the free use of weapons was permitted. It was the weaponry that often determined the winner, and skill in using it directly influenced the combat potential of the participant. The girl then asked what weapon her younger brother would choose. The hero stated that he would not take anything and trusted his own fists completely. Then Jenny gave an example and suggested imagining Otogi, whose swordsman was equal in strength to 9 of their older brothers. Hearing this, David instantly fell silent. While the girl was writing down the calculations, the boy came to the conclusion that even his golden scales would hardly be able to withstand a blow from such a master. The thought that 9 such opponents could confront him at once seemed truly terrifying to David. In such a situation, the outcome seemed obvious. Only one person would be able to stay on his feet, and the hero was already preparing for defeat. However, at that moment, Jenny intervened. The girl called out to her younger brother and asked him to look at one thing. The boy picked up the heavy object wrapped in black cloth and immediately noticed that it was an excellent blade. The older sister was surprised how he managed to understand this. In response, the protagonist said that he simply felt as if the weapon itself was calling him into battle. Then Jenny explained with a smile that she hadn't given him gifts for a long time, so she decided to give him this blade to participate in the tournament. Hearing this, David inquired about the cost of the weapon. After a quick calculation, the girl reported that the main material consisted of dragon bone, reinforced with rare metals and forged by a famous master. It cost about 20 million. This sum astonished the hero, since the gift was many times greater than all his savings. But he nevertheless accepted the blade with gratitude. The boy then swung the weapon a few times, but quickly realized that a good sword alone was not enough. At that moment, he suddenly felt danger. The protagonist instantly threw his blade up and blocked the stream of water that Master Theodore had unexpectedly splashed out. The old man immediately scolded him for his clumsy reaction. David then greeted his mentor and asked if there were any special weapon techniques in the Hidden Dragon style. Then the master took a cup of tea. He poured out its contents and explained that all martial arts have a common basis. Any blow can be transferred to a weapon. He then demonstrated this in practice. One drop of tea burned a neat hole in the floor, which greatly surprised the young man. After this, Theodore stated that there was little time left before the tournament, so the student urgently needed to master the deadly technique. The next second, the old man released a powerful, murderous aura from the blade. Suddenly, the hero found himself on a bloody battlefield. It seemed to him that his hands were cut, and he himself was standing on a mountain of his own bodies among rivers of blood. When David looked at his palm, he saw that it had been cut into small pieces. At that moment, he experienced indescribable horror. Not understanding what was happening to him, he looked down and saw nothing but a mountain of bloody dead bodies. When the vision disappeared, the boy returned to reality. He was pale and covered in cold sweat. The mentor just chuckled and explained that he had just felt the power of murderous intent. David asked him in surprise what it was. And then, Theodore told him about the path of Asura. This is a special technique that takes energy to the limit and allows one to influence an enemy with just one will. David didn't understand how this was possible, but the master reminded him that their school already violated the usual laws of logic. The old man then offered to teach him the intent of the Asura blade, a blow that would greatly increase the destructive power of the weapon. Then the hero asked if the mentor was going to personally become his opponent. However, Theodore turned his chair and pointed at Dory, who was to become his sparring partner. The old man told me to forget about complicated techniques and attack the girl with real intent to kill. The protagonist immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow. However, Dory easily dodged his attack. Then she raised her hand and stopped the blade. The next moment, her palm was already at David's neck. In the end, the victory went to the girl. Despite the defeat, the guy did not give up and continued training. Watching him, Theodore praised his student. It turned out that he had a rare talent for wielding weapons. According to the master's calculations, it would take him no more than a week, and perhaps only 4 days to master the basics. However, the training was soon interrupted when they were told about guests from the Golden Wind School who had broken into the dojo grounds. At that moment, the envoy was unceremoniously pushed aside. After this, Bernard came inside and immediately demanded a duel to the death with David. He introduced himself as one of the main students of the Golden Wind School and stated that if he won, he would ask him one question. Hearing the name of his opponent, the boy remembered the list of tournament participants that he had previously received from Ellen. Moreover, he realized that this person was connected with the monster cockroach case and the Golden Wind School itself. Then Master Theodore calmly ordered his student to exchange a few blows with the guest. Seeing the protagonist's hesitation, the old man assured him that he was on the territory of his own dojo and need not worry. After this, David agreed to accept the challenge and prepared for the fight, while the other guy, Bob, thought about it. A sensational article appeared in the morning newspaper about a 17-year-old schoolboy who managed to single-handedly kill a monster. Bob had warned Bernard in advance that David was a very strong opponent and that he had to be fought with caution. However, the guy only laughed arrogantly and stated that he had already met many people who only seemed menacing. Then he stepped forward, looked the hero over, and said that he was a year older and therefore was prepared to show leniency. However, the main character did not even respond to these conversations. He threw down the blade and suddenly disappeared from the enemy's sight. Bernard froze in surprise, and the next moment David was already behind him. Yet Bernard had expected it, so he met his attack with a grin. The guy instantly dodged the attack, after which energy began to swirl around his hand. Then the opponents struck simultaneously. Their fists clashed in the air. The powerful collision threw both of them back. Having sensed the enemy's strength, the Golden Wind School disciple finally became serious. In turn, the hero noted that the white rainbow sword of the Golden Wind Dojo truly lives up to its reputation. It was the first time he had fought a real martial artist, not monsters or punching bags. Bernard decided to test his limits and went on the attack again. He was extremely pleased with the battle against a worthy opponent. The hero did not give in to him and blocked another attack in his direction in time. During another exchange of blows, golden scales appeared on David's hand. Bernard was shocked to see this. For a 17-year-old fighter, such skills seemed incredible. However, David asked him to talk less. Then the main character unleashed a series of swift blows on his opponent. Master Theodore and the senior students watched the duel from the sidelines. The girls were surprised to see how quickly their little brother had become stronger. The hero himself analyzed the enemy and came to the conclusion that the white rainbow technique significantly strengthened the owner's body. An ordinary person would not have withstood even a few such blows, but Bernard calmly took more than 10 and was almost unharmed. However, David soon noticed a weak spot in the enemy's defense. He activated Double Awakening and was about to deliver the decisive blow, but at that moment, someone loudly ordered to stop. Hearing this, the hero immediately jumped back. Olsen stepped forward and shielded his student, saying that it was just a normal sparring session and that it shouldn't have led to a fatal blow. However, the guy sharply responded that the representatives of the Golden Wind School themselves spoke of a duel to the death. Now they called it a friendly training session. In his opinion, they should have first decided on their intentions. Olsen was speechless when he heard this, but Theodore just laughed and declared that his student was absolutely right. Then the master noticed that the guests themselves had made the noise and were now trying to save face. Bernard hung his head in shame, and Olsen sighed heavily. After this, he turned the conversation to the upcoming tournament for fighters under 19 years of age. The man offered to test David's abilities personally. Senior student Jenny immediately became indignant, reminding them that it was their guests who started the conflict. However, Theodore stopped her and asked the hero's own opinion. And then the hero began to think that, on the one hand, the fight with Olsen could help him understand the white rainbow technique. On the other hand, he did not rule out that this old man was planning something evil. However, his master had already guaranteed his safety, so the boy agreed. Gripping the blade tightly, David assumed a fighting stance and began the duel. He quickly attacked the man. However, Olsen easily dodged, sizing up his opponent. The old man soon noticed that the hero's main drawback was his age and lack of experience. While the hero was trying to attack the enemy, he noticed that the boy had exposed his vulnerable spot. At that moment, he struck him in the shoulder. However, the guy instantly changed the trajectory of the attack and responded with a series of chopping movements. Moreover, he managed to leave a scratch on the enemy's face. Olsen was sincerely amazed by the young man's talent for wielding weapons. At that moment, the old man finally decided to use it for his own purposes. However, David received a system notification that after the fight, a new weapon handling skill was unlocked. The hero immediately realized how useful fights with true masters are. Just one battle allowed him to master a new ability, so he offered to continue the fight, but Olsen refused, saying that he had to take his student for treatment. Then the main character looked at Bernard and said that they would meet again at the tournament. He also warned his opponent not to underestimate him again, and the guy just gritted his teeth in anger and agreed. Jenny immediately scolded David for allowing them to save face. In response, the hero calmly said that he was only telling the truth. From the outside, it looked like the opponent had successfully blocked his blow, but in fact, he had suffered serious internal injuries. In the hero's opinion, the opponent's true strength was in no way inferior to his own. Hearing this, Theodore was pleased. He praised the student for his observation and ordered Dory to bring the heavy blade. The old master noted that the boy began to see the progress of the battle perfectly, so he decided to test its limits even further. When the girl handed over the weapon, Theodore gripped the handle tightly. Countless waves of murderous intent instantly erupted around. The protagonist immediately recognized the familiar pressure. It was once again the intent of Asura's blade. David then realized that to fully master this technique, he needed to accept the very concept of death. Asura's destructive will was like that of a ferocious dragon, and only those who were prepared to face death could master it. The warriors' blades clashed, causing sparks to fly in all directions. From the outside, it looked like they were simply standing opposite each other. But in reality, they were fighting in the spiritual world. At first, Jenny and Dory didn't understand what the teacher and little brother were doing. Then Lucas explained that they were fighting in the spirit world. To resist the murderous intent, an even stronger and purer will to destroy the enemy was required. Soon, Theodore's eyes flashed red. Seeing this, David realized that the boy had finally mastered Asura's intent. At the same time, the system began to issue notifications. During the training, the skills of weapon handling, visualization, strengthening the body, and the power of the hidden dragon grew. In addition, the Asura Blade Intent skill has reached level 1. Meanwhile, in another sect, Bernard was kneeling before Olsen and receiving a stern reprimand. The old man demanded to know why he had caused a conflict before the tournament and even dared to break into the Dragon King's dojo. The guy couldn't stand it and tearfully admitted that he couldn't forget the death of his older friend Archer. He had always treated him well, so the young man did not want to pretend that nothing had happened. He was tormented by questions about why he died at David's school and what really happened between them. Then Olsen promised to tell the whole truth. He said he would do this if the student won first place in the free martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Bernard finally calmed down and agreed. Meanwhile, the main character went to the bamboo grove to train with the blade. All his past opponents came to mind. The Cockroach Man, Bernard, and other enemies. Then the guy opened his eyes and started throwing punches. The first blow cut through the image of the cockroach monster. The second blow was aimed at Bernard, and the third at the white-haired man. The system bombarded him with notifications again. Through constant practice, the hero fully grasped the deep essence of Asura's intention. Moreover, his weapon skill rose to level 3. David was amazed. Even without a real fight, he gained a huge amount of experience. But the guy also realized the danger of the technique. Asura's intent existed solely for the purpose of killing and destruction, leaving little room for self-control. Therefore, the hero decided that in the future he would try to change this technique. He will do this using his own visualization techniques, so that he does not one day turn the blade against those close to him. While he was thinking about this, the telephone suddenly rang. After answering the call, the guy learned that he had to sign a new contract, so he went straight to the appointed meeting, where he was met by professional manager Leslie. The girl said that from now on she would handle all of his affairs and organize his participation in the tournament for fighters under 19 years of age. Then she led the hero to complete the registration. And on the way, the protagonist noticed a large wall with photographs. Leslie explained that the champions of all previous tournaments were housed there. While carefully examining the photographs, David suddenly noticed a familiar face. Suzuka Otogi, the winner of the previous tournament. The hero's expression immediately changed. The guy clarified the information about him. The girl confirmed that Suzuka was last year's champion, which is why he automatically received a place in the final. Suzuka Otogi was the third heir to the Mikado clan and the legitimate successor to the Subai martial arts school. Leslie confirmed that their family were direct descendants of the legendary god of war of the Far East, Sakanue Tamuramaro. It was in honor of his famous sword Soryu that the Subai school was created, famous for its incredibly fast series of strikes. According to Suzuki, at the highest level, a master could deliver 1,000 cutting attacks simultaneously. The protagonist immediately activated a mental visualization, wondering if such a speed existed in reality. Otogi's rapid movements began to replay in his mind, and seeing this, the hero was amazed. However, using the double speed skill, he imagined himself parrying those blows with his own sword. David then realized that with his dynamic vision and ability, he could keep up with the pace of such an opponent. Leslie noticed that the guy was frozen motionless, and even thought that the young man was already looking for ways to defeat Suzuka Otogi. The girl noted that, despite Otogi's genius, persistent training would have allowed him to become a worthy successor. David thanked her stiffly, and from the look on Leslie's face, he immediately realized that she had misunderstood what was happening. The girl then returned to the table and handed him the official contract. Since the guy joined the club through special channels, after signing the agreement, he became the team's main fighter. The document stated that all members of the starting lineup received a monthly salary of $180,000 and additional benefits. David calmly signed the papers, noting that the organizers had been incredibly generous. After this, Leslie remembered an important detail and explained that the rules of the youth tournament were different from regular competitions. If the next opponent turned out to be too strong, the participant could voluntarily refuse the fight. However, defeat did not mean final elimination, since there was a special respawn grid. David reflected that giving up performing entirely would allow him to reach the finals quietly through this system. However, the guy understood that others had probably already come up with a similar strategy, which meant that difficulties would have arisen much earlier. Meanwhile, Leslie became enthusiastic and determined to make him the greatest dark horse in the history of the tournament. Soon, the guy suggested finishing for the day, and the girl said that he could contact her with any questions. Soon, David was already walking along the beach, Now the hero realized that Otogi was much stronger than it seemed at first. In addition to his incredible speed, his mastery of weapons was at the highest level. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby. Two guys were pestering a girl, bragging about being the dark horses of the tournament. They assured her that they could buy her anything she wanted, and that after winning the competition, she would become the champion's girl. David noted that this was how regular tournament participants behaved. And then he understood why Ellen did not allow him to waste time on the qualifiers. At that moment, the hero felt a strange energy emanating from the stranger. At that moment, David froze in surprise. He immediately recognized Wendy, the cousin of the previous owner of this body. The girl was famous for her beauty, excellent studies, and was always considered the first beauty of the school. However, behind the perfect appearance hid an unpleasant character. She was constantly sleeping through classes and loved to cheat at games. Wendy even used David's name to deceive people. Moreover, Wendy often bragged to her friends and looked for someone who would pay for her lunch. However, the guy knew perfectly well that it was her unusual abilities that he should fear most. And indeed, instead of arguing with the annoying suitors, the girl instantly summoned mutated plants. Thick vines burst from the ground. One wrapped around the first guy's arm, and another squeezed the second guy's neck with force. Then the vines suddenly pulled both boys towards each other, causing them to collide lips. Wendy cheerfully ordered them to smile for the photo. The girl admired the photo, saying that it was a wonderful moment in their lives, and advised them to stop making unhappy faces. Both suitors were so humiliated that they were ready to sink through the ground. Watching this, the girl finally burst out laughing. David could no longer contain his curiosity and asked what this strange plant was, at which moment the vine disappeared underground. Wendy was delighted to see him and began asking him why he was in Fengcheng, noticing that the guy seemed to have grown taller and even more attractive. She even jokingly suggested that he had had plastic surgery and poked him in the chest several times. However, the hero quickly stopped his cousin and again inquired about the mysterious creature. The girl immediately avoided answering, pretending that she didn't understand anything. Then Wendy changed the subject and wanted to know why her brother had come to town. David, not wanting to worry her, admitted that he had participated in a martial arts tournament. Hearing this, the girl immediately began to scold him. She admitted that she had not expected such a choice and was worried that the guy would now constantly get involved in dangerous fights. However, the protagonist stated that sooner or later he would still have to face similar trials. David also added that he had become very strong. Then Wendy suggested testing his abilities. The hero asked her how exactly she was going to do it. She pointed to a lighthouse in the distance and suggested they have a race, promising not to interfere with his martial arts training again if he won. Confident of his victory, David immediately agreed. They soon took up positions. As soon as Wendy gave the signal, the hero activated the double speed skill and rushed forward. However, the cunning girl had prepared traps in advance. Branches and roots began to burst out of the ground, trying to stop him. The guy quickly realized that his relative was planning to win by dishonest means. In response, she only smiled contentedly, showing that this was only the beginning. The roots continuously attacked the young man, but he deftly dodged them, even though it was difficult for him. At that moment, one of the vines rushed straight at him, and David managed to dodge at the last moment. Wendy ran to the lighthouse, smiling as she said goodbye to her brother. At this moment, the hero decided to activate the visualization skill. With his analytical eye, he was able to spot a weak spot in their defense. He immediately ran forward, and seeing this, Wendy was glad, thinking that her brother had fallen into a trap. She had already decided that victory was in her pocket. At that moment, a huge branch suddenly grew right in front of David. Then the hero was forced to use real strength. He accelerated sharply and broke free from the encirclement, his power manifesting in the form of a giant dragon tearing apart countless tentacles. The girl was shocked by what she saw. By the time the guy reached the finish line, his clothes were covered in cuts and he was breathing heavily. Wendy praised his technique, but reminded him that the victory was still hers. The puzzled protagonist asked what these abilities were. His sister only replied with a laugh that it was magic, and then declared that she had been chosen by the Lord of the Crimson Skies. After this, the girl suddenly asked if he would still consider her an older sister if one day she stopped being herself. These words made David wary, The name of the Lord of the Crimson Skies seemed suspiciously similar to the name of an evil deity, and then the guy wondered if Wendy's abilities were connected to some divine artifact. Noticing his serious face, the girl lightly hit her brother and admitted that she was just making fun of him. She then complained that he came to Feng Cheng and didn't even treat her to dinner, so she eventually suggested that they eat right at his hotel. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside. Vanessa waited for David to return and began to suspect that he had gone on a date. And then suddenly her cat ears picked up sounds outside the door. Hearing footsteps, the girl opened the door and prepared to scold him, but froze in surprise. A drunk Wendy and David stood in front of her. Her cousin asked if it was really his number, and the guy offered to stay the night. At this point, Vanessa became furious and shouted David's name loudly. They both sobered up instantly from surprise. The hero panicked and tried to explain everything, saying that it was his sister. But cunning Wendy decided to act differently. She only hugged his arm tighter and asked curiously who the girl in the room was. Hearing this, Vanessa completely misunderstood everything and demanded an explanation, wanting to know what kind of relationship connected the two of them. Then Wendy pressed herself against David's chest and, with a sly smile, hinted that the answer was obvious, after which she hurried him inside. David was quick to explain to Vanessa that Wendy was indeed his older sister. However, the girl put her finger to his lips and suddenly declared that he should have addressed her by her first name. The protagonist immediately realized that he was in trouble, and he tried to explain to Vanessa with an awkward smile that she had misunderstood everything. However, Wendy continued to add fuel to the fire, suggesting that everyone calm down and go inside. However, suddenly Vanessa grabbed the guy by the collar. She threatened that if he took another step towards her, he would never see her again. Realizing that the joke had gone too far, Wendy also became nervous. Then David gloomily warned his cousin that if she did not immediately explain everything properly, she could not return home. Hearing such a serious tone, the girl became frightened and hurried to hide in the bathroom. Vanessa soon learned the truth and admitted that she didn't expect that Wendy really was his older sister. The hero could only helplessly think that only she could spread such rumors without the slightest embarrassment. Vanessa then asked what university his sister attended, but the guy didn't know. Then the girl admitted that it was not a matter of curiosity. She noticed that Wendy had a very strange smell. At first, the protagonist misunderstood her words, deciding that she was talking about ordinary concerns about her appearance. But the cat girl quickly explained that she had felt exactly this kind of aura somewhere before. David then suggested that her scent might be related to plants or something similar. Vanessa soon remembered the source. Once, as the leader of the dragon cult, she met with the envoy of the Flower God Society. Despite the differences between the organizations, she proposed an alliance. After being refused, the woman took out an ordinary plant in a pot. She cast a mysterious spell and turned it into a true divine artifact. Thus, the most ordinary plant turned into a real treasure. At first, no one believed her, and everyone demanded confirmation. However, all the instruments confirmed this. The plant had turned into an artifact. Later, the messenger left them, and they never heard from her again. However, Wendy's scent completely matched that woman's aura. Hearing this, David wondered if his cousin was related to the Lord of 10,000 Flowers. Perhaps this is where the secret of her abilities lay. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura and heard heavy footsteps approaching. Realizing that the uninvited guest clearly did not come in peace, the hero ordered Vanessa to call Wendy so that they could leave the hotel immediately. However, the girl suddenly turned into a cat, explaining that her time of transformation had expired. The guy just sighed heavily. His plans for the evening were ruined, and he now had to deal with the danger himself. The main character ran to the bathroom and warned his sister about the danger. The steps of the unknown person were already heard on the stairs. When there was no response, the guy decided that he would have to violate her personal space for the sake of safety. He was ready to get hit on the head for barging in on her at such a personal moment. However, he opened the door anyway. David shouted to his sister that it was going to be dangerous here now, so he and Vanessa needed to run. However, to his surprise, there was no one inside. Having activated the visualization technique, David decided to see what had happened. He quickly discovered that Wendy had long since escaped through the window, having disappeared immediately after entering the bathroom. At that moment, the front door of the hotel room was knocked down with a bang. The hero instantly turned around and turned cold. Meanwhile, at Fengcheng University, Grace was already waiting for Wendy, who had returned. The mentor immediately asked if the girl had visited her relatives again. Hearing this, Wendy became wary and asked what problem she had with this. Grace demanded to know why the chosen one of the Lord of 10,000 Flowers continued to cling to mortal attachments. Wendy stated that they were bearers of power, not gods who looked down on humans. She was still an ordinary person. The girl then proudly told that her younger brother had recently started studying martial arts and had quite good potential. However, Grace only laughed. She believed that martial arts were for mortals and could not lead to divinity. The mentor reminded that human life is too short. Then she suggested that Brother Wendy also believe in the Lord of 10,000 Flowers. In her opinion, only the blessing of a true deity could allow him to one day stand beside his sister on the path to divinity. Wendy was unhappy and immediately warned Grace not to even think about making plans for her little brother. At that very moment, strange plants began to grow around the girl, forming a huge shield behind her back. She said openly that she would not allow anyone to touch David, and Grace was surprised by such a reaction. It was the first time she saw the usually carefree student so serious. Her deadly aura even gave her a special charm. However, the mentor understood that the warning came too late. Meanwhile, the main character hurriedly ran into the living room, calling Vanessa. Suddenly, a red flash flashed before his eyes. The guy instantly dodged the surprise attack. He then caught the flying vine, and the system reported the detection of the divine substance and the beginning of energy absorption. The hero was amazed, because the attacking item turned out to be a plant. Pulling the vine hard, David realized that the enemy belonged to the cult of the flower god. Soon, Tennessee, the chosen one of this organization, appeared before him. The girl stated that he already understood everything, and then suggested that he join the cult. She invited David to accept the Lord of 10,000 Flowers and find the true warmth of a loving mother. However, the hero was more interested in the system's messages, as the energy absorption was quickly approaching completion. Understanding the situation, the guy did not refuse right away and decided to stall for time, for which he began to provoke his interlocutor. Tennessee stated that only the master could lead humanity to survival, and there was simply no other choice. Meanwhile, the absorption scale had almost reached its limit. Then, David asked with interest what benefits joining the cult provided. At the same time, he began to gather the power of the shadow flame, intending to subjugate the girl and find out information about his sister. However, Tennessee suddenly noticed a black aura and immediately realized that the chosen one was also in front of her. She began to convince him that the blessing was a very rare gift. By joining the cult, he would gain the ability to control plants and even change his own body. The hero noted mockingly that the success of such rituals was certainly far from ideal. The girl became angry and wanted to answer. However, at that moment, she received an order through a hidden earpiece to focus on the task. It was then that the system reported that it had completely completed absorbing divine energy and suggested upgrading the shadow flame. The guy immediately agreed. After the buff, the ability's range increased, and the black flame could now cling to any surface. Pleased with this result, David finally refused to join the cult. Moreover, he stated that by nature he liked to act contrary to others. If the sectarians were willing to wait 15 years, then he could consider their proposal. However, deep down, the protagonist suspected that the cult members found him so quickly because of Wendy. At the same time, he could not understand why his sister simply ran away. However, there was no time left to think. Suddenly, Tennessee released her power, and giant plant tentacles burst out of the floor. The girl admitted that her main goal was to get him back, and if he did not agree to cooperate, she was going to use force. Then the guy quickly grabbed Vanessa and retreated to the window. Realizing that his recruitment had been planned in advance, he decided to escape immediately. Having broken the glass, the hero prepared to jump. The next moment, he was already flying down, holding a stunned Vanessa in his arms. Seeing this, Tennessee screamed in horror, reminding them that they were on the 32nd floor. However, David concentrated fully and used Shadow Flame, attaching himself to the smooth surface of the building. The black aura held him securely on the glass. But at the same time, the hero noted that it was extremely difficult to control such power. Slowly descending, the guy put all his strength into it. Any mistake could lead to a fall. However, In the end, he managed to reach the ground safely. As soon as he got downstairs, he ran into Jenny and Dory. The girl asked how he managed to get down from such a height. But before she could finish speaking, Jenny suddenly felt danger. Without wasting any time, she grabbed his hand and pulled him into the car. Meanwhile, Tennessee rushed after them, ordering them not to run away. However, the person speaking to her through the earpiece gave her the order to retreat. In response, the girl, breathing heavily, confirmed the command and stopped pursuing the main character. At that very moment, someone was closely watching all their actions through the monitor screen. Watching the scene through the screen, Vanessa was reassured that her little brother was safe. At that moment, Grace approached her, and the girl admitted that she did not expect to see that Vanessa's brother was also one of the chosen ones. She even noted that she should have studied him better beforehand. But now, she became extremely interested in what deity the guy worshipped. At the same time, she asked her not to worry, because as far as she could tell, the deity had no intention of harming David. Vanessa looked at her interlocutor and asked what would happen if one day this deity began to threaten her brother. Then Grace hugged her around the waist. She assured with a smile that in that case, the entire society of the flower god would take her side without hesitation. It will destroy any enemy, even the Lord of the Endless Crimson Flame himself. Meanwhile, David, Jenny, Dory, and Vanessa drove away in the car. On the way, his older sister at school asked him what happened at the hotel and who was following him. The protagonist calmly explained that he was relaxing in his room when unknown individuals suddenly broke through the wall and attacked him. Jenny noted that the guy continued to lie shamelessly and then hit him, scolding him for his crazy jump from a great height. The hero immediately admitted his mistake, and Jenny noticed the strange sheet that Dory handed her. She immediately guessed that the attackers were connected with the Flower God Society. The guy confirmed this and said that the sectarians wanted to make him their honorary patron. Hearing this, the girl noticeably darkened. Then the main character realized that his older sisters knew in advance about a possible attack. However, Jenny was quick to explain that they were not fortune tellers. The master simply warned that as his power grew, more and more organizations would try to lure him to their side. So the students were assigned to keep an eye on him, although the girl quickly added that they did not keep an eye on him all the time. David admitted that his mentor's words made sense, especially after Ellen had tried to recruit him almost immediately. The boy then asked if the master had said anything else, since the Flower God Society clearly had no intention of backing down. Jenny blushed slightly and admitted that the teacher had advised him to move in with her. These words surprised the hero. He knew that his sister was very rich, but he did not even suspect that her main mansion was in Fengcheng. The boy noted with concern that the conflict with the Flower God Society could bring trouble to her family. However, the girl only smiled, declaring that the enemies would never dare to act against her family. Soon the car stopped near a huge ancient estate. Seeing the luxurious residence, the hero was speechless. Now he realized that Jenny's stories about untold riches were the pure truth. On the way inside, David asked Jenny why she lived in Qingcheng at all if her family was so powerful. The girl explained that before his death, her father called Qingcheng a land of prosperity and forced all his children to stay there. Moreover, since then, each of the siblings has met influential people and achieved significant success. The hero realized that Jenny's family had an outstanding background and that there were many extraordinary people hidden in the small town of Qingcheng. Remembering Ellen, Vanessa, and other powerful figures, the guy couldn't help but think. He became curious about what kind of creature he would become in the future. Meanwhile, Jenny brought him to the training hall, an entire building dedicated exclusively to training. All rooms had enhanced security, allowing full power to be used without the risk of destroying everything around. Touched, David grabbed her hand and sincerely thanked her for her concern, assuring her that it was more than enough. The girl's cheeks turned red in surprise. After this, she quickly wished him good night and ran away, promising to wake him up for breakfast in the morning. When they were left alone, Vanessa noted with a grin that the sixth eldest sister literally supported them. Meanwhile, it was already deep night outside, and dim moonlight quietly penetrated the room through the window. Vanessa noticed the heavy expression on David's face and asked why he looked so depressed. After a short silence, the hero shared his doubts. Thoughts about the so-called chosen ones did not leave him. The girl was surprised, since usually each deity had only one chosen one. Then the guy admitted that he continued to worry about Wendy. If there could only be one chosen one, then why did that girl call herself such? And, moreover, offer him to become the chosen one himself. All this seemed incomprehensible to him, but the hero declared that if someone harmed his sister, he would fight to the end. In response, Vanessa only smiled softly and promised to support him no matter what path he chose. Then David took out his phone. He was sure that the White Raven authorities had long known about the cult of the flower god and probably had information about its activities. Later, the guy went out onto a busy neon street, where several smartly dressed girls immediately tried to invite him over. However, the hero stopped near a certain building. Although it seems strange that a secret base could be located in such a place, he had previously received instructions to knock on the reception desk in a specific rhythm. Having done everything exactly, the guy received a key card for the chosen ones from the employee. This excessive secrecy made him suspicious, and he even wondered if it was all a trap. David thought the White Raven was an official government organization, but they were hiding in the shadows. Nevertheless, he still went to the right room. However, when David opened the door, he found only an empty room inside. He shook his head, realizing he had expected something more. And then David wondered what he should have expected. Lauren soon appeared and asked what information about the cult of the flower god he was interested in. The protagonist demanded to provide everything, especially information for the last 3 days and all the sex actions in Fengcheng. The girl immediately guessed that the cultist had managed to anger him, so she asked him about his plans. But the guy admitted that he didn't yet have a specific strategy and was going to act based on the information he received. Lauren then agreed to help, but asked for a favor in return. David became wary and asked if they were going to send him on a suicide mission or drag him into illegal activities. The girl just sighed heavily and assured that it was a completely ordinary job. She revealed that the flower god cult was an extremely dangerous organization that worshipped the Lord of 10,000 flowers. The identity of the sect's leader, a woman of about 35 years old, remained unknown until now. The worst part was that the cultists were actively searching for his sister, and there was a possibility that Wendy was already in their hands. Clenching his fists, the hero realized that his suspicions had been correct. Lauren added that the girl was one of the cult's most important targets. It was thanks to her that they were able to learn many of the god's secrets. Hearing this, David flared up. He was outraged that they knew about his sister's identity, but did nothing to save her. Lauren was quick to explain that the problem wasn't a lack of willingness to help. Unlike other cults, where there was only one chosen one, all members of the cult of the flower god were chosen ones. Lauren explained that each follower was connected to the source of life of the Lord, and if this connection was broken, the person died. Lauren admitted that she was truly sorry, but there was no other way. They were forced to continue their investigation and search for the location of the deity's sanctuary. The girl promised that once he was discovered, the first task would be to save Wendy. After hearing the explanation, the hero calmed down and apologized for his outburst. He admitted that he had acted too impulsively. He then promised to provide his power if it was needed to destroy the sect. Lauren then reported that a new interdimensional border area had been discovered in the northern sector 3 days ago. To prevent the distortion from spreading, White Raven sent an elite group there, but it proved impossible to penetrate. Lauren explained that the new area was a chaotic merger with another world, where the usual laws of physics were violated. Only the day before, the White Raven organization was able to determine the exact conditions for entering the dangerous border zone. Firstly, the person had to be under 18 years old. And secondly, only natural living organisms were allowed. People with foreign objects in their bodies, and even those who had ever had plastic surgery, were not allowed into the zone. The hero immediately understood why the girl had approached him. Lauren said that he only needed to install surveillance equipment. Lauren wearily admitted that another suitable person existed, but her department simply didn't want to deal with him. Then David politely declined, citing the upcoming tournament and the danger of the task. But the girl quickly stopped him and offered him a reward, a divine artifact called Step Beyond. She explained that she had received permission to issue it in advance. Taking the object in his hands, the protagonist immediately remembered its properties. The system reported that the Class C artifact had already been absorbed into the vault. Some masters used it during a special stage of ascension, although it could only be used once in a lifetime. The guy was delighted. The new artifact allowed him to take another huge step forward. Besides, in the future, he would still need the White Raven's help in finding his sister. That's why the hero immediately asked when they should leave. Lauren suggested performing that night, and he agreed, deciding to warn his family first. Then the girl remembered one more thing and took out a wooden box. She reported that Ellen had left her without giving any explanation. Having agreed to meet in an hour, the guy headed for the exit. Soon, he was back at Jenny's mansion. Opening the box, he was surprised to find glasses that resembled regular models. Out of curiosity, the hero put them on, trying to understand what Ellen wanted to say with this. He decided that they also had a presence-reducing effect, like ordinary glasses. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. A three-dimensional projection of the library he was familiar with appeared in front of him. David didn't understand what had happened and stood frozen for a moment. At that moment, Ellen's familiar voice was heard. A projection of a blonde woman he knew stepped forward and greeted the hero, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A shocked David assumed she had entered his mind, but Ellen explained that this was not the case. David was wearing glasses, which were an artifact. Her consciousness was connected to the glasses, and the image itself was just a projection. The woman admitted that she was pleased that he accepted the assignment. The guy was surprised that she knew about this and asked if she had been following him all this time. Then Ellen asked him if he ever wondered why they were after him. She asked if he knew why the conditions for entry into the border area were calculated for 18-year-old natural beings. David didn't understand anything and asked Ellen what she was getting at. Then she revealed the secret. The area itself seemed to be waiting for him, since inside there was an object that belonged only to him. Moreover, it was a top-tier divine artifact, although even she didn't know its appearance. However, the girl warned that she was not the only one hunting him. The protagonist realized that his interlocutor had another goal. Then Ellen explained the true purpose of the step beyond. Contrary to official data, the artifact served more than just to enhance training. It was needed to awaken innate talents, which became permanent passive abilities. She gave her own example, saying that her talent allowed her to sense divine artifacts without fail. These words greatly interested David. He immediately wondered if he could improve Step Beyond and what effects it would bring. However, Ellen's projection had already begun to disappear, and the woman finally warned him to be especially careful inside the zone. The hero hastened to ask about the method of awakening talent, but the image disappeared before he could receive an answer. Returning to his thoughts, the guy came to the conclusion that if the system allowed him to improve his skills, then this should also apply to his other techniques. He then activated the visualization to gather more information. As a result, the hero unexpectedly learned that Asura's intention was connected with the heavenly command. Moreover, there was a technique that surpassed even Asura's intent. It was called the Blade of Heaven's Will. Suddenly, the system detected a special power and reported that all the necessary conditions had been met. Thanks to this, his visualization skill was able to evolve into a completely new ability. The normal visualization has turned into the fourth-level true visualization. Noticing that his weapon seemed to have become longer, the boys secretly rejoiced. But the joy quickly gave way to excruciating pain. Fragments of memories rushed into my head, and my consciousness plunged into endless darkness. A golden light enveloped the hero's body, and golden particles began to scatter around. With horror, he realized that he saw parts of his own body. David felt as if the new ability was literally tearing him apart. At first, David hoped to simply wake up. However, I soon realized that I was stuck in this space. He thought that even though the system was trying to split him apart, there had to be a way for him to put himself back together. Then the guy concentrated and tried to remember himself. He was an 18-year-old student of a martial arts school, although he had long since stopped attending classes. Moreover, the hero remembered that he had entered this world with a system. All this time I strived for only one thing: to never live a miserable life again. When the guy opened his eyes, he found himself in his own room. He was filled with joy because everything worked. At the same time, his body became unusually light, and he felt his internal energy much more clearly. Moreover, the main character was surprised to discover that he could control his hair. Now he did it as freely as if he were moving his arms and legs. Then he turned his gaze to the ball on the floor and, concentrating, decided to use the new skill. At first, nothing happened, and David even became upset. However, he managed to lift it into the air quite quickly. The guy was absolutely delighted, because it was more like a real superpower. At that moment, Vanessa, who was nearby, sleepily asked why he hadn't left yet, even though he had spoken about an urgent matter. Then David looked at the girl. And then he suddenly saw her true appearance behind the cat form. At the same time, the system reported that someone had fanatical faith in him, and his charm score increased by 1,000 points. Suddenly, his phone rang. He was informed that it was time to leave and that they were already waiting for him outside. After saying goodbye to Vanessa and asking her to wait for him, the guy said that it was time for him to go. Finally, he did not forget to gently stroke the cat's head. David then took the heavy sword, backpack, and soon left the room. The girl watched him go, experiencing a strange feeling. Somehow, she had the feeling that this was not the David she knew. It seemed to her as if it was not a man who had just stood before her, but a real deity. The next day, the entire group set off by helicopter. On the way, Lauren gave the protagonist a smartwatch, which contained all the information about the R278 border zone. According to the data, a settlement of unknown creatures was already discovered there, and later, thunderclaps were recorded. After reviewing the information, David decided that things didn't look so bad, and then approached Lauren with an unusual request. He asked that in the event of his death, his body be returned to the city within 7 days. The girl was surprised and asked the reason, but the hero only replied that the 7-day period was extremely important. Although she didn't understand anything, she still promised to pass on the request to her superiors. In fact, the protagonist was counting on the double ability, which served as his last insurance. Soon the helicopter began to shake violently. David grabbed the handrail and decided that they had already arrived. However, Lauren stated that it was impossible to fly further. The anomalous gravity of the border zone would instantly pull the car down. It was then that the hero noticed a man below who seemed to have been specifically waiting for their appearance. He immediately reported this to Lauren, and the system meanwhile provided information about the stranger. He turned out to be an 18-year-old boy named Noah, who belonged to the Red Lotus School, but his origins remained unknown. The girl recalled that it was a fighter from the Vanguard unit, a special unit consisting exclusively of martial arts masters. Moreover, the guy was considered the strongest representative of his generation, and the step beyond was originally intended specifically for him. The protagonist frowned and asked if this man was afraid of causing a conflict between the units. However, the girl only chuckled, explaining that Noah was famous for his bad character, and they preferred not to mess with him. Then the hero immediately warned that he had no intention of getting involved in other people's squabbles, and that after arriving he would go off to complete the task. However, everything turned out to be not so simple. When the helicopter landed, Noah was already waiting below with his arms crossed and demanding a duel. Lauren tried to persuade him to put it off until he returned from the mission. However, the guy abruptly refused. Then he called the main character to him. He patted David on the shoulder, saying that he would never postpone the fight. However, he irritably pushed his hand away and stated that he was simply carrying out the assigned mission. Then the enemy declared that since the leadership had given the artifact to him, it meant they considered him stronger, and he was not going to put up with that. The irritated hero asked Lauren if Noah had any problems with his head. The girl only advised him to perceive him as sick. In the end, David dropped his backpack and agreed to fight, deciding to finish everything as quickly as possible. However, Noah was already seething with fighting spirit. He was ready to show David his true strength. But as soon as he got ready, the main character instantly closed the distance. With one blow, he sent his opponent flying. Then the guy calmly shook the dust off his clothes and asked if he could now calmly go about his business. The helicopter pilot was surprised by how weak the famous genius turned out to be, and the crew members were worried that Noah might get hurt. However, Lauren remained calm, as she was sure that he was prepared for the fight. After the humiliating first defeat, the young master became enraged, his palms slamming into the ground and his body engulfed in flames. Seeing this, the hero decided to test the enemy's strength directly. Their fists clashed, and David felt himself thrown back with surprise. David wondered how powerful it really was, and decided to test its strength in a head-on collision first. At that moment, his opponent rushed forward at great speed. Noah smugly declared that this was the true power of the volcanic body, and asked if the enemy was frightened. The force of the blow threw the protagonist back, but he still managed to stay on his feet. He just chuckled, as he hadn't used his abilities yet. Activating double acceleration and perception, he instantly realized that the enemy's strength was the result of using illegal drugs. The next moment, his silhouette disappeared. While Noah was looking around in confusion, the hero was already nearby and, touching his neck, asked if he was sick. The enemy counterattacked furiously, but the protagonist easily dodged and noted that all his movements were too primitive. Hearing this, Noah became furious and asked how David dared to humiliate him, but the hero replied that artificially enhanced internal energy is almost impossible to control. At that moment, Noah's face turned red, and a moment later he suddenly fell to his knees. His eyes sparkling with admiration, the boy declared that David's technique was incredible and asked him to teach him. At that moment, system notifications began to pour in before David's eyes. After a tough battle, his stats had increased. In addition, he had awakened a new skill, Blessing of Faith, whose effect allowed him to turn the target into a devoted follower. However, soon Noah seemed to come to his senses. He jumped up abruptly and remembered that the main character had an important mission. After this, the guy declared that he would no longer interfere and quickly left. And David realized that his faith did not disappear with his departure. Lauren looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked what had happened, but the hero only shrugged. The girl then took out his equipment and explained that after the recent battle, he might need energy restoration potions. The protagonist looked at the pile of things and thought that in case of danger, the best strategy was still to flee. At this moment, a new message came in from the border zone, that the area called Roaring Falls had grown significantly. Entry required a minimum age of 17, and then information about a divine artifact numbered God 005 appeared. The protagonist immediately remembered the conversation with Ellen 2 weeks ago. He then asked why the highest divine artifacts were guarded so strictly. The girl explained that such objects violated the very laws of the world. If reality were a drawing, these artifacts would be errors that could distort the entire drawing. Then the hero noticed that even the most unusual things usually obeyed some rules. However, Ellen objected and suggested presenting an artifact that could return a person to the past and allow them to live their life anew. Some of these items were so valuable that people were willing to do anything to possess them. Moreover, individual artifacts could not only change the world, but also completely destroy it. According to Arya's information, God 05's artifact, called the Mirror World, reflected reality. He created countless parallel worlds that gradually penetrated into the present. The hero suggested that people were trapped in a false reality and could only escape by discovering and destroying its flaw. After these words, Lauren asked what happened to those who ended up in such dimensions. David replied that otherwise they would stay there forever. Realizing the scale of the threat, Lauren immediately decided to call off the operation and inform her superiors about the need to reconsider the mission. However, the hero interrupted her and told her to simply put on a gas mask. He stated that he was going to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Besides, David remembered Ellen's words. It was as if this zone was waiting for him, which is why the guy wanted to personally find out the truth. While Lauren was calling out to him, the hero was already heading towards the portal. He decided that if he could get his hands on one of the most powerful divine artifacts, he would hit the jackpot. The young man then entered the teleportation site, and his body gradually dissolved into shining light. After the transition, the main character found himself in a completely unexpected place. Green meadows, clear streams, and picturesque landscapes stretched out before him. David was amazed. From the outside, the area looked like a lifeless wasteland, but inside it resembled a true paradise. However, the guy did not let the beauty distract him from the task. First, he set a beacon into the ground and created a checkpoint to ensure his safe return. Only after this did the hero prepare to explore the mysterious territory further. However, before he had taken even a few steps, a piercing scream was heard somewhere ahead. Hearing it, David instantly became alert and turned all his attention towards the source of the sound. David noticed a girl running away in terror, with a huge monster with a long tongue running after her. Judging by her appearance, the guy assumed that she was a local resident of this world. But the stranger was shouting something in her own language. The hero did not understand a word, but the situation made it obvious that the girl was in mortal danger. Then David released a dark aura, hoping not only to save her, but also to obtain important information about this place. The monster was instantly absorbed by his power and died. The system immediately reported that the target, which had special divine properties, had been destroyed. Moreover, the hero received 12 units of divine power. Delighted with the unexpected reward, The guy approached the girl and tried to talk to her. Seeing her wariness, he quickly realized that the language barrier was hindering communication. Then David took out a universal translator that looked like a micro earpiece. He then showed the stranger how to use it, and the girl carefully repeated his actions. After this, she immediately began to understand every word of her interlocutor. The girl was shocked and admitted that the device seemed magical to her. The protagonist just smiled and explained that it was an ordinary device from his home world. He introduced himself as David and then asked the girl's name, and she said her name was Leonia. They were finally able to meet and have a normal conversation. Pointing to the monster's carcass, David asked what kind of creature it was. Leonia explained that it was a nausea, a type of Daruk that attacks its enemies with poisonous vomit. Hearing this, the boy immediately calculated how much divine power he could obtain if he destroyed many such creatures. Along the way, the girl explained that Daruks could be tamed and used as battle pets. They helped people hunt and fight. This interested the hero even more, and he then asked if there were more powerful creatures. Leonia replied that that was what dragons were like. Upon hearing this, David immediately asked if it was possible to tame a dragon. But the girl hastened to explain that it was impossible. She told an ancient legend according to which all dragons were children of the god of dragons, and only a priestess could control them. These words made the protagonist think. This world was clearly much more different from the usual reality than he had assumed. Soon the girl stopped and pointed ahead. A huge, roaring waterfall towered in front of them. She warned that it was not worth entering there, since the god of dragons himself lived inside, and he had an extremely hot temper. She even remembered an old story about a man who tried to steal a dragon's egg and was instantly incinerated by lightning. However, at that moment, a powerful explosion shook the top of the waterfall. David noticed this immediately. Looking up, they saw a huge dragon with countless lightning flashing around it. Leonia quickly recognized the people surrounding the dragon. They were dragon hunters from her country. Activating special vision, the hero became convinced that they were indeed trying to kill the creature. The girl grabbed his hand and explained that the hunters were going to use the dragon's golden blood to create weapons. Leonia explained that the golden blood of dragons was an incredibly dense form of lightning energy. The girl stated that the hunters knew that the death of the dragon god would lead to the destruction of the world, but they still intended to see it through to the end. Hearing this, the hero's face darkened sharply. If the dragon's death destroyed the entire world, then he risked being stuck here forever. The dragon unleashed destructive waves of energy on the hunters, so the hero came to the conclusion that defeating it would not be easy. However, he then turned his gaze to the hunters themselves and realized that these people were also far from ordinary fighters. Then David noticed a huge boulder near the local residence and decided to use it as shelter. David asked Leonia about the weaknesses of dragon hunters. The girl immediately answered that their main drawback was their axes. After a powerful attack, they needed time to reload. So at such moments, the hunters were left defenseless. This is exactly the information the guy wanted to hear. Meanwhile, the enraged dragon let out a deafening roar. The captain of the hunters began to give orders. One of the fighters was to tie down the left wing of the beast, and Anrov was to strike. The girl said that she had been ready for this fight for a long time. She said that if they managed to defeat the monster, the captain would be obliged to treat her to the best drink in the city. Her drilling weapon flashed with a bright light and pierced straight into the dragon's paw. Anrova happily reported that the armor had been penetrated. At the same time, the heavy chains dug deep into the creature's scales, causing serious damage. However, the next moment, the dragon's body flared with terrifying energy. The commander decided that the stage of the dying power surge had begun and ordered the preparation of energy collection devices. Leonia explained that before dying, dragons released a colossal amount of spiritual energy. The collection of such energy was considered a real treasure. Hearing this, Anrova even prepared a special container, hoping to be the first to get the loot. But suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Streams of energy burst out like thousands of sharp blades. The commander immediately realized the mistake and shouted that this was not the dying stage at all. The dragon had simply gone berserk. Anrova turned pale and tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. A powerful energy was following right behind her. It was then that David decided to intervene. He discreetly threw a small stone into the girl's container. It flew out of her hands, and the huntress herself lost her balance. The next moment, she collapsed to the ground. A stream of golden energy instantly covered her. The girls screamed in horror for the dragon not to come near her. However, a second later, she disappeared into a raging energy storm. The hero then threw a few more stones towards the other hunters. The commander immediately became wary and demanded to be shown. Then the guy calmly came out from behind the boulder. The captain became furious, declared that the stranger had dared to attack his comrades, and immediately attacked him. A huge axe fell to the ground, leaving a deep furrow there. However, the main character managed to jump back, noting that this man had a lot of strength. Thus, a fierce battle began between them, the captain continuously attacking, using monstrous physical force. David was forced to constantly retreat and dodge. He soon realized that his opponent outnumbered him in brute force by at least 3-1. In an open fight, he had practically no chance of winning. However, the guy did not intend to win this fight. He was just stalling for time, watching the dragon carefully, and finally, the moment came. As the captain put all his strength into the final blow, a giant bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. David realized that everything had happened exactly according to his plan. The discharge completely covered the captain of the hunters, charring his body. Smoke began to rise from his body, and he lowered his heavy axe back down. The man lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. With a sigh of relief, David headed towards the dragon. He already wanted to calm the beast and make sure that the danger had passed. However, he suddenly noticed a brightly glowing core in its mouth. The creature was still looking at him with open hostility. David realized that the dragon clearly didn't realize he was his ally. At that moment, lightning almost struck the hero, but Leonia explained that the dragon god was in a state of divine wrath. The girl suggested that he might calm down over time, but David understood that he couldn't wait forever. Leonia then cautiously suggested that the problem could be solved by subduing the dragon. But the boy immediately rejected this idea. However, he soon noticed an important detail. The dragon was releasing fewer and fewer lightning bolts. Apparently, the previous battle had drained his strength. Then the main character decided to take a risk. Activating the shadow flame at full power, he rushed straight towards the giant creature. A stream of black fire erupted from his palm. In an instant, it was securely attached to the dragon's scales. Using this support, David quickly flew up and successfully landed right on the dragon god's back. Smiling, the hero declared that he now wanted to see how the dragon was going to hit him. At this point, the system issued a new message. The divine substance had been discovered, and the extraction process had already begun. Then, one notification after another began to appear on the screen. The amount of divinity increased by another 10 units. David was amazed that by simply touching the dragon scales, he could absorb divinity. And the speed was incredible. Suddenly, the dragon god spread his giant wings and soared high into the sky, carrying the boy with him. The protagonist cursed, realizing that the situation had gotten out of control. Leonia was also shocked, because no one expected that a man would actually ride a great dragon. At that moment, a mysterious voice was heard behind the girl, which noted that the hunters turned out to be quite impressive. Leonia immediately became wary and demanded to be identified. The stranger replied that she could be called Reflection. Then she asked Leonia if this man had really come here from the Middle Lands. The girl said that the man who arrived from the outside world had a strange name, David. Hearing him, Reflection happily said that she had been waiting for this very person for a very long time. 2 hours later, the dragon god was still carrying the hero across the sky. The guy was already feeling dizzy, and the constant jerks could throw him down at any moment. Then David decided to create something like reins. To do this, he decided to use his indispensable skill again. He released a dark aura, forming 2 streams of energy. In an instant, they wrapped themselves around the dragon's mouth. Then, by enhancing his strength with the double strength ability, the guy managed to stabilize the flight. The system immediately reported that the creature had been successfully taken under control, and the new riding skill had been unlocked. After checking the ability's description, the hero discovered that it significantly improved his sense of balance and spatial orientation. Now he felt as if he was standing on solid ground. Moreover, the guy realized that with such a skill, he would never be able to get lost again. However, The dragon god was not about to give up. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in David's head. It turned out that the dragon himself was beside himself with rage. It was humiliating for him that an ordinary man had ridden a higher being. Then the beast suddenly rushed down, intending to crash along with its rider. But instead of fear, the hero felt respect for such a stubborn opponent. However, he understood that he had to subjugate it completely. Quickly assessing the altitude, the guy realized that they were about 5 kilometers above the ground. The dragon itself might survive the collision, but for him, it would mean certain death. Jumping early meant losing, so the protagonist waited for the perfect moment. With every second, they were lower and lower to the ground. The dragon did not even think of slowing down. As the giant beast approached the ruins, David knew the moment had arrived. The dragon hit the ground with his head, and stones flew around him. David jumped in time and landed safely. The system immediately began to issue one message after another, and the riding skill instantly increased to the second level. Shadow Flame received a qualitative boost, and the guy himself acquired a new feature, resistance to dragon aura. Pleased with his rewards, the hero was about to take a breath, but the dragon let out a furious roar, and the hero asked if it had still not calmed down. However, unexpectedly, the creature bowed its head and admitted its mistakes, calling the boy its true master. Such a sudden change in attitude took the protagonist by surprise. He even asked again if he had misheard. Then the guy removed the dark aura. He understood perfectly well that without the Shadow Flame, it would be impossible to tame such a monster. Leonia soon came to them, bringing his things. But David felt something strange. For some reason, the girl first inquired about the dragon's condition, which slightly offended the hero. At that moment, another girl suddenly pressed herself against him, asking if he was hungry, thirsty, and if he was injured. Here, the system reported the discovery of a divine substance. The stranger introduced herself as Reflection and explained that people called her Divine Object God 005. Upon hearing this, the main character was initially very surprised. However, in the end, David only grinned and decided that it was an ordinary projection in front of him. However, when he touched her shoulder, he saw a new system message. The divinity increased by another 3 units. Only then did David realize that in front of him was indeed a genuine divine object. However, the amount of divinity was so insignificant that the boy wondered how such a weak source could even be considered an artifact. David noted that the highest divine object must have had a close connection with him, so it was not so easy to deceive him. In response, Reflection only sighed helplessly and admitted he was right, and revealed that she was the mirror entity, God 1108. She then added that she felt bored, and Ellen assured her that the hero was a very interesting person. She proudly stated that God 005 was unstable, so she was assigned to protect him. However, David reminded that White Raven had only managed to detect hidden traces of the object and did not expect it to appear so quickly. The girl explained that God 005 was one of the top 10 most powerful objects, and perhaps the entire world was already under his control even before his arrival. When Ellen learned the true rank of this object, she ordered her to find the guy immediately. Otherwise, she was going to seal the reflection in the cold mirror forever. Observing her, the hero noted that an artifact capable of experiencing human emotions was clearly not a simple creature. Reflection then admitted that her plan was based on the assumption that God 005 was still dormant. In that case, all she had to do was get him out of here safely. And the guy immediately realized that God 005 was suppressing her. The girl nodded and explained that there was a strict hierarchy among the divine beings. Under the powerful pressure from the higher beings, she could no longer use her powers freely. To regain their powers, they needed to find the core of the border zone and transform its energy. Then the hero remembered Leonia's words about the madmen who thirsted for more and more power and were ready to kill the dragon god. The hero then pointed to the giant dragon and suggested that it could be the core of this area. Reflection refused to believe it at first. However, Leonia confirmed that the enormous dragon god was indeed the true core of the Middle Lands. Hearing this, the girl immediately perked up. She stated that by absorbing his energy, she would be able to leave the mirror world. However, the main character immediately grabbed her hands and stopped her. When she tried to break free, the boy reminded her that destroying the core would mean the death of the world and the loss of their only path to salvation. David said that according to the king, they needed to prove that this world was fake, and then they would be able to get out. However, there was another problem. No one knew whether God 005 was conscious or was already hiding among his allies. A direct confrontation would have meant certain death, so a more cunning plan was needed. At that moment, the dragon god stepped forward and offered his help. The hero asked if he was truly willing to give his power to the mirror entity, and the creature immediately agreed. David then asked if she would be able to resist God 005 if she became stronger. The girl was surprised, and then the guy clarified that he was going to transfer the elemental power of the dragon god to her, since he himself had given his consent. However, the dragon warned that God 005 was on a completely different level. Even with the extra power, she might have been like an egg thrown at a stone. The reflection added that she could only ensure the creation of a passage to the body of God 005, and the further outcome depended entirely on David. The dragon god confirmed that it was his divine item that could have played a decisive role. Then an idea popped into the guy's head and he took out the legendary pole. David was amazed to discover that the object, which had previously existed as an image, had once again become a real weapon and had been restored. Not wanting to miss this chance, the hero decided to start immediately. The dragon god complied and sent spiritual energy into the mirror girl's forehead, then touched David's forehead with his claw. Streams of power flowed continuously between them, as if connected by a luminous chain. At this point, the system began to analyze the divine matter of the artifact, and the item itself began to evolve. Meanwhile, a huge amount of energy began to rapidly release from the mirror around the girl. The girl's body suddenly glowed with golden light, and then the mirror shell shattered into countless pieces. Sparks flew in all directions and a powerful burst of energy shook the surrounding area. Leonia rushed towards the girl in panic, but David stopped her, asking her to wait a little. Meanwhile, the fragments fell onto the grass and suddenly began to connect with each other. Leonia covered her mouth in amazement as she watched the particles form into a new body. Gradually, the form of the mirror girl became perfect. Reflection herself was amazed to notice that her physical body had even increased in size. David then asked how she felt and if there had been any changes. The girl closed her eyes and felt a new strength. Then Reflection opened her eyes and immediately noticed a dramatic change. Her vision became incredibly sharp, and her connection with the real mirror was greatly strengthened. She happily reported that she could now pinpoint his location and focus entirely on him. However, then the girl suddenly discovered something terrible. She stated that someone had already taken possession of the mirror. The man turned out to be a dragon hunter, but his lifeless gaze looked extremely strange. The dragon god immediately realized that God 005 had completely corrupted him, and the mirror world began to engulf the entire border area. Hearing this, David was convinced that his guesses were correct. God 005 also had his own consciousness. He then asked the girl if she could now resist suppression, and she admitted that she had not yet tested her capabilities. At that moment, the system was literally bombarded with notifications. The hero helped the divine artifact complete its evolution. In addition, the conditions for activating the Dragonhorn skill became available, and the guy immediately agreed to activate the new ability. When the hero looked up, he noticed that the others were looking at him in amazement. Not understanding the reason, the guy was surprised, and then the girls pointed at his head. Upon touching it, David instantly felt a powerful electric discharge. Then the dragon god congratulated the owner. He explained that the new horns were directly linked to divine power and perfectly matched his dragon bloodline. In addition, they allowed him to control lightning and thunder, and the hero immediately felt electricity fill his entire body. He assumed he had gained lightning magic, but the dragon hinted that the ability hid another effect. Then the guy shot lightning at the stone pillar. At first, it seemed to him that the force was only creating electrical bonds. However, the very next moment, the heavy column rose into the air and crumbled into pieces. Surprised, David realized he hadn't even tried. He then directed the lightning at a huge boulder, and then suddenly the hero, carefully observing what was happening, realized the true essence of the ability. It turned out that the dragon horns reduced the gravity of objects. After this, the guy directed the energy into his own legs. David immediately rose into the air, and he discovered that he could fly freely. The dragon god praised his success, and the two girls enthusiastically declared that it looked incredible. However, Soon a distant rumble made Leonia wary. Everyone saw a huge flock of dragons, led by a majestic leader. The dragon god then explained that these creatures were once his loyal familiars, but God 005 had turned them into mindless puppets. David immediately asked if they could be saved. In response, the creature explained that the only way out was to defeat the dragons and absorb the divinity contained within them. Only in this way could their souls be freed from the control of the mirror world. The hero ordered the reflection to monitor the movement of the world and not allow this place to completely get out of control. After this, the protagonist simultaneously activated the dragon horn and shadow flame skills. However, the guy realized that using the new ability to fly was inconvenient, so he decided to get a new mount. Having spotted one of the dragons, David soared into the sky. A dark flame enveloped the huge beast, and the hero himself landed right on its head. The boy then said that if the dragon wanted to help free his enslaved brethren, he should cooperate. The system soon reported that David had successfully tamed his second dragon companion. Riding skill has risen to level 4. And the hidden conditions for obtaining the Dragon Knight class have been met. After making sure that the new dragon's condition had stabilized, the hero asked if this meant that the beast had finally recognized him. However, at that moment, a huge monster rushed at them. The guy instantly activated the Dragon Horn and Shadow Flame skills, and then used the Thunder Dragon Piercer attack. One hit was enough to blow the monster to pieces, and the divinity indicator increased by 58. The hero noted that after taming the dragon, he received more than 300 divinity points. He understood that monsters were no match for dragons, and that a large amount of power led to qualitative changes. After 2 hours of non-stop hunting, the boy destroyed an entire horde of monsters. But the constant battles had left him greatly exhausted. Soon, the system reported new skill improvements. But suddenly, David's bracelet sounded an alarm. God 005 began to move, and the infected residents were already heading towards Leonia. At this time, the girl and the dragon god were resting. Leonia suddenly heard someone's footsteps and woke up. The girl looked sleepily at the approaching people with horror. At that moment, she discovered her own parents among them. The girl, overjoyed, ran up to them, as they said that they were worried about her and had come to look for her. Leonia said that she was fine, and the dragon god was safe too. However, soon one of the infected rudely pushed her away and declared that they had come to kill the dragon god. Leonia was shocked and tried to reason with her parents, reminding them that the dragon was the foundation of this world. But her mother replied that it didn't matter to them, because after the dragon's death, they would finally gain freedom. Then the girl realized that something terrible was happening to them. She shielded the dragon god with her body and vowed not to allow anyone to harm him. However, the father raised a heavy axe and threatened to kill her along with the dragon if she did not move away. Leonia closed her eyes, preparing for the blow. However, at the last moment, the axe shattered into pieces. At that moment, her father collapsed helplessly to the ground. David intervened in time and warned the girl that all these people were already completely under the control of the mirror world. Despite their preserved memories, they turned into spineless puppets. Leonia burst into tears and began to beg the hero to save her parents, believing that his power was enough. However, the dragon god sadly reported that they could only be saved by destroying the mirror world itself. At this moment, the protagonist quickly assessed the situation. There were several dozen opponents in front of him, and if they attacked in a crowd, he would not be able to guarantee Leonia's safety. The boy then asked the dragon god if he could help in the battle, but the creature admitted that it had not yet recovered from its severe wounds. David understood that the enemies were ordinary people without much strength, but their numerical superiority presented a problem. The most important thing was that he couldn't just kill them. Therefore, the guy gathered the power of the shadow flame and decided to act carefully, without damaging the internal organs of his opponents. He ordered Leonia to hide behind the dragon god and not leave the shelter under any circumstances. The girl hesitated, but the hero assured her with a smile that he would not harm her parents. Hearing this, she calmed down a little and wished him to be more careful. At that moment, one of the attackers rushed at him with an axe. However, David easily dodged it. He then struck his opponent in the neck, instantly knocking him unconscious. However, the guy realized that he had even gone a little overboard. Meanwhile, the rest of the people rushed forward. Then the hero began to move quickly, knocking them out one by one with blows to the back of the head. Thanks to his enormous speed, He was able to deal with ordinary people without difficulty. But as soon as one person fell, another would immediately take his place, and the hero realized that he needed a more effective solution. He thought about using the shadow flame to bind his opponents. However, ordinary people would not be able to withstand the destructive power of this ability. So the guy started looking for a way to remove its deadly effect, leaving only the power that would allow him to immobilize enemies. David directed the energy into the ground, deciding to test his unexpected idea first. The next moment, a powerful energy wave spread throughout the area, and stone fragments flew straight into the crowd. The guy noticed with satisfaction that the attackers were thrown back. When everything finally calmed down, he wiped away the cold sweat and decided that there was only one problem left: the man with the mirror. Then the hero wondered if he was hiding among the villagers. And at that moment, the spirit of the bracelet warned him of the danger. David barely managed to dodge, and the yellow stone only grazed his hand, leaving a bloody scratch. Then the guy noticed a figure at the edge of the forest and finally made out the enemy's face. The reflection also recognized the stranger. Meanwhile, he spoke in a strange, ancient language and raised a glowing yellow crystal into the air. Waves of energy spread in all directions, and the previously unconscious residents began to rise to their feet. Then David realized that it was this man who had been controlling the locals all along. Leonia soon reported that the enemy was going to destroy everyone around. After this, David ordered her to evacuate those who could still move, and leave the enemy to her and her allies. However, reflection warned the protagonist that the enemy had already completely merged with the mirror world. Meanwhile, the being known as God-005 continued to mutter incantations. The stones sank deep into his chest. At that moment, countless sharp fragments burst out of his palms. The monster rushed forward, and several fragments injured random people while David dodged the attacks. The hero then rushed to his backpack and sword, which lay near the boulder. Grabbing the weapon, he cut through the flying fragments. Then God-005 suddenly spoke in a clear language and demanded to be identified. The protagonist responded by saying that he was going to absorb his power. After this, the monster instantly attacked him. David immediately raised his sword to block, but the enemy grabbed his blade. The reflection immediately warned that the enemy was trying to destroy it through weapons. David was surprised to discover that the creature's touch actually corroded everything it touched. Then the monster snatched the sword from his hands and the guy was thrown back. David barely managed to stay on his feet from such a strong attack. Following this, new deadly fragments flew into the air. Then the hero activated the shadow flame, since he had no other options. A dark aura enveloped his body and stopped the attack. However, maintaining the defense quickly drained his strength. Soon, David's eyes began to glow blue. Thanks to his ability, he discovered the enemy's weak spot, but he didn't yet understand how to get to it. At that moment, the crystal on God-005's chest flashed even brighter. The creature began its spell again. At that moment, the space around the hero changed dramatically. Huge mirrors appeared on all sides, forming a real labyrinth. Each of them reflected David. Wherever he looked, his reflection was everywhere. The protagonist quickly realized that his opponent was drawing him into a game of hide-and-seek. Soon, a wave of energy burst out of one of the mirrors, and the guy instantly prepared for an attack. God-005 appeared from the reflection and attacked the hero with his own sword. David reflexively blocked and managed to hold off the attack. Then he realized with surprise that the enemy was making excellent use of the stolen weapon. Then the guy hit back and noticed that his opponent was now speaking human language fluently. God-005 stated that David's blade was very good. Another strong blow threw him far back, right into one of the mirrors. Gradually, he began to dissolve into it, and soon only his legs remained of the man. Literally the next moment, the monster completely disappeared into the mirror. The reflection then explained that this place was the territory of the mirror world. Hearing this, the hero remembered Ellen's words about an object that belonged only to him. Now he understood that she meant exactly this place. Then David released a powerful shadow flame from his palm. So he decided to play by the enemy's rules. After analyzing the situation, the guy came to the conclusion that the enemy could freely move between the mirrors and attack from ambush. Therefore, the main character decided to destroy all reflective surfaces around. The wave of energy instantly shattered the first row of mirrors, and then destroyed half of the labyrinth. He soon noticed God 005 inside one of the mirrors and was about to finish him off. However, the monster only smiled ominously and disappeared. Then David began to destroy every mirror, deciding to completely deprive the artifact of the ability to hide. At some point, he noticed the silhouette of a possessed hunter in one of the mirrors. Seeing him, David prepared another attack, saying that he himself asked for all this. However, in response, the monster only grinned evilly. The main character was about to strike, but suddenly a strange sound made him stop. When David looked down, he realized that something unexpected had happened. A crack appeared on his watch. The next moment, a sharp glass shard suddenly flew straight into his eye. The hero recoiled, and at that very moment, a lightning strike shattered the shard into dust. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, but almost immediately discovered a new problem. Small glass fragments had already embedded themselves in his arm and were beginning to penetrate the skin. He then activated the shadow flame again to burn them out of his body. And at first it worked. The fragments began to come out. However, the hero then noticed something alarming. The infection continued to spread further. David's vision began to rapidly fade, and his consciousness began to cloud over. The protagonist realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, he would rather die than allow the mirror world to completely subjugate him. The boy then immediately activated the double skill, its passive effect giving 2 lives if death occurred within 7 days. The decision was risky, but he saw no other way out. The reflection panicked and tried to stop him. However, it was too late. The system reported the start of restoration. Then his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. The reflection immediately flew out. Holding the unconscious boy, she desperately called out to him, hoping to bring him to his senses. Meanwhile, the fragments continued to penetrate the hero's body through his hands. Then God 005 stepped forward and declared that David was still unworthy of becoming his master. An enraged reflection demanded an explanation. However, the enemy only contemptuously ordered her to disappear. At that very moment, the mirror artifact was suppressed by his power. God 005 then touched David's forehead and declared that such beings no longer had a place in this world. After this, the hero's forehead began to become covered with a mirror-like substance. The silvery liquid quickly spread throughout his body and soon enveloped him completely. Seeing this, Reflection fell to her knees in horror, deciding that it was all over and the guy would not return. However, the protagonist's consciousness suddenly awakened in an endless black void. There he noticed that the state of his power had become much more active than before. Soon, the system reported that hidden conditions had been met. Then David realized the truth. Death was not the end, but a necessary condition for the evolution of his domain. Meanwhile, God 005 watched warily as the silver mass suddenly began to move. The next moment, the hero opened his eyes, and the true shadow flame flared in his pupils. Using his new power, he tore apart the substance that covered him. The enemy jumped back in shock, not understanding how he was able to resurrect. The system reported that the skill's cooldown time has been reduced. At the same time, the shadow flame officially evolved into the third-tier true shadow flame. Clenching his fist, the boy felt a colossal surge of strength. He then warned God 005 that it was time for him to start praying. At that moment, the enemy trembled. But then he became enraged, and his fingers merged into one sharp weapon. After that, he rushed into attack. However, the hero reacted to this calmly. He disappeared just before the mirror monster struck. Then David instantly appeared behind him and declared that the enemy was too slow. With one blow to the neck, he sent him flying. The mirror monster flew far to the side, still shocked by what had happened. The fragments flew in all directions, and God 005 rolled along the ground. The monster couldn't believe what had happened and demanded to know how the boy had become so strong. However, the main character only noted that after evolution, his speed and power increased to a completely new level. In desperation, God 005 called back the scattered fragments. Finally, he launched a new attack, directing thousands of sharp mirror shards at the hero. Then David used instant movement again. The enemy became enraged, and then heard the hero's voice behind him. When the hero asked if he was the one he was looking for, The monster turned in surprise towards the sound. The next moment, a powerful blow to the face threw him back. The protagonist reminded the enemy that he had recently called him a weakling and an unworthy master. God 005 groaned painfully from helplessness and tried to understand what was happening. However, he calmly stated that David had misheard it all, and that he was, in fact, worthy of it. At the same time, he secretly collected the fragments, preparing for a new attack. And yet, David replied with anger in his voice that he no longer needed God 005. Hearing this, the enemy became completely enraged. He lifted all the broken mirrors into the air and brought them down on the hero. However, David easily smashed each shard with his fists. The monster then hid in one of the remaining mirrors and began to taunt the enemy. He claimed that he could restore mirrors indefinitely and would remain untouchable. However, the protagonist ordered the reflection to open the passage and completely seal his real body. The girl immediately obeyed and began to prepare the necessary spell. Soon, a clot of glowing energy appeared in her hands. A huge stream of energy hit the mirror inside which God 005 was hiding. At that moment, the core on his chest changed color, and he demanded in horror to know what had been done to him. Meanwhile, David raised his blade and enveloped it in true shadow flame. The boy then warned the enemy that he would not escape this time. God 005's face began to crack. Realizing his defeat, he acknowledged the hero's strength and noted that the rumors about him were true. After this, the protagonist performed the Heavenly Path Deep Dark Slash technique. The blade cut through the mirror along with the space inside it. The mirror world began to collapse, and the huge central mirror became covered with cracks and exploded. God 005's true body has been revealed. The next moment, the monster completely crumbled into countless fragments. When it was all over, David picked up the only surviving fragment and asked what rumors he had been referring to. A girl suddenly appeared inside the fragment and admitted that she no longer remembered the past well, but she was told about David's power. The girl explained that both of her previous owners were weak, so she had to test the capabilities of the new owner. Then, the main character immediately realized that everything that happened from the very beginning was a test. In response, the entity God 005 stated that he had successfully passed it. After this, she asked to be allowed to stay nearby and wait for the next awakening of her power. The hero sighed heavily. After such a battle, he could barely stand on his feet. However, once outside, the guy faced a new problem. The blade in his hands suddenly became covered in cracks. After examining the weapon, David realized that it could not withstand the load and exceeded its limit. A moment later, the blade simply crumbled into pieces. The thought of how Jenny's older sister would react to the destroyed gift made his face turn pale. Meanwhile, Reflection happily reported that they could finally return and report the successful completion of the mission. The dragon god then bowed his head respectfully and thanked the protagonist for saving the entire border world. He also reported that after the owner entered the mirror world, people gradually came to their senses and returned home safely. Then Leonia approached the hero and thanked him for saving her parents. In response, David only said that he acted for his own salvation. At that moment, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Giant glass shards began to fly out of it and shatter. And upon seeing this, the dragon god and the others raised their heads. Then Reflection explained that this was how the destruction of the mirror world happened. Since the hero had already absorbed his power, the space was freed from all the anomalies that belonged to the mirror dimension. She added that from now on, the territory will no longer generate dangerous mutations, and all creatures will be able to develop naturally. Soon, David felt a new power within himself, and the system reported the absorption of the artifact and the accrual of 2,568 units of divinity. Hearing this, the boy was delighted. Even many years of dragon hunting had not brought him such results. After this, the dragon god turned to his savior again and stated that he wanted to give him a special gift. The hero was surprised but accepted the item. In front of him, he saw a large egg, completely covered in dragon scales. Then the dragon proudly explained that it was his child. After hatching, it was supposed to inherit all the power of its parent, and in the future become a riding dragon. The protagonist was immediately delighted with this prospect, but then inquired about how it was possible to raise a cub. In response, the dragon god recalled how he once passed on his power to a girl. Then the boy got the hint and directed divine energy into the egg. The system immediately returned the result, 50,000 units of divinity were required for hatching. Seeing the number, David's face darkened. His strength and skills already required enormous resources, and now a future dragon had appeared. Therefore, the hero concluded that he would soon have to search for new divine artifacts. At that moment, his broken watch began to vibrate. As it turned out, he received a call from the White Raven organization, and then Lauren's name appeared on the screen. The girl reported that they had finally received a signal and asked about its status, as well as whether assistance was needed at the exit. The protagonist calmly replied that the mission was completely completed and he was about to return. Hearing this, her two companions were genuinely surprised by his capabilities. Lauren then explained that a temporary camp had already been set up near the border and suggested that they first get out. Then David said goodbye to the residents and thanked the dragon god for the gift. He responded by asking to take good care of the egg. Meanwhile, Leonia sadly asked if they would ever be able to meet again. The girl was clearly having a hard time dealing with the separation. However, the hero did not make any promises. He only expressed hope that fate would bring them together again. The boy soon left the border world, and Lauren said that after his disappearance, the system recorded sharp fluctuations in the zone's core. The power of the divine artifact was fully released, and the threat level reached a critical point. According to her, everyone was sure that he was dead, so the girl asked headquarters for permission to send several fighters into the zone. If the worst happened, they could at least return the protagonist's body. David thanked the girl for her concern. However, they suddenly noticed something strange outside the window, at which point Lauren was speechless. Some object was rapidly falling from the sky towards them. Then it crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. When everything cleared, those present saw a man. It turned out to be Leroy, the deputy commander of Agency Number 6. Those gathered were shocked by his appearance, because such a serious man would not have come here without a good reason. Then Lauren warned the hero that in front of him stood an extremely influential figure, capable of turning the entire city upside down if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Leroy approached the guy and extended his hand. At first, his face remained stern, so the main character immediately became wary. His eyes glowed monstrously, and he himself exuded a threatening aura. David just looked at him silently, not daring to provoke such a huge man. However, a second later, the man patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner and said that he realized that David was far from an ordinary young man. Then the second in command gave the command, and Lauren instantly stood at attention. After this, Leroy announced that from that moment on, David became a special advisor and freelance agent of the elite squad. Lauren handed him a special badge, and the man explained that it was this badge that confirmed his new status. Thanks to this sign, the protagonist gained access to the agency, and the White General's fighters could carry out his orders. However, David was slightly disappointed. He had expected a cash reward, but instead received only a badge. Lauren immediately congratulated him on his promotion, but the guy asked not to use the official title, since he did not like it. Then the hero honestly admitted that he had no intention of joining the White Raven at all. The organization's intelligence turned out to be extremely inaccurate. If he had not possessed sufficient strength, he would have died in the border world. Leroy then explained that despite the difficulty of future missions, the new position opened up significant opportunities for him. In particular, it helped to find divine artifacts faster. And this was the hero's main goal. Leroy reported that after accepting the appointment, David received access to all classified materials of Agency Number 6. Moreover, depending on the difficulty of the tasks, he could even temporarily obtain 3-digit rank artifacts from the organization's storage. These words immediately attracted the hero's attention, and after a short deliberation, he agreed to accept the offer. Then Leroy handed him the badge with a satisfied smile, and thus the main character officially took up his new position. Nevertheless, the guy reminded the deputy commander of the promise he had made. He assured him that he would definitely keep his word. Then the man remembered another detail and handed over the envelope, saying that inside was a special assignment combined with rest. When David opened the envelope, he found a ticket for a luxury cruise liner. Leroy explained that the cost of such a ticket was several million, and it was extremely difficult to obtain. Furthermore, Only the owners of the artifacts or people to whom such artifacts had been officially transferred could board. Later, the hero began to get ready for the journey and warned Vanessa that animals were not allowed on the ship. Therefore, the girl had to get on the liner on her own. But she said that she could handle it. After that, they agreed to meet on board. Soon, the guy arrived at the port, where a huge luxury liner stood at the pier, with an impressive crowd of passengers gathered around it. The hero immediately realized that there were no random people among them. Everyone here possessed serious power or an important artifact. However, David hoped that the journey would be peaceful, since his double skill was still being restored. However, any hopes for this were quickly dashed when a hidden projectile suddenly flew towards his back. Thanks to his abilities, the boy immediately noticed the threat. David caught the dart with his bare hand and noted that sneak attacks were a very bad habit. The next moment, several fighters with drawn swords jumped from the roof of a nearby building. The protagonist easily dodged the first attack. However, then two opponents surrounded him. But the guy continued to easily avoid all the blows. Watching their technique, David recognized their fighting style and realized that the one in front of him was using the Scarlet Sword technique. Then the hero immediately guessed who exactly sent the attackers and concluded that they came from the Golden Wind School. A man named Howard immediately blamed the hero for all the troubles. Their master had disappeared, and the younger students had either died or fled. David was simply surprised and did not understand what he had to do with this. The man then stated that if the hero had not injured their master earlier, the school would never have fallen apart. However, the guy remained completely unperturbed and noted that they themselves had admitted their weakness and were now simply blaming their opponents. After this, Howard rushed into the attack in a rage, deciding to drag the enemy along with him even at the cost of his own life. But the main character calmly dodged. Energy blades erupted from the enemy's palms. But the blow again missed. Howard then began to complain that the Hidden Dragon's disciples always hid and avoided open confrontation. In response, David mockingly noted that the representatives of the Golden Wind were no different. They were constantly looking for a fight. At that moment, dragon horns appeared on the hero's head. The next moment, lightning struck Howard. David said with a grin that they were behaving too shamefully to be called the first dojo in the world. But the man did not answer, as his strength left him and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the rest of the students immediately prepared to attack. However, suddenly a powerful stream of energy burst from the ship and instantly immobilized the attackers. A menacing voice then rang out, warning that causing unrest on foreign territory was extremely dangerous. He asked the students why they were so desperate to get into trouble. Then, a mysterious man came out of the cabin. He politely greeted the protagonist. It turned out to be Tao, the liner's manager. He apologized for what happened and said that the ship's owner had invited David inside. Having climbed on board, the guy was surprised at how easily the manager dealt with the fighters. In addition, the hero noticed a huge number of guards and felt that each of these people possessed serious strength. He was especially interested in Tao himself and the technique he used to tie up his opponents. The protagonist wondered whether it was the power of a divine artifact or whether it belonged to the man himself. Soon, the manager announced that the owner was already waiting inside. Intrigued, David immediately opened the door. However, inside, he unexpectedly saw Ellen. Seeing a familiar face, the main character even froze in place. The girl greeted him and noticed that he probably had a lot of questions. The hero immediately asked if she was really the owner of the ship, and she replied that she could very well be considered the mistress. Then the guy moved on to the main question. He asked if she had given the mirror fragment to God 005, since he claimed that he was waiting for a person with special powers. In addition, the main character wanted to know who exactly told the artifact about him. Ellen suggested that he think for himself, and after a little thought, David began to put the picture together himself. He theorized that God 005 and God 1108 were related, as both were intelligent divine artifacts. Moreover, he concluded that the mirror was likely part of the God 1108 system. Since only Ellen possessed this artifact, the guy directly stated that it was she who told God 005 about its existence. The girl listened to the accusation and replied that since the result was beneficial to him, the reasons no longer mattered. However, the hero did not agree. The whole situation seemed too carefully planned, as if someone was deliberately directing his actions. He admitted that he no longer wanted to be a pawn in someone else's game. When the girl heard this, a smile appeared on her face. Then Ellen finally revealed the truth. She declared that she herself was the real owner of the power. She said that from birth she had possessed a special power that brought her wealth, influence, and respect. However, along with this, a heavy curse fell upon her. The girl was the keeper of divine artifacts and was obliged to collect them all within a limited time. Otherwise, she would die. So, by helping her find artifacts, David was simultaneously prolonging her life. Hearing this, the hero finally understood why he was offered such a high salary for the job. After this, the guy noted that Ellen had really thought everything through in advance. Nevertheless, he promised to help her as much as his abilities allowed, since she now remained his employer. The protagonist then returned to the topic of God 005 and asked what she was going to do with this artifact next. Then Ellen asked if he felt a new power inside himself after absorbing the artifact. When the guy confirmed this, the girl advised him to first fully master the acquired ability and only then return it. She also explained that God 005 had the unique ability to move freely through mirrors. According to her, if the hero manages to master this power, his ability to survive and defend himself will increase significantly. After seeing David off, Ellen reminded him to get plenty of rest and to be sure to attend the evening banquet, where a surprise awaited him. Returning to cabin number 9723, the protagonist tried to calm down. There, he concentrated on the reflection in the mirror. Soon, ripples began to appear across its surface. Soon after, floating shards of glass appeared in front of him. The guy carefully touched them and realized that this was the real world inside the mirror. The hero then tried to pass through the surface. His hand easily penetrated inside. A moment later, the entire body slowly dissolved into the mirror. When David opened his eyes, he found himself in a different place. He was surprised to find himself back in his cabin. However, he suddenly noticed something even more surprising. Vanessa was already waiting for him in the corner of the room. The girl reported that she had managed to inspect the ship's kitchen. The food there was inferior to the main character's cooking, but it was distinguished by its variety. The hero sighed heavily and asked if she was afraid to walk around the ship so openly. Vanessa explained that it was impossible to hide from the cameras anyway, and the ship's owners had no intention of causing her any problems. Then the guy remembered something important and warned his companion that he was going to study a new artifact. If anything went wrong, she was to wake him up immediately. The cat winced and noticed that the object smelled extremely unpleasant. Then David revealed the truth and said that it was the real God 005. Hearing this, Vanessa was surprised in her opinion. An artifact of this level should have emitted pure power and not such a strange smell. Nevertheless, she promised to monitor the situation. After this, the hero tried to enter the mirror again. He prepared everything he needed and soon stepped into the mirror space. However, each time he was literally thrown back. Vanessa, who was watching this, asked if he had failed. Then the guy explained that he was only able to penetrate halfway inside, after which the mirror began to reject him. Vanessa suggested that the artifact still felt hostility towards him and advised him to fully embrace its power. She also added that such artifacts sometimes had to be suppressed with much more powerful energy. These words made the protagonist think. He decided that there was some kind of prohibition preventing him from passing. David thought that if he could use his skills, he would be able to suppress God 005. However, this only sounded simple, but in reality, it required a lot of effort. Still, David decided to try. He concentrated his strength and began to accumulate it in his fists. Then he directed a huge flow of power into the mirror. The surface began to absorb energy, and a bright spiritual glow flared up around it. Soon, the system reported a successful merger and awarded him additional divinity points. A stunned Vanessa asked the hero to do it again. Pleased with the result, David entered the mirror again. A few moments later, he returned back without any problem. So their plan worked. Vanessa admired the fact that he mastered the ability almost on the first try. However, the hero himself was not entirely satisfied, since the speed of movement still seemed insufficient to him. Meanwhile, a luxurious reception was already in full swing in the main hall of the liner. The main character also came there, and not even alone, but with a companion. It turned out to be Vanessa. She took on her human form, picked out an elegant dress, and walked hand in hand with David. Having examined the guests, the protagonist was amazed that almost everyone present had their own artifact. Seeing so much potential divinity, the hero thought that raising a dragon egg would now be much easier. At that moment, the girl was enthusiastically studying the treats and told him that he could take a walk nearby for now. In response, the hero only smiled softly. And then suddenly a woman approached David and tried to make an acquaintance. She called him her little brother, then said she missed him and suggested they go away to talk in private. However, the guy immediately noticed a strange membrane on her face and realized that she was using some kind of anomalous entity, so he politely declined. But the woman only hinted cryptically that the real show hadn't even begun yet. At that moment, the lights in the entire hall suddenly went out. And then Ellen's voice was heard. The girl welcomed the guests on board the liner and expressed hope that they did not find the introductory part of the evening boring. Then the guards brought forward a huge treasure chest. Ellen announced that each divine artifact inside became a bet in the upcoming games. The winners could gain incredible power, but everything depended solely on their own capabilities. Many guests began to whisper, recalling that a significant portion of the divine artifacts were in her collection. Meanwhile, the stranger approached the main character again and offered to participate in one of the games together. David became interested and agreed. Then they walked over to one of the gaming tables. There, a crowd of participants carefully examined the new divine artifact. By that time, it was already the 9th game of the evening. The visitors were discussing Matt, who by that point had already won 8 games in a row and taken a number of divine artifacts. Once again, the cards were revealed, and the man scored 21 points, winning again. Then David came up to the table. The hero calmly sat down next to her and asked if he could join the game. Matt became interested in the new contestant and asked what he was going to bet. In response, the guy put a shard of mirror, the God 005 artifact, on the table. And upon seeing this, everyone present was shocked. The talk was about an artifact of a certain rank, which many considered legendary, capable of one day destroying the world. However, Matt accepted the bet without hesitation and put up his own divine artifact in return. The rules turned out to be simple. The winner was the one who scored the most points. Afterwards, Matt asked David if he was ready to show his cards. While the dealer was dealing the cards, the protagonist activated the true observation ability. By analyzing hand movements and card placement, he almost completely calculated the deck. After looking through the deck, the hero agreed to reveal the cards. At the same time, Matt used an artificial eye, carefully studying the slightest movements of the enemy. When the cards were revealed, the man confidently believed he had won. But David showed the Queen of Diamonds and the 8 of Spades, scoring more points. Seeing this, Matt slammed his fist on the table and accused the guy of cheating. The hero just chuckled and noted that the losers too often began to look for excuses. And then another idea came into his opponent's head. After that, Matt suggested playing another game. The protagonist agreed without hesitation, but first demanded that he give up the artifact he had won. Then the man took out a revolver and suggested playing Russian roulette. The red-haired woman, Carla, immediately tried to stop him, considering the idea madness. However, Matt reminded the girl that it was her actions that almost thwarted their common plan. He then unloaded the gun, leaving only one bullet inside, and explained the rules. The participants were to play rock, paper, scissors. The winner chose the order of moves, and each player was required to pull the trigger at least once. The survivor was entitled to a reward of 10 million credits. Carla tried to dissuade David from participating, but he calmly agreed. At the same time, only he knew that he had no intention of relying on luck. While playing rock, paper, scissors, Matt calculated the probabilities and expected to change his choice at the last moment. However, the hero turned out to be even faster. The man ended up throwing away the scissors, expecting paper. However, at the last moment, the main character changed his gesture to a stone and won. Matt was stunned that even here he lost. He clearly saw that the guy changed his choice in a split second. His reaction speed was so fast that the entire process took less than 1/100th of a second. After his defeat, the man handed the revolver to his opponent. David thanked him and decided to go first. Carla, watching what was happening, became increasingly convinced that this young man was far from being as simple as he seemed. However, Matt still hoped for victory. He was sure that the enemy did not know the location of the cartridge. If he gets scared and stops after a few shots, there is still a chance. Then the main character asked his opponent's name, and he said his name was Matt Way. Hearing this, David raised the revolver to his temple and calmly fired the first shot, followed by the second and third. The audience was shocked by his composure. Many could not understand who this young man was and where he got such courage from. However, David remained completely calm. Before the fourth shot, the hero suddenly decided to ask his opponent a question. He asked how the enemy was going to pay the promised 10 million. Matt answered evasively, but inside he was noticeably nervous. At that moment, the man remembered the events of the recent past. Carla doubted the bait would be able to summon a swarm of sea wasps, but Matt assured her that the information came from Mr. Fox. After this, he poured a special liquid into the sea, hoping to attract the monsters. Having heard all this, the main character mentally thanked him for such useful information. Then the fourth click sounded. David thought for a moment. During the first 4 shots, his opponent had not reacted at all. However, before the 5th shot, the sense of danger associated with his double ability suddenly kicked in. Meanwhile, Matt was happy, believing that everything was going strictly according to plan. He was sure that there was a real bullet in the 5th chamber. At this point, Tao suddenly intervened and suggested stopping the game, saying that the risk had become too great. However, David calmly replied that he had no intention of firing a 5th shot. After that, he threw the revolver to Matt, adding that he should also take part in the game. These words made the man noticeably nervous. It seemed to him that his opponent had completely uncovered his plan. In fact, even earlier, the hero activated the visualization ability, thanks to which he calculated the entire outcome of the bet in advance. Essentially, the guy won the moment the revolver was loaded. Then David asked why Matt hadn't fired yet. He understood how dangerous the weapon was. Even if the shot had not killed the hero, he would still have received serious injuries. At that moment, Carla reminded him of their real purpose. Then Matt gritted his teeth, not daring to pull the trigger. He pointed the gun forward and declared that he could not allow himself to die yet. And then one of those present reminded him of the terms of the dispute. The man tried to justify himself by stating that the 10 million would still be transferred to the winner's family. However, those around quickly remembered that money was only given to those who survived. David noted that such explanations looked pathetic. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Matt pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger. But at that very moment, the protagonist's eyes flashed blue. Using incredible speed, he dodged the bullet and simultaneously delivered a powerful blow, enhanced by soft energy. The enemy's protective barrier absorbed some of the force, but still threw the man far back. The hero understood that although this guy's barrier was very strong, his soft power was still stronger. A second shot followed almost immediately. However, David only tilted his head slightly and dodged again. The spectators froze in shock as they watched a man dodge a flying bullet. At that very second, Lily attacked him from behind with a dagger. However, the hero instantly grabbed her wrist. He recalled that just recently the girl tried to recruit him to her side. She only apologized and continued the attack, but all her blows were useless. David calmly blocked the blade with his bare hands. His palm was covered with golden scales, so the blade could not leave a single scratch. The girl was shocked to see such an incredible skill. Then the hero grabbed her by the head and lifted her into the air. Carla tried to save herself by reminding him that she had already apologized. But the guy replied that the apology didn't change anything. Moreover, the person in front of him was no longer quite human. After this, the main character headed towards Matt. He felt real fear. The main character seemed like a real monster to him. The scan showed that in front of him stood an incredibly powerful martial artist without implants, modifications, or drugs. Matt knew that if Carla hadn't provoked him, none of this would have happened. However, he noted that she had managed to do something before she died, and now he had to wait for the results. Matt loaded the gun and got ready to shoot, but he didn't even know what kind of bullets could hit this guy. Meanwhile, David picked up a dice from the floor. He looked absolutely calm, as if the fight didn't bother him at all. Then he tossed the bone and suddenly threw it at his opponent. Matt managed to dodge, but the wall behind him cracked from the impact. However, then something even more unpleasant happened for the blonde. The next second, the hero was already nearby and delivered a powerful blow to the chest. The man flew back and opened fire indiscriminately at the enemy. However, The guy easily dodged all the bullets. Then the enemy took out a special device and threw it forward. There was a powerful explosion, and the device began to open. A second later, the entire space around was filled with a blinding light. Matt was sure that the high-frequency sonic grenade should have deprived the enemy of sight and consciousness. But when the smoke cleared, the protagonist calmly stepped forward, surrounded by the flames of the shadow. Seeing this, Matt completely panicked. Having no other choice, he strengthened his body, inflating his muscles to enormous sizes. Immediately after this, he unleashed a heavy blow on his opponent. However, David took the attack without taking a single step back, completely absorbing its force. The sight truly amazed Matt. His opponent didn't move an inch. Then the hero counterattacked him. A stream of spiritual energy burst through the hero's fist and cut the enemy's hand. As it turned out, it wasn't a person at all. Mechanical parts began to fall out of Matt's hand. Then David noted with interest that the enemy's equipment looked unusual and asked what it was called. However, he refused to explain anything. At that moment, the protagonist's gaze shifted to the side. As it turned out, the battle was not over yet.